Well, hello everybody. Hey, it is it is 10:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and it is March 26th, and I'm gonna have a little late night hangout. Now, I don't think it's gonna be very long, but if you're in the live feed and you're listening to this, please let me know if my feed is coming across because for some strange reason, when I first get into a Google Hangout, it doesn't always work right. It's not just me; other people having the exact same issues, so I know it's not on my end. Oh, Shard, you can't get Shard Blue. Do you have Shard blocked?
Let me unblock her.
What is wrong with you,
sorry.
child?
Hold on, please.
Get your ass in here, Shar.
I'll just leave. I'll just leave.
No. I don't want you to leave, but just go unblock her, then come back. That boy, I'm telling you, you can dress him up, but you can't take him anywhere. Yeah, sure, come on in. Anyways, a little bit of stuff to go over, a little housekeeping first. I've had a very nice dialogue going back and forth with Aaron Raw in the last couple of hours. He's been sending me some information on what he was presenting or trying to present to Ronnie. Good stuff, really interesting stuff. As a matter of fact, I think I am going to have a hangout sometime this week on this papers that he has, but it'll be off air. It's not going to be an on-air hangout. And I just want to go over it with some specific people because I think Ronnie's going to bring the stuff, and that's fine. He's allowed to, but he has to make his arguments. He has to explain to me what he's talking about, right? It's not my job to make his arguments for him. And it's kind of funny that he did exactly what I said he was going to do. And I don't care that he had to postpone it again. Not a big deal. Yeah, shit happens, right? No harm, no foul. But I even said, though, now he has an extra week to prepare something a little bit better than him just doing it on his lunch break, right? He knows that I'm actually making a presentation. Why he thought that I wouldn't, I have no idea. Has he seen my debate with Wayne? I had a presentation, and a good one. In fact, it was a presentation good enough to convince Wayne that younger creationism was bullshit and to get out of younger creationism, and he actually became an evolutionist. So I think I did a pretty good job. I mean, you can't really get a bigger win than that. Now, in this particular debate, I'm taking a different approach. I'm actually doing a multi-tiered thing. I have different presentations for different scenarios. I will probably get into a little bit about what I wanted to talk to him before about. If he brings up ATP synthase, I'm going to do a little bit about turbines and explain to people why ATP synthase is not really a turbine. Now, if you want to call it a turbine, I don't care. It's colloquially, sure, it's a turbine, big fucking whoopee. It goes roundy. But really, it's so not like it what we can actually consider a turbine. And I'm using analogies to demonstrate that. But my arguments stand or fall basically on the fact that intelligent design isn't a model that we utilize to make any kind of real world predictions, and that we cannot use it to explain anything as far as a final cause or efficient cause, or an essential, a material cause. But it can't be an efficient cause. For example, if we say there's an intelligent designer that did it, sure, that's an efficient cause. Big whoop. Doesn't tell us how he did it. So my whole argument is going to be basically from the point of view of, yeah, intelligent design can happen, but even if it was, it's a shitty freaking model. But luckily, like I said, Ara's been sending me links to a lot of his discussions with other people and some of these papers. So I've been going over them, and it's been really interesting. I've actually learned something that I had no idea about. I was like, oh, this is really cool. Aaron's actually showing that these precursors for ATP synthase do exist. We do know what some of the precursors are. We do know that some of the electromotive force prior to FADPases in humans wasn't proton gradient. You know what it was? Anybody? Do you? Come on, Shar. Do you know what it was before proton gradient? Sodium gradients. It was sodium ions, and they could determine this by the sodium binding sites and the residues on the amino acids in the subunits. And I was like, wow, this is exactly what Ronnie has been kind of looking for. How did these things come to be? Well, we can show step by step with precursors. Even if we couldn't, it doesn't matter. Intelligent design is still a shitty explanation because it still doesn't explain how the molecules came together. Poof, God wanted it that way, or some designer wanted it that way. That's not an explanation. But I do think it's kind of ironic that he really sat there and said, oh, well, Steve actually is putting forth an effort. And I was like, what? Why would I not be? I've been looking forward to this. I was looking forward to it today, but I wasn't going to interrupt what I was doing with Arn and the rest of the people to go do it on his lunch break. I thought that was incredibly disrespectful in some ways. It's like you're going to have a formal debate with me and you're going to do it on your lunch break. Really? You're not even going to put any more effort in it than that? Seriously? Wow. Okay. But anyways, I got that off my chest. Like I said, I'm not mad at Ronnie. I mean, and again, please don't fault Ronnie because he had to, he had to postpone because of work. I don't care.
Didn't he mention that he was maybe going to have to days ago? Yeah.
Yes,
so.
and I told Xbox, I said specifically, Xbox, go tell Ronnie if he has to work, I am absolutely fine with postponing it. I want him to have plenty of time, a couple hours where we can dedicate to this, right? Because I have a lot of questions to ask him.
No, to me, the only weird thing is that you guys started it and then you heard from him and it's like, well, I could do it on my lunch break. That was weird, right? But I mean, yeah, working takes priority over.
Yeah, no, and I got no issues with that. Yeah. And that's why I was like, just wait till you're done.
Yeah.
But now he has a whole extra week to prepare, right? Because which is good. And the reason I think this is good is because, and I'll let you guys in a little secret. Don't tell anybody else, right? This is just between you guys. Oh, well, whoever's listening.
And everyone listening.
Yeah, whatever. Just if you're listening, listen away. Turn off your volume.
The FBI.
Exactly. Trump. Yeah. Don't listen. This is only for Shar and the people in the hangout. The more Ronnie says, the more we can get information from him about what he actually thinks and utilize it in some more videos and talk about, because Ronnie is really piss poor at communicating how this stuff works. So if he takes an extra week to put forward a presentation and he can explain to us how ATP synthase is intelligently designed, I am all down for that. Right. Or even how ATP synthase works, because to this day, I'm not lying. To this day, I have never heard him explain how ATP synthase actually works. All I hear is a bunch of words being thrown together. Oh, the protein of the second subunit of the 10 to the 15 of the proteolipid of the ATP synthase molecule of the proteonase. It's like, dude, do you realize that all these words have different meanings, and you're mumbling them all together like they're actually making sense to people? Now, again, I might be able to explain how ATP synthase works to a layperson, because I'm a layperson, and enough to where they say, oh, okay, I generally get the gist of what's going on here. I can do that. Any kind of technical specificities of it, probably not, but I know enough. I want to hear what he can do. I want to see how he explains it and be able to ask him questions. Okay, Ronnie, you teach us about ATP synthase. What is this? What is that? How does this? And then we'll get an understanding of where his level actually is. And if he can actually do it, great, right? If he can't, then it's like, maybe you don't think you have a decent handle on how ATP synthase actually works. But the bigger argument is even if he masterfully knows how ATP synthase works, right? Which is strange, because the other day he did say ATP is converted to adenosine triphosphate, which I thought was one of the weirdest things I've ever heard. It wasn't like he was misspeaking. He literally said ATP is converted to adenosine triphosphate. Makes no sense, obviously, right? A tautology there, I guess.
Maybe he meant it was abbreviated ATP, but again,
maybe he thinks they're two different things. Again, I don't put anything past Ronnie anymore. Maybe he thinks that ATP and adenosine triphosphate are two different things. It is quite possible. Quite possible, right? Anybody else would be like, oh God, they're not that fucking stupid, right? Even if Jade said, something like that, I'd be like, okay, I know she messed up. But with Ronnie, it's like, yeah, no, I have no idea. Maybe he just really doesn't. No, I don't, whatever. But the problem I'm running into is I don't have a background in organic chemistry. And so some of these terminologies I might have to sit down with Jade and go over, because I don't remember things like the functional groups too well, carbolic acid and things like, okay, the COOH, deproteonase, C minus COO. I'm trying to learn this stuff, even though I kind of have a familiarity with it. I'm not functionally literate enough to tell you, okay, well, this produces an ester, this produces a salt, this is a functional group for this. Never had to really do it, right? I just had to know, okay, this is a fucking proton, this is a hydroxyl, this is hydronium. We did study that, because anybody who's ever had acid-base reactions, you have to know these things. But I didn't have to know what a freaking glutamate residue was, right? It just was nothing I ever had to learn, except for in biology. We didn't even learn that. We just learned, okay, here's a peptide, it's constructed amino acids, it's got bonds between them. Yeah, that's it. So. But what do you think, Jade? I mean, did you listen to that hangout the other night where he just said literally that ATP is converted into adenosine triphosphate? Do you think he was just misspeaking? He was just throwing shit against the wall, or?
It's hard to say. He's so confused in what he says. that it's hard to know whether he really isn't aware that ATP is adenosine triphosphate.
That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, but it did. I've felt that he said ATP.
He did.
Becomes adenosine triphosphate.
He did.
And he's made similar mistakes. Passes them off as I misspoke. But some of the ones, what is the Kilodalton one? I mean, I forget that one.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. Oh, by the way,
yeah,
the debate's now Sunday. He said Wednesday. It's now changed again, guys.
Yeah.
It's now Sunday, 3 o'clock.
It's because he wants
because he has a day off on Wednesday and he doesn't want to waste his time doing this.
Oh well, but no, he wants.
I don't blame him.
Make sure he's not working.
Yeah, he wants to give Steve time to prepare properly.
Oh, that's
yeah.
I think we need to go over what time zones actually mean with G-Man before Sunday, Steve.
I already had it. Well, G-Man thinks Texas is on the West Coast. I don't know, but I've already had my presentation done. But I am modifying a little bit now. I've learned a few more things I want to incorporate, and what I might have to do, like I said, I'm having a multifaceted presentation. So if he has the stuff for crosstalk, I have a rebuttal presentation all ready to go because I already know what he's going to talk about, right? Yeah. I'm already planning ahead.
Well, you're gonna have illustrations, right? Like cartoons and things.
Yeah, but I'm keeping it very simple, Char. I mean, my presentation, my slides are not that complicated, right? I mean, I don't want to overload people with.
I just want to see pictures.
Yeah, pretty pictures. I got pretty pictures. I got some nudity for Reds too.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of boob shots in there.
Oh, from what I've heard, no, that's the kind of nudity I don't want to see.
From what it sounded like in his latest hangout, he was surprised that you were doing a presentation. And
I don't know
real
why.
reason he wants to put it off. Because he said something about how you've done really lousy thing, not presentation, but something like that before, and so he was expecting that.
I've done one debate, and I kicked ass.
These people, yeah, but you've done things like the presentation on polonium halos, and you've always shown up with actual data. But the problem is these people don't really watch your channel. They don't really pay attention to other people. They don't really pay attention to TST, and they don't really pay attention to other people in the community. So it doesn't surprise me that he's surprised, because he's only going to pay attention to those things that are brought to his attention by other people.
And Rico, in
like, oh, you wouldn't believe the stupid things Steve did,
Yeah, Rico in the live chat, Rico Torado, just something very interested. He said, G-Man and Ronnie were laughing at Steve sending Xbox to get out of the debate, debating Ronnie last night. And I'm like, wait a minute here. I sent Xbox to say, hey, look at Ronnie. If you got to work, dude, let's just postpone it where you have more time. I don't want to do a 20-minute, debate, right? I get my whole thing maybe takes about 25 minutes. He does 15 minutes or something like that. And then he goes, I got to go. I'm like, no. I have a lot of questions I have to ask Ronnie. I assure you.
But that's kind of, I have no problem with someone postponing something for work or anything like that. Yeah. I don't even have a problem postponing it if he's not ready.
I don't either. Know. I would have not. I would not said a word.
Sure. Yeah. My only suspicion though is that he might have just tried to let it happen, maybe orchestrate it so it would happen at a very inconvenient time, so that it would be really short and he could get out of it. Possible. You know what I mean? So if it happens next Sunday that he has to work again, which is fine. Again, if you have to work, you got to work. But it starts to make me think, well, maybe he's not that interested in it actually happening, right? But I have no idea. Whatever. I don't care. I mean,
no idea.
It is what it is.
They may have been too busy calling Aaron Raw and Matt to actually address your issues, Steve.
Well, but how does me sending Xbox over there to say, look, dude, you're running late. I get that. This postpone it because you got to work. How does that translate to I'm trying to get out of it? I don't get that.
Yeah.
Well, postponing you gotta understand what you're doing is you're speaking English, but inside their head they have an English to retard translator. It is absolutely ass backwards. It makes no sense whatsoever. It does not comport with reality. Essentially, it assigns a meaning that isn't the actual meaning, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
And that does, but what it is projection, right? Like, it's not you trying to get out of it. It might be TE trying to get out of it, right?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, he's going to have to realize that he's going to have to explain the stuff to me, and I get to ask him questions on it. I'm not the one. This is what's going to be back-ass words. I could do it, but I'm not the one making the argument that ATP synthase is its intelligent design. He is. He has to make that argument. So whether I know what a proteolipid is or not makes no fucking difference to his argument. Now, yes, I know what a proteolipid is. Yes, I understand the different parts of the ATP structure. Yes, I've gone over it with CRISPR and Rational and even R and Raw. I mean, I feel like I've got a crash course on ATP production, but I don't have to make a case for it, right? So my knowledge level on it is irrelevant. This is what we're trying to explain to Ronnie. When you're making an argument, you're the one that needs to make the case, not the other person's knowledge level. If I'm making an argument, which I do in my own presentation, it's not based upon Ronnie's level of knowledge. It's based upon what I think is a good argument, which I just happen to find out is the same argument that the Power Talk Power Rangers use. Right? Coincidental, but that's pretty much my way of going about this is similar to what they do, from what I understand. So
yeah. By the way, for Char and Frank, it was intentional. And Char.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't talk shit about the type of nudity that I actually like. Okay, don't do that.
Yeah, I mean,
I remember you talking about liking things of your same kind, which are pretty grotesque. Right?
So dude pics, dude boobs.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I know there were references to camels and goats.
No.
Camel porn isn't as big as it used to be.
No. First of all, those weren't camels. Those were donkeys. Get your shit together.
Okay.
Yeah, this video is going to get flagged.
Donkey porn is very valuable. Okay, and not just any donkey porn. We're talking about midget amputee donkey porn. Okay?
Well, let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you guys something because
really bad.
This is important actually because when we have these types of conversations, I don't know how this algorithm works because a lot of people now are having videos that are not being monetized. And they say they're advertising unfriendly or advertiser unfriendly.
Yeah.
They say it's strictly the metadata, but I don't know if that's true or not.
So I know that it's been all over the news for like the last week, right? That advertisers are pulling advertising from YouTube, and so YouTube is trying to figure out a way that they can keep advertisers on YouTube without, do you know what I mean? Like the
pendulum is swinging in the wrong direction. What they're trying to do is the fact that AT&T and Verizon pulled out because a lot of their advertising was putting on videos that were promoting hate speech, and they had a right, and they were legit on that. There was videos that promote hate speech. I get that. So the knee-jerk reaction for YouTube is to say, okay, anything that has a controversial meta tag or in the title, Sharia law got flagged on my video.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And right now, Agent of Doubt has a couple videos that same situation.
Yeah.
So anything that's controversial, atheism is controversial. So if you have atheism in the title, and I think it's also theism, Christianity, Christ, religion, anything like that. And so I just put I put very positive things in my metadata. This particular video, I put like religion, Christianity, Christ, theism. Right. I didn't even mention atheism. And I want to see if
I would have been like cats.
That's deceptive metadata, Steve.
Puppies.
Well, it's not really because we do talk about Christianity a lot. And
I'm just saying, if you're going to go positive, you got to mention positive.
I don't know.
Basically, the way it's working is that they're going to look at the tags, and then as soon as they look at the tags of your video, they're gonna first start off from there. Then it's up to the community, or it's up to the individual advertisers to actually watch your thing. Which, by the way, no advertiser is going to sit through a 5-hour hangout to see if there's anything.
No, they just
wrong.
They take a sample of it, and what it's the heroes, the hero community. They're a group of people that have flagged a lot of videos, and they just say, okay, we'll take 2 or 3 people, send them the video or the link, and then they go watch parts of it, and they go, okay, it's fine.
I mean, I was informed by Vince that Armored Skeptic had a video demonetized for the word stupid.
Oh, God, well, then they would hate my videos because I curse up a storm. I mean,
I know. It's like it's just one word in the title, and that one video was demonetized. And you got to think, just how far are they are they going to take this?
I don't know. But here's the thing: it's not just the demonetization, because I only left one unmonetized, and that's the one on Sharia. I didn't want to chance it because I didn't watch it because I was a participant in it. It was one I had left on all night. But the other ones I fought, and I said, look, these are not unuser friendly. I mean, these are fine videos, and everyone came back, yeah, you're fine, and they got monetized. But the problem is when I look at my AdSense, I get like 3 clicks a day. I used to get like 50 to 100 on average, right? Never less than that. Maybe a bad day would be 30, right? But for the last week, it's been 0, 1, 2. So I made like 3 cents a day rather than like $1, which again isn't a huge amount. It's $30 a month, but when you're surviving on this, it is a lot. But I'm like, hey, wait a minute. I have advertisement. I have the monetization. So why is it that people aren't clicking, watching the ad or whatever? On the average, I'm not telling you to be able to do it. You can't do that. But I'm just saying there's an average amount of people that will watch the average because they like the advertising, right? They're like, okay, I want to watch this. It's funny. Some of them have some really cool trailers. I get that. But when it's only like 1 in a day and it's that way every day for 2 weeks, that's not on my end. That's something on YouTube's end.
Steve, is it possible that YouTube Heroes has something to do with this?
Yes. But I mean, not the way you think, though. The YouTube Heroes, I think they're the ones that are spending their time, wasting their time, going through all these videos that are demonetizing that somebody says, hey, this video is fine, let's review it. Because most people that get the video notification saying this video, we appreciate you trying to monetize this video, but with this video has been deemed advertising unfriendly. If you want to repeal this, click this, blah blah blah, whatever. Somebody actually has to watch, not to watch the whole thing, but they have to check it out at least. Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, what are YouTube Heroes? That sounds troubling.
Honestly, they're basically a group of people that went around flagging videos.
All you have to do is think Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
Superheroes.
Yeah, they're people that have actually scoured YouTube looking for things they can flag.
And it's a YouTube created entity, so they own it.
Oh yeah.
So, and I know people are all freaking out because Google's the worst, and what are you doing to YouTube? But really, their statistics right now are they get 400 hours of stuff uploaded every minute. There is no chance.
I think it's every second, isn't it?
Wow.
No, it's every minute. 400 hours every minute.
That's a lot.
Come on. Like, there is no way you can expect YouTube to actually do be proactive and get out there and figure out the right ways to do. They're doing their best. And meta tags are shitty, I know, but that's. Yeah. I think they're just trying right now.
How is atheists
from advertising because they need it,
But how is atheism a controversial topic? I mean, yes, it's controversial, but it's not like it. I mean, I don't mean that sounds weird.
Matter.
I know, but it's not like we're talking about I don't
it's
know,
just the market, right?
I don't know.
If you have 20 big advertisers, if you have one big advertiser say we're not going to put advertising in anything that has atheism in the meta tag, it's gone, right? Like, I mean, market driven.
Sure.
I mean.
Well, what I'm going to do is this. Starting tomorrow, all we're going to be talking about is cats. That's what we're going to do.
Yes.
Cats
Yeah,
all day long. You can talk about Siamese. You can talk about calico. You can talk about tigers and leopards. I don't care. It just has to be a feline.
Look. I like cats as much as the next person, but the fact is that I think what ends up happening, or what's going to end up happening, is that YouTube is just going to stagnate after a while, and they're going to realize that they did fucked up, and they're going to have to actually fix it in a legit way. And I actually know how they can fix it, and it doesn't require everybody watching those 400 hours worth of videos that is uploaded to YouTube every minute or second or whatever it was.
How do they fix it then?
I'm glad you asked. Let me gather around the campfire, kids. So the way they actually do it is that it's all revolving around the tags and what people put in tags and stuff like that. But I think that there should actually be a secondary listing, a secondary drop-down menu where you kind of have to give more details about the video. And it could be like pre-written stuff. It could be like, is this going to do this? Is this going to do that? Or what's this video about? Is it entertaining? Is it going to be like the shit that College Humor has, that kind of stuff. Have a few extra drop-down menus.
Sure.
Yeah. Have a few extra drop-down menus where you can actually describe the video in a better way than just tags. And then once you have that description, they can see if it conflicts with anything that the because what advertisers are doing is that they're simply throwing keywords out there, but there's no context behind those keywords. There's no context behind it whatsoever. They're simply assuming the worst, and that's a bad thing to do. So what we need to do is, or what YouTube needs to do, I should say, because we don't have any fucking say in this, is to have a few extra drop-down menus in some way, shape, or form, add context to the tags so that advertisers don't get scared.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good idea. But these things are so automated, right? I mean, you guys saw the other day when I had a discussion on Flat Earth that the advertisement that came up was for Flat Earth maps, right? Because all it does is it looks at the height. And certain things pay more than others. I don't know if you guys know that, but for example, if I had a video that I did on home improvement, I said, okay, how to install a water heater, right? Then the algorithm will say, hey, this has to do with homes, and then all of a sudden I have advertisement for home loans, which has a huge profit margin. So people that respond to those ads, right, and take out a home loan, that's a huge amount. You get like $3 a freaking click rather than like half a penny or whatever it is. So
there's a see it right now.
Yeah,
Steve,
the home loans are the biggest
gonna be
ones
doing,
right now.
We're gonna be doing that version of the fucking guiding light thing. There was I don't know what soap opera it was, but Steve Colbert did a skit on it, and it was a scene from a soap opera, and they're plugging Cheerios into the fucking soap opera. I can see you just doing shit like that just to get the advertisers to start broadcasting on your channel.
Trojan condoms, FYI, the most amazing.
It's like
if we talk about context, shouldn't that be a good advertisement? Trojan, they advertise on things like that.
They advertise, yeah.
I always say penetration 3 times, and we get advertisement for Trojan.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Ronnie, if you're going to fuck my mind, at least be safe about it. Now let me talk to you about safe sex. Okay, Trojan has just released a new product called Her Sensation.
Before we start the Jason Burns Sunday morning report, I'd like to talk about Calgon. Man, that cleans my dishes.
Have you guys tried the KY jelly for both men and women? It heats up at the same time for the most orgasmic experience.
That's great.
That's great. You know what? It's so good that I don't even need a woman. I just take half on my right hand and the other stuff on my left hand. It's awesome.
Say Reds.
That was a design for that, Steve.
Can you be nominated for Dumb Fuck of the Year while you're in jail?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? That's a good topic for tonight. Since we have Reds here, we haven't discussed that for a while, and it's already 1/3 of the year over, damn near. So I want to throw this out there, guys. Who's our front runners? And I'm going to go first because I have mods. By the way, have I mentioned I have mods? Because I have mods.
Do you have mods, Steve?
I have mods. I just want to be aware of that. I have mods. So you got to say that at least every 5 minutes or so. If you have mods,
you and your mods, Steve.
So everybody be
nice. We're gonna play a little game here. I'm gonna give one person mods every 5 minutes, and every 5 minutes they got to say, "Hey, I have mods." So this is gonna be just a random person. Okay, I'm just picking one at random. So this person gets mods, and then 5 minutes from now they got to go, "Hey, do you guys know I have mods?" And then we'll have everybody have mods eventually. So, anyways, my front runner for Dumb Fuck of the Year right now. Barring any kind of major, fuck up, screw up, dumb fuckery or whatever. Can I say that and still get monetized? Probably not. Whatever. I blew it already. If I say
it doesn't matter. You're not getting monetized right now anyway.
It's 10 cents. Dude, I made 10 cents a video.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, 10 cents
for cat videos.
Yeah. I mean, I spent an hour on a video and it got like a dime. But anyways, right now my front runner is C Brown. I got to go with my boy C Brown. I mean, the guy is just astronomically stupid, and his dumb fuckery to qualify him beyond any qualification so far is for him to say that Z-pinch is how lightning was in the primordial atmosphere that created uranium that decayed into all the elements we have today.
But Mr.
Parse that out any way you want.
Wow, that's a strong contender there.
That's a strong contender.
Yeah.
I don't think you guys can beat that.
I've got Von Helton shit for
okay, maybe Von Helton can beat that, but not many else can.
Wait a minute. Let me just make sure I understand this batch of dumbfuckery. So he's saying that it was because of uranium that we got all the other elements.
He said that lightning was because Z-pinch is basically a towback reactor to create a magnetic field where you get hydrogen in a very small, compact, narrow tubular. So it basically gets very hot really quickly and goes fusion, right? Which is, by the way, C. Brown, building up of atomic nuclei, right? Fusion is building up, fission is tearing down. And he thinks that because they've done experiments with electrical discharges to create a similar type thing, that's for some reason that the Earth 7,000 years ago, they had lightning strikes. It produced a fusion that created the heaviest elements right off the bat. It didn't even go from like hydrogen to helium to beryllium, lithium, anything like that. No. It just, boom, we created uranium. I don't know how we got the transuranic things, even though they're not natural.
There's a step-ladder process that needs to happen, and he doesn't understand this?
I don't know. He said it literally produced, and he said 94 elements, whatever. And they indicated all the elements we have today. And yet my argument to that is very simple. Then why don't we fucking have radioactive uranium falling from the damn sky?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Every time a lightning strike, we'd also be irradiated, right? That to me is a severe form of dumbfuckery.
That is a special batch of dumbfuckery.
Who's got next? Who's got next? Who could beat the C. Brown dumbfuckery so far?
Do you want me to quote Von Helton? I can.
Do you want to go next? You want to save it for
No. I got plenty.
You get one.
The reason the Nazis lost the war is because Americans stole the spear of destiny from them.
That's just not dumbfuckery. That's just batshit crazy. That's not. There's a difference. See, Blue. Von Helton.
No. There's no difference. That's dumb as fuck.
Yeah, because he's delusional. We all know the spear of destiny is in the Smithsonian, right? I mean, so clearly the Germans didn't have it.
No. That's the Ark of the Covenant. Speaking of
one or the other, there's some warehouse that has all this shit.
Right. It's like, okay, batshit crazy or fucking retarded. I'm gonna actually go with both, and so again, the panel's gonna have to decide this, but I'm actually going to say that is legit in terms of running for dumbfuck of the year. I'm sorry. Again, the panel will have to decide who the top 10 are going to be, because that's what we're doing this year.
Still? What about?
Blue, you're the first person on the fucking panel, so yeah,
it's just you and me. So who else? Who else?
What about Mr. ID and his egg experiments?
Again, see, the problem is,
does mental disease qualify for a dump?
That's it. I want to go with people that say so many different things that they actually, I don't know. To me, I can kind of differentiate between somebody who's just fucking mentally not quite there and somebody who just says something completely stupid. Like C. Brown is coherent as far as his reality. He knows he's living in a round world. He's not like he has to take medication. He just is the most scientific and net person I've ever ran across, I think.
Someone just had a good idea in the chat. They said you should do a genius of the year, Reds, as well as a dumbfuck of the year.
I could do that, but that'd be too much work on my part. And
that would be a lot of work.
So
you'd have so many people to nominate.
Let me just point this out here, because there was needing some clarification here. At one point, Rob Beasley was nominated for dumbfuck of the year, and I had to kind of make him not in the running anymore, because I actually was on a hangout that he was in, and I heard him get taken to the happy house.
Yeah, you had no choice in that one.
So the reason I had to eliminate him was because there are rules to dumbfuck of the year, and one of the main rules is that you have to be a dumbfuck by choice, not disability.
Not by mental defect.
Or mental defect or stuff like that. And it has to be a confirmed disability. Now, as far as I'm aware, we haven't confirmed anything with Von Helton that would disqualify him. Just like a lot of people have said that therefore G-Man should have never have won the first one we had, but nothing was confirmed. with Rob Beasley, I heard him being taken to the fucking happy house. There is no way you're
Are we going to be able to pet kitties
shit.
and see donkeys and ride the unicorns in the field? Yes, Beasley.
It's like, come on, Rob, time to go to the happy house. And you hear him, no, not the happy house. No. As he's being dragged out the fucking door. Yeah, so if you guys don't want, Von Helton in the running, then you better do some fucking digging and find some way to confirm that he's a mentally disabled fuckhead. And not
it's a brute fact.
Yeah.
I don't know.
See, honestly, my perfect nominee would be my mother-in-law's boyfriend, but he's not on YouTube, so he doesn't really qualify.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not going to work.
He's definitely an idiot, though. He would win.
Yes, definitely.
But what about Antonio? Like, I think
Antonio, that's a good choice too. That's a good choice.
He's kind of trying right now, I think.
You would have to come up with a specific thing he says, and I, off the top of my head, I know he's horrible at fallacies, right? We do admit.
We could get 100 sound bites, right? We could put them all together. There's no one huge gaffe just right now that I can think of, but it's just.
Yeah, he's had a lot, but I can't really think one.
But like him and Darwin's deity now, like. Or DD or Darth Dawkins or whatever he is now, they've been pairing up enough that we might get some. We might get some good stuff.
Well, I do have one person that I want to go ahead and put in the running, and it's because of some stupid shit that they were saying previously.
Is it me?
Okay, so well, absolutely not. Although I'm going to forgive you for making the statement about which type of nudity to watch, but we'll come back to that later. Okay, later. Benny Ocean.
Benny.
Mm-hmm.
Now
he's still around.
Well, here's the reason though. And I will post the link to this convo that we've been having, and all you have to do is listen, or more like read his comments to see that he has been going batshit crazy. And so just to read one of his comments, he says, and quote, "You don't have to be a flat earther to disbelieve the NASA moon landing story. So much wrong with it. NASA is fake news." So essentially he's gone full Trump. Wow. Now, whenever you go full Trump, is that not the very essence of what it means to be a dumb fuck?
Okay, here's the thing on this, Reds. I agree, these are all dumb fuck statements, but these are generic dumb fuckery statements. I think the purpose of the dumb fuck of the year,
you gotta need a vintage dumb fuck.
Is something unique, right? Somebody who says something that nobody else has ever come up with before. Saying just the Earth is flat, yeah, ubiquitous. Oh, the moon landing never happened. Again, ubiquitous. But if you say something like, "Hey, lightning causes uranium to fall from the sky," I'm down with that as something that's very unique.
Yeah, but keep in mind,
nobody's going to think about that. That's great.
Hang on, Steve. To argue that Benny Ocean is up there, keep in mind that dumb fuck was already starting from a low bar. Benny Ocean was way the fuck up here at one point, and he just plummeted. So if you were to take the cumulative fall of his intelligence, Benny Ocean wins hands down.
Okay, what you would say is this. Then you're nominating him not for his beliefs per se, but the fact that here's a person who decided to go from a rational human being to a complete dumb fuck voluntarily. That's dumb fuckery.
Yeah, so essentially you have a dumb fuck going more down the dumb fuck hole, and then you have a guy who was actually fairly intelligent, you can have a decent conversation with, to what the fuck did you just say?
Mm-hmm. So here's the thing though. So with Benny Ocean, I agree. He seemed really reasonable at one point, and then he just like jumped off a cliff, and I don't even know what he's talking about most of the time now. I can't help but wonder if he's trolling, or if he's just sort of taking like a devil's advocate position, or just sort of being controversial.
Where is Benny hanging out? Because I haven't, I haven't heard him in ages.
Oh, he was on today with.
On what channel?
Brenda was talking to him today, even.
Not what in Hogtie's hangout?
Yeah.
Benny dropped in. I didn't see Benny.
Wasn't Benny in there? I thought Benny was in there. He was on today. I saw him on a hangout today. I can't remember which one. He's all over the place.
Shar, with this, we're essentially going towards Poe's law, which yes, it's always a possibility. But the thing is that with Poe's law, I don't think Benny falls under the category of Poe's law. The reason being is because he's actually putting effort into his response, and it's like you cannot get that type of commentary unless you actually believe this shit or have studied a shitload of Jeranism videos.
Hey, Reds, have you debated or had a discussion with Spurkismo?
I have.
No, don't even know who that is.
No. Oh, okay. Well, he's a flat earther. He's been in there before. I mean, he tries. He's completely, utterly scientifically illiterate, just to say the least. He usually hangs out with flat Earth discussions, but he's in the live feed now. But I was wondering if you ever engage with him, because I'm like, hey, Spur, if you ever want to have a person to go up against to talk about flat Earth, Reds is your man. Because he's like in this live feed right now going, do you guys still believe in the ball? We proved no curve many times. Well, you know what, Spur? I've engaged with you, and you know what? You don't even know basic math. So I don't know what what the word "prove" means or not.
well, to that I say this. I've never actually talked with the guy before, so I don't know who he is or what his arguments are or stuff like that. So Spur, let me go ahead and make this offer to you. Whether you come into this hangout or we have a hangout on my channel, which my channel is primarily about space and stuff like that, I'm inviting you to go ahead and explain this crap to me. Let's have a conversation about flat Earth or the shape of the Earth in general. Is it a ball or is it a flat disc or whatever the hell it is that you guys believe this week? Just let me know. What I would prefer is that you come into this hangout.
He would. I invited. Yeah, no, I just sent him the link. So if he wants to come in, he's welcome to.
Yeah,
I'm down for that. I'll kind of like moderate.
If we can get him in here, and if I can kind of commandeer this room when he does come in, I would like to just ask him a few basic questions. I'm not going to be difficult with it, but I just want to ask him a few basic questions about the flat Earth. That's it. Just a few basic questions and let him explain.
Yeah, it's so funny because, again, I was working on a video for Orphan Red, and I had to put on postpone it because of this debate, which kind of sucks. I want to finish this video, but I need somebody who can rap. So maybe I'll have to get with Reds or somebody. I need a rapper. But I was watching her stuff, and I'm like, watching her say literally that, she actually said this to me. She actually said this to me. It wasn't even in one of the videos. I'm sorry. This was directly what she said to me. She said, I don't have to provide a flat Earth model because my channel isn't dedicated to making a model. My channel is just dedicated to showing people there's alternate things to the round Earth. I'm like, so you're admitting you have a flat Earth model. You're a fucking moron.
Oh my God.
She is so goddamn stupid. I am just literally in awe of this woman's depth of ignorance.
Has anyone presented a flat Earth model that is even remotely close to anything yet? No?
None of them would match.
No, so. the best that has been given is basically the one where if you had a pizza, the South Pole would be the crust of that pizza, and what's being asserted by the flat earthers is that the sun kind of acts like a spotlight and it rotates around. So let's hypothetically say we're looking at the Earth at equinox, okay? So if you can imagine the equator being a train track that goes in between the center of the pizza and the crust, the sun would be riding along that track and would be spotlighting directly beneath it. And then as soon as you become out of that cone of light, that becomes nightfall.
Sure, and then the sun and that orbit of the sun varies a little bit to explain the seasons.
There is a
Steve,
wobble
I'm leaving,
in the
so
Hi, Blue. Thank you, buddy.
Correct.
Hi, my friend. Thank you, bud.
Yeah. Anybody else? Somebody should leave so that boy can get in there.
He's on his way. He'll drop in. Yeah, I think Orphan kind of runs with that kind of crowd. That thinks
Is there room?
Way. Yeah, there's room. She really goes in for like Eric. What is his Dunlay, Dubai.
Eric Dubay.
Yeah, he's a nutter.
Yeah, Eric Dubay.
She goes in for him stuff, and deeper down the rabbit hole or whatever the hell that channel is.
deep inside the rabbit hole. And Shar, the moon kind of runs along the same track. However, they assert that the moon is closer, just a tad bit closer to the Earth than the sun is, and is of a different size to allow solar eclipses to happen. And then so basically sometimes the tracks intersect. There's two separate tracks. You have the sun track and then you have the moon track. Sure. As the moon tracks underneath the sun, that's how you get the solar eclipses. And that would explain, why we see what we see. But
what about lunar eclipses?
Yeah. A lunar eclipse would be when the tracks actually separate, because some flat earthers say that they're actually on a tilt, or they tilt irregularly at some point. Flat earthers have different stories depending on who you talk to, but that is the only model that I have actually heard of that at least vaguely attempts to explain the natural phenomena that we actually see.
Let's ask Spurs. We got a minute right now, so let's ask him. Hey, Spurs, how you been? It's been a while.
Hello. You hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. So you haven't you know of Reds, but you've never talked to him, have you?
No. I've heard of him. Yeah, but never.
Okay.
He's never come in the hangouts when I'm there. So.
Yeah, he doesn't drop.
Bad timing then.
Yeah, he doesn't drop by Earth discussions too often. So I don't know if you guys have crossed paths before.
I've been busy.
But anyways, go ahead. I mean, Spurs doesn't mind answering some questions. So go ahead, Reds.
Well, before we begin with the line of questioning, there's a few things that I think Ball Earthers don't understand or they miss.
Yeah, we're a little
when it comes to the horizon. I think when it comes to the horizon, the understanding of what we're talking about when we say the horizon meets the eye level. Yeah. Your diagram. I'm going to share my screen. Is that all right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We like if you could draw stuff, that's good for us.
I like pictures.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, it's going to be very crude, but you'll get.
Yeah, you don't have to be Picasso, man. It's cool.
I don't care how crude it is.
You see my screen, yeah?
Yep. MS Paint, got it.
Yep.
Okay. So just bear with me. So we have a ball.
Hey, he knows how to use the circle thing. That's better than hog tie. He was trying to draw it with a straight line. He didn't realize there was a circle function. That was funny.
We have a circle. We have a flat Earth.
Okay.
Okay. So we have the boat at the horizon.
Okay.
We have the boat on a ball, any ball, doesn't matter. Now, the problem that you have on a ball is as you go up and you look at the horizon line, you are constantly looking down at the boat. And on a flat Earth, when you see the horizon, you constantly look forward. You never, ever have to tilt your head or tilt your eyes. So when Ball Earthers are saying, what do you mean? How does the horizon meet eye level? This is what we're talking about. On a ball, any ball, to see the horizon or to see an object that is going away from you, you would have to look down.
Yeah, and we do.
So I don't think I can make it any clearer.
What? No, I'm following that. Yeah.
No, I'm following that. Unfortunately, the problem that flat earthers have is that they don't seem to understand the size of the ball, and obviously your diagram isn't to scale. Question for
it's not to scale, but my point is.
Yeah, I understand. I let you talk, so let me get my word out. All right. So, question: if you were standing on the beach, let's just assume that your height is 6 feet at the horizon. Can you please tell me how many degrees you will be looking down so that your eyes meet the horizon?
you won't notice any movement in your head. You can keep your head dead straight, and you can see the horizon.
Yeah, because the angle is so slight that it's practically level, correct?
Well, I mean, if you want to say it's slight, I would say that you're looking
so
straight
slight that
forward.
it is unnoticeable.
Then you can't detect. You can't detect something that's unnoticeable.
Answer would be divergence doesn't occur. It's like infinite.
Actually, you can detect it. There's a piece of equipment that you can actually get called a theodolite. And in fact, there is this piece of equipment can be downloaded on your phone. And boy, do I also have some pictures to show you. So if we take
I'm not talking about, hold on. See, this is the problem that you've got again. You're talking about a machine or some type of device. I'm talking about what humans experience in reality.
Well, theodolite, what they use for surveying. I mean, these things we know work because they use these theodolites for surveying. I mean, without.
No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not arguing with this theodolite. I'm simply saying that when you do this here, you see my screen? Is it still screen sharing? Yeah. If me or you do this without the aid of a machine, change our perspective by looking down or up. We always look forward. So obviously with the aid of a machine, yeah, you might look down, you might look up. But with your own head and your own eyes, I've never seen an instance where we could go on Mount Everest, go into space. If you look forward, you always see the horizon. So that's why ball earthers are very confused, because when they're looking out at the horizon, they think the horizon, when in actual fact, you see?
When in actual fact, what? Can you finish that sentence,
I'm
please?
asking you to Spurs, but what about reports from people who are out on the ocean, and when they see a ship going away, they see the hull disappear before the tall sails? How can that happen on flat Earth?
That's not a problem that it disappears, because like I said, as
what?
Look, let me show you something else just to give a better.
Can I? I was hoping to get a word in and finish my actual statement, but you just interrupted me.
No, go on, I'm listening.
Go ahead, Reds.
All right, good. Yeah. The reason why we use equipment is because your senses have limitations. I don't care who you are, what you do for a living. Your head is not going to be able to notice 0.007 of a degree of change, especially when your eyes do a fair bit of compensating. Without a visual reference, you're not going to know that the horizon is dropping. But with the aid of tools that are proven to be reliable, you can actually see the drop, which is why whenever I go in a plane and I use a theodolite, when I'm on the ground looking down the runway, the horizon is at 0. How come when I go up into the sky and I'm expecting to see the horizon dip below my level line of sight by -3 degrees, based on the curvature math of a ball Earth, out the window, I see that the horizon has dipped below my level line of sight by -3 degrees.
So in other words, on a flat Earth, Reds, the horizontal from your observation to the horizon, if it was a flat Earth, would never change. It would still be at 0.
It would always stay at 0 degrees because parallel lines do not intersect by definition. Right. Yet when I'm up in a plane and I use a theodolite and I look out, the horizon is actually at -3 degrees, thus debunking the ridiculous claim that the horizon always meets eye level. The key word there is level. And if it is not at eye level, then we are not dealing with a flat Earth. We're actually dealing with something that has a fair bit of geometry to it, like, oh, I don't know, a sphere.
I completely agree with that one. And you can also do the same thing with radio waves.
Yes.
If you use what's called direct line of sight propagation, if you have a transmitter located, and it doesn't really matter. Again, you like to say that ball earthers don't understand stuff, which we think is funny, but flat earthers don't realize that any place you are on the Earth, you can make a zero position. That is, you can make that up, make it down, make it right, left, whatever the hell you want, right? So wherever you are, and that's your transmitter, if you have a direct line of sight, it's only going to be able to go maybe like 100 miles or something like that, because that is the limit of your optical and radio propagation. If you have an antenna that's at that point, it'll be able to get the signal. But as soon as you move that transmitter, or excuse me, that receiver a little bit further out, so it's over the horizon, you no longer get the radio wave propagation to be able to receive it, and you don't hear anything any longer. This is testable. If it was a flat Earth, it should be no problem how far you move it away, because these things are very powerful waves. So it's not like it's going outside its range. What's happening is it's going on below the horizon, such that the direct line of sight goes into outer space rather than hitting the receiver. Do you get that? And this is, like I said, we could do this. Ham radio operators demonstrate this repeatedly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disputing if these things happen, but what I am disputing is the fact that people know where the actual horizon line is. Now, this video.
No, they don't.
What do you call the horizon?
The horizon line is where it appears, the sky appears to meet the sea, the water, or the ground.
Okay.
Right? So it's not real. The horizon, in fact, there is no real horizon, because it's different for everybody.
No.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. If you're a 10-foot man, you will see a different horizon to a 6-foot man or a 4-foot man.
Yeah, that's why you can actually see a sunset.
Can I finish, please? So the horizon is just the appearance of. We know the sky doesn't touch the sea or the ground. We know this. We're standing in the sky right now when you go outside. So when you look out and you see what is supposedly this horizon line, it's just an imaginary line where it appears the sky meets the water. So when we look at this video, you might say to me, I might say, where's the horizon line? You will say, well, of course, it's that blue line in the middle right here. I say, well, yeah, it looks that way. It appears. There appears to be a line, like a break, a split between the sky and the water. But as we zoom in, we can clearly see that this horizon line is no more, because now the ship has symmetry, and obviously we know planes don't fly. So where is the true horizon line? You guys would have taught me and claimed that this was the horizon line. But now we see the horizon line here. Admit that the horizon line could be even further. I would say another ship could go past, behind, or in front of this, between this line and this line. So this is where I think you ball earthers are confused when it comes to the horizon line. When we say the horizon line meets eye level, we're not talking about this line. We're talking about the true perspective point, the point that, the vanishing point, I should say, the point that vanishes. That is the true horizon line.
I agree with that. Can I ask a question though?
Sure.
Like, so you're saying that
make a clarification.
When that ship gets further and further away, like at some point we're only going to be able to see like the smokestacks kind of thing, right, or whatever they call them these days.
Well, we could
so
say
why
we
is
could
that?
start. We could start from here. We could say.
Right, but but it doesn't matter how much you zoom in, you're still seeing the same amount of the ship.
On a flat Earth, it should get smaller.
No, hold on. Look, right now, the ship has disappeared. No ship.
Well, that's a different picture. Show me the same picture.
It's the same one. Same.
No, that's not this.
That's completely.
Well, I'm saying if we're looking at the same photo, like Steve is right. Like, why doesn't it just get smaller and smaller? Why does the bottom disappear?
The whole thing should be getting smaller, but you should be able to see the whole ship. Just a smaller version of the ship.
No, you won't be able to see the whole ship, because we can't see through atmosphere. We can't see through reflection, and we can only see as far as the eye can see.
So if you had a telescope, a very, very powerful telescope, and you put it on that ship, and that ship moved past what we would normally consider to be the horizon, you're telling me that that telescope would or would not be able to see the whole ship?
No, what I'm telling you is that if you were driving a car on a foggy day, it was a misty day, how far could you see in front of you?
But that doesn't answer your question. There's no fog. This is a clear atmosphere.
No. Well, I'm trying to explain what you're seeing here. What you're seeing here is fog.
Okay.
You're seeing atmosphere.
Can I please debunk this real quick? My God, this is easy.
Yeah, let me ask one last question. Spur, if this is 500 miles away, and I have a telescope that's very, very powerful, I just want a yes or no.
Right.
Would that telescope be able to see that ship?
No.
What?
Why would it? So the telescope couldn't pierce through the atmosphere? You're telling me?
You can't see through reflection. It doesn't matter if you're on land.
Okay, how about this? How about I take a laser beam, a very, very powerful, powerful. Wait, let me finish. A very powerful laser beam, and I shine it.
Let me know when I can
ship.
debunk this.
Yeah, I will. You shine it toward that ship. Are you telling me the people in that ship could never see that laser, even though it's super powerful and go through any atmospheric condition?
The people. Could the people see through layers and layers of atmosphere? Are you asking?
I'm asking you, if a ship is 500 miles away and I'm standing on shore and I fire a very powerful laser in the direction of that ship, on a flat Earth, the people should be able to see that laser. On a round Earth, no matter how powerful.
You're wrong again. You're wrong again. You're saying the wrong things.
Let me finish. On a round Earth, there's no possible way, regardless of the power of the laser, that ship will ever see it. On a flat Earth, they are direct line of sight. They should be able to see that laser if it's powerful enough.
No, this is what I'm saying. Ballers are wrong with this idea. That you're wrong to think this.
Where's this?
Because I've just told you. Because I've just told you, if you're driving a car and it's a foggy day, you can only see as far as the eye.
You have a laser that can pierce through fog, Spur. You have an ultra-powerful, infinitely powerful laser that can go any distance, infinitely distant. It's a hypothetical.
Like radio waves.
Yeah, like radio waves.
Lasers can't go through atmosphere.
It's a hypothetical. Come on, bear with me, Spurs. A hypothetical situation. This is all hypothetical. Would the ship ever be able to see an infinitely powerful laser? Why?
Because of atmosphere.
It's infinitely powerful.
Can I go ahead and debunk this now?
Yeah, go ahead, because I don't think Spurs conceptually even understanding.
I don't understand how you don't understand. If a laser is firing out, yes, it's
Spurs,
like the sun.
My turn.
The sun is the most powerful.
My turn.
I told you.
All right, let me just say this. The sun is the most powerful laser. You can't see it on a cloudy day.
My turn. We got your rhetoric. Now it's Red's rhetoric's turn.
Go on, let's hear it.
The fact is that you keep saying we don't understand. I'm just gonna inform you about something.
Sure.
While it is true that the distance that you can see depends on the clarity of the day, did you know that not all days are the same, and that we actually get opportunities to see? Hang on. And we actually do get opportunities to see clearly over vast distances, which is why I love it how flat earthers will say that we can only see so far as the atmosphere will allow, yet they will also point to the Chicago skyline mirage, which was over 60 miles. Shut up, my turn. I did not interrupt you. Also point to the image of the Chicago skyline mirage, which was over 60 miles away. I'm sorry, flat earthers can't have it both ways. Now, I noticed one thing, and I'm going to look like a fucking ninja here, and I apologize for that in advance. But I want to go ahead and point out the fact that you said that or you showed a video where it was a camera. Was this the camera that was being used in your video?
Is it a P900?
Nikon P900? Was this the camera that was being used?
God, that thing's sexy.
Would you like to see what mine captured?
Sure.
All right, good. Let's check it out, because flat earthers told me to buy this camera because apparently they have a rock hard boner for it for some fucking reason. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and I'll show you what
I didn't call Red sexy. I call the camera sexy. What the fuck, Shar? I don't think Red's is sexy. He's a fucking ugly cock. Oh, that's a sexy camera.
Yeah, it's a sexy camera. Let's just focus on the camera. Let's just focus on the camera. Let's focus on the camera.
What are we trying?
Okay.
What are we trying to debunk?
It's big and it's black,
Red.
and it goes up back.
Let me show
Red.
this.
Red.
Show this. So this was you. If you actually follow along, you may actually understand. That's all I can say.
You're presented.
Okay.
So this is an observation that I have made of ships disappearing over the horizon. Show you is this image right here. Now, fuck, it came up on the other screen. What the actual fuck? Okay, let me
got my hopes up for nothing.
Get this back up here. And then no, it's coming up. It's coming up. All right. What we see here is a ship on a moderately clear day. I want you to go ahead and pay attention to this section right here, this little cutout right here. This shows that part of the ship is actually disappeared below the horizon. There is no hard refracting layer like there was in your images, because your images, quite frankly, were taken on a very shitty day. Mm-hmm. Here, however, we have a moderately hard line where we can see that not the entire ship is visible because we don't see any words on the side. However, if we fast forward to when the ship is actually a little bit more visible, we actually see that there's words on the side, and we can see the cutout right there, U.S. Coast Guard. Another thing that we found on this day was this picture of the sailboat. As you can see, we have no hard refracting line. We have no mirroring going on, as you can clearly see. I mean, here's a window right here. Where's the second one? There isn't one. Good luck finding it. It doesn't exist. And then we wait until later on, and then this is all we see. And as we can clearly see, there is no mirroring going on. This sail connects to the bottom. Otherwise, we would be seeing a doubling of images right here. We don't see any doubling. This is a hard line, no refracting going on, because I cherry-picked the day to make sure that I would get the best viewing opportunity for this observation. What we see here is a consistent over the horizon in pure sharp detail with no doubling, with no mirroring, nor are do we have any ghost shipping mirages happening with this observation. Thus, the only way that we can have this angular size of the object, thus making it still visible in our camera, we should be able to see the whole thing, means that there is a bias to the bottom half of the image for some reason. And so what could be the bias of that image? Well, if it's obviously not the atmosphere, because we can see it pretty damn clearly, if it's obviously not the level of magnification, because alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g/2r, thus allowing us to see the ship in full as we have enough angular resolution to see, that means that geometry of the planet that it's currently sailing on must be the blame. Therefore, good sir, this means that when you say we can only see as far as the eye can see, that's correct, because the eye is being blocked by the curvature of the Earth.
And as it goes further, it's going to be less and less you're going to be able to see that, obviously, Reds.
Oh, there's actually one more then, now that you mentioned that, Steve.
Did you make a video of that? Did you record that?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I did. It's 2 hours long if you want to see it on my channel.
Reg,
I'll give you the link later.
Can I give Spur a very even a simpler example than I did before? Because I mean, I step it down each time, right? I go, okay, we'll do 6th grade. Okay, let's do 2nd grade.
Well, hang on. Let me do kindergarten right here. Okay, so what we have here. So as you can see by this boat right here, there is no doubling of images. Otherwise, we would be seeing a doubling of the splash, which we don't. As you can see, it's a nice, sharp, clean line on this day. This white mass right here is a tanker ship. Now, now this part right here, the solid color from here to here is the hull of the ship. Which is rhetorical, is why am I not seeing the color red? And there's a reason I asked that question. Why are you not seeing the color red? Why the fuck would you ask such a question? Because when I drove over the Skyway Bridge, which is here, and we take a look at that same tanker ship that was on the other side of the bay, oh shit, it's red. So the question is, if atmospheric fraction is the reason we cannot see the ship, why isn't it also refracting red? yet having a nice sharp line, thus making atmospheric refraction an illegitimate excuse.
You're higher up. You've elevated. That would make the atmosphere clearer, so you can see better.
No, in both images, I am at the same level above sea level in both images. And that's keep in mind, I'm in Florida. We don't have mountains or valleys to stand on. But I will show you on Google Maps the beach that I was on.
I've just showed you a video.
So the difference between the two, Reg, the difference between the two photos is only your distance away from the ship. Your elevation with reference to sea level or the level of the ocean there is exactly the same in both things, correct?
On both sides of the Skyway Bridge, there is a beach that you can actually go on. On one side, I took a picture of this same tanker ship. Sorry, I hit my mic. I took this picture of the tanker ship, and you could only see the blue part of the ship. I then went closer to the ship by traveling across the Skyway Bridge, go to the other beach. My level above the water was exactly the same. The only thing that changed was my distance to the ship. And the reason why this is important is because on this particular observation day, it was a beautiful day. The weather was awesome, and conditions were prime for making this type of observation. Therefore, flat earthers cannot say that it was because of atmospheric refraction.
There's your problem. There's your problem with the clear day scenario. There is never a clear day when you're looking at distance. It doesn't matter how.
Do you want me to show you the images again?
But Spur,
hold on. What you see as a clear day, okay?
Spur, he's seeing
not actually. Spur is not what.
He's seeing seeing half the amount of ship that he should be seeing, regardless of the conditions of the atmosphere. You're throwing in a factor there that has no relevancy whatsoever. Because
what I'm trying to show you is that the horizon line, oh my gosh, the horizon line.
On your day, you showed a ship that was floating because of atmospheric refraction. This isn't my first rodeo with flat earthers. I'm very well aware of this.
What that video shows you is that, hold on, it shows you that you cannot trust the horizon line. It shows you what you're missing, what you failed to understand.
It shows you that the person that made the observation chose a shitty day to do their observation. I cherry-picked my day to sure that conditions were prime to make sure that atmospheric refraction will be at a minimum, if not eliminated altogether. And I was really good on my day, considering I went out there for an entire week to make sure that conditions were prime to make a valid observation. And if you're going to put garbage effort in, you're going to get garbage results out.
You're mistaken. You're mistaken with this. You're mistaken with this with the whole idea of this clear day.
Spurs, here's
when
where
you
hang on for Spurs. Here's where
I have a picture that shows it was a clear day.
Spurs. If you were right, if there's a problem with refraction, and this was a looming situation, which you have a warmer air mass going over colder, and basically something's going to appear to be higher in the sky. If you were right, this ship should be more visible, not less. Right?
And not only that, but this boat is just about to dip.
Why do you think it would be more visible?
Hang on. As you can see, being that it's right on the raggedy edge of the horizon, what we would consider the horizon.
Stop. That's what I'm trying to say to you. That's my point. You're saying it's on the raggedy edge, and I've just showed you that you do not know where the true horizon line is. This is where
that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. I found your problem. No, I just showed you. You're using a different observation at a different location on a different day with different conditions, and you're trying to compare it to my observation that was at a different day at a different location with different conditions, filming different things. You're comparing apples to oranges and then complaining that your apple doesn't taste like a fucking orange. Do you not see the flaw in your logic here?
And for the reason why I'd be higher,
it's very flat earthers I have all the time is that you try to explain something to them, and then you show them clear, demonstrable evidence that shows that your observations are a shitload better than theirs, and yet they do not want to accept it because it shits on the fact that their bullshit flat earth is bullshit. I'm showing you clear demonstrable evidence of a clear day, crystal clear images filmed with a Nikon P900 that you fuckheads told me to buy in the first place, and it is demonstrating the curvature of the Earth.
If you don't want to learn, Rez, if you just want to speak rhetoric,
I have done myself on the situation.
If you don't want to learn why flat Earth is growing, because these people understand horizon. You few ball earthers on here keep saying the same old thing, not understanding horizon.
Okay,
this is your
Spur,
problem.
let me explain it to you.
So you can shout at me, you can call me names, you can say that I'm a 6th grader. It doesn't change the fact that the horizon is not the true horizon. Okay, you guys are not seeing the true horizon.
No, according to your assertion. Unfortunately for you, when you make an assertion, you need actual evidence to back it up. If you're going to give me flawed evidence to go on, then I absolutely have no value in it. What I have done is I've done something a little bit more. I've gone a step further in that I went ahead and looked at the conditions of the day before I even went out there. And then I said, do these conditions allow me to see clearly as far as I possibly can to see what the true geometry of the planet is? And guess what? When you actually take that into consideration and don't purposely go out on a very hot, humid, hazy day to make your observations, what you see are ships staying crystal clear, sharp as a fucking razor blade, disappearing over the horizon. And nothing can explain that fact other than the geometry of the planet and something blocking your line of sight with the bottom of the ship, which is why I asked the question, if it is atmospheric refraction, why isn't it refracting the color red?
Okay, and this is the point. Let me get my word in edgewise here, Spur. This is exactly why Reds is spot on, and this is where you're not grasping this. This is not our problem. This is your lack of understanding. Again, do you? I'm going to walk you through this like I would a 2-year-old. Do you agree that that boat is on the surface of the water? It's floating in the surface of the water. Do you agree that it's on the water? It's not floating in the sky, right?
It's on the water.
Okay. Now, if you have a density difference of a warm air passing over your colder layer, you're going to have refraction. The light is going to bend. And the direction it bends is to make it appear that the object is higher in the sky, not lower. So if this was a function of a mirage or looming, that ship that Reg is showing right now, I'm presenting it again, right? It would be the blue on the top or black, whatever it is, and then it would be red. You would actually see more of the ship than less of the ship.
Well, flat earthers don't expect that. Ball earthers may expect.
No. This has nothing to do with flat earth at all. This is refraction of light. This is a basic thing of refraction. Okay. If there's a refraction going on here, you wouldn't have refraction showing the ship lower in the water. You would have refraction showing the ship higher in the water, actually floating in the sky in some cases. Okay.
Which you actually can see. Sometimes, like when on a really hazy day when a boat is closer, you will actually see it like levitating.
Yes, it's a looming.
But the boat is not levitating.
It's a looming issue. Well, look, and with the looming issue this is what
they would call some kind of circle thing. You don't want to learn. You don't want to understand why people are going to flat Earth.
Stop.
Are you just in denial, bro?
Now you're in denial, Spur. We are giving you concrete evidence, and you're the one that's not understanding the evidence. That's not us not understanding it. You're fundamentally.
I fully understand. I understand what you're saying. You're saying to me that this is on the horizon line.
I'd like to ask a question.
Hang on. One thing at a time. I want to get one more thing out there, and I think RSC wanted to go, then Brenda. So I want to ask a very quick first grade hypothetical. Look at Spur. If I'm on the shore and I have a ball of twine that it can go as long as it needs to, an infinite amount of twine, and a ship takes off, right? A cruise ship, right? And it just keeps going. It's going. You agree that I'm going to have a very taut line of twine between me and the ship, right? On a flat Earth, no matter how far that ship goes out, I should have a nice, dry, taut line, correct? But on a round Earth, at some point, most of the twine is going to go underwater because as the ship goes over the horizon, you're going to have it, dipping down the water, and it's basically be going deeper and deeper and deeper. Would you agree with that? Can you conceptualize that?
Yeah, I understand, but I doubt you would trust either test.
Why? That would be something very simple to do, but conceptually, it makes sense. Okay, now
that's what would happen. That's exactly what would happen. Yeah. Okay. What you've just said.
You think that the twine would never get wet? Because we placed the twine with a radio wave, and now you see the problem. right? Just replace the twine with a radio wave. A radio wave could penetrate to the far reaches of the outer limits of space, right? And the reason it doesn't hit the receiver on a direct line of sight is because the receiver is not in the line of sight because it's over the horizon. Yay, we've just
Steve,
okay. Go ahead, RC.
Question. Are you still broadcasting me?
Yeah. Why you
Okay,
didn't show
cool,
you didn't show your not porn folder, did you?
No. The porn folder has been
porn.
stashed away for later. I'll be using that for personal reasons.
Anything that's marked not porn is obviously porn.
Yeah. So here we have a video of it.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So you're saying to me that
hang on, I'm asking Steve a question. I'm asking Steve a question. Between the video that was shown, we obviously saw his video. It showed the ship, which had a looming issue. It was floating over the surface of the,
I've seen those.
Or what we would. In this video right here, again, as you can see, this is a moving video, no Photoshop, whatever. Or is there a clear, sharp line between the sail and the horizon?
There's obviously no refraction and no moving going on in that photo. There's a sharp elimination of the horizon between the water and the sail, clearly.
Yep.
And that's your problem, guys. That's your problem.
That we're educated and you're not?
That is the biggest problem of every ball earther that thinks they're looking at the horizon line.
Yeah, evidence.
Because like I just showed you on my diagram, is that if you were to go up and look at that horizon line, you would continuously look forward. You would never look down. So that shows that what appears, and if you can look at the definition, we looked at this the other day, it's the apparent, it appears to be. So what you think, that's a definite sharp line, it just appears that way.
Well, no, it is a definite sharp line regardless.
No, it is a sharp line.
There's no such thing as the appearance of a sharp line, Spur. Either it is a sharp line.
That's the definition. Look at the definition, Steve, before you continue.
Spur, either it is a sharp line or it isn't.
I would recommend. Hang on, Steve. Here's the thing, Spur. I would highly recommend you learn to get your definitions together, because what you're doing is explain two different things and expecting them to be the exact same thing. The angle at which we are looking at the sharp line does not change the fact that it is a sharp line to begin with. Get your shit together.
Yeah, but hold on, stop again. That sharp line is only to the observer. So it's not. So like I said, if you're 10-foot man, you wouldn't see that line. You would see more of the
ship.
You would see.
You know why you would see more of the ship? Because of the
you would see a different horizon.
Line.
It would still be a line. The line would just be lower on the ship.
The line isn't
the horizon would just be pushed back because you're seeing over the curve.
I don't understand how people over the age of 12 don't understand these concepts, Spur.
It's an imaginary line.
Did you even graduate high school, dude? This is not that complicated.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get the horizon thing. Let's just move on to the other question.
I actually wanted to ask.
Can I just ask? Okay, it's clear that we're going to get absolutely nowhere with the horizon thing. You have your images taken on incredibly hazy days where you can't see shit, and I have incredibly sharp images that allows me to see the geometry of the planet. You and I are going to just agree to disagree at this point. I have one other question. It goes more into the debate thing where we may or may not have evidence to support. What is your opinion of the space program?
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, as far as I've looked into, we can't leave Earth's low orbit.
You mean low?
So I think the whole idea.
Orbit. What is a flat earther's equivalent of orbit?
What is low Earth orbit?
No. Hang on. This is good.
Can I finish a sentence? Can I get something out?
I want actual clarification. When you say we, do you mean humans?
Yeah, the whole idea of the space program, going to the moon, going into the solar system or whatever, is fabrication, because we cannot leave Earth's orbit.
Why?
Because reasons.
Because that's what NASA have told us, that we cannot leave Earth's orbit.
NASA's told us this?
When?
It's because of the radiation in the Van Allen belts. There's a video.
Wait, so do you
So low Earth orbit is just 2,000 kilometers up. We cannot go higher than 2,000 kilometers. So how did we ever go to the moon?
We did go up.
This is the problem that you have. You need to Wikipedia.
First of all, where do you get? Wait. Where do you get 2,000 kilometers? Low Earth orbit is like 150 kilometers. It's about 100 miles. Is low Earth orbit to 1,200 miles. So if a lower Earth
International Space Station orbits,
International Space Station is like what 250 kilometers?
Hang on, the International Space Station orbits at 250 miles up or 400 kilometers up.
Yeah,
and the moon being 238,000 miles away, and the fact that we've actually gone there shows that we can. And I think I know where this is going. So let me just ask a follow-up question, just to make sure I'm on the right track. When you Wikipedia this shit, where NASA was telling you that
we see my screen? It says all human space flights have taken in place in low Earth orbit or below.
Yeah, and low Earth orbit is 99 to 1,200 miles above the Earth.
So how high is the moon?
Hang on, let me finish.
Steve, how high is the moon?
Let me finish.
1.3 light seconds away.
When you have this NASA person, was this revolving around the mission of EFT-1 for the Orion spacecraft? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay, then I'm gonna need you to cite your sources so I can check the context in which that they were actually talking.
Yeah.
Well, I would just use Wikipedia.
But what I don't see your argument here.
You just asked me about the space program, so I say.
Do you know what a space flight means? A space flight means
without exception.
Yeah, a space flight is not a rocket flight to the moon. A space flight is a plane taking off
and leave it right there. Leave it right there. Actually.
And then landing.
With the
how do you not read the first part of that
24 human beings who flew lunar flights in the Apollo program. So if you want to go by Wikipedia, there you go.
Paragraph. With the exception of the 24 human beings who flew lunar flights in the Apollo program during the 4 years period spanning 1968 through 1972, then all space flights have been in low Earth orbit. And that's true.
With the exception of these 24 human beings. So, in other words, it's not saying that, quote, all humans who have flown only went to low Earth orbit. It said all humans who have gone to space have gone to low Earth orbit, with the exceptions of these people. Next time you're going to reference something, make sure it doesn't accurately debunk you.
So, do you agree that your Wikipedia article debunks exactly what you said, Spur?
Not at all, because we've had claims from NASA.
No. We're reading it. Spur, we're reading it right here. It says, with the exception of 24 human beings, you made a statement that all people have never been higher than the low Earth orbit, which is 1,200 miles or so.
Yeah, that's right.
You said that no human beings have said that. It says right here that 24 people have.
Yeah, that's what NASA says.
Ergo, your site disproves your claim. Again, not complicated.
It's called reading.
Yeah, comprehension is not really strong on flat earthers.
I really do want to hear Brenda's and RSC's questions.
Me too. Let's move on.
Oh yeah. I apologize.
RSC, go ahead and go. Ask your question.
Quite all right, Reds. Spur, I just wanted to ask
one. By the way, RSC has mods. I want to point that out. RSC has mods. So.
Oh my gosh, I have mods.
Yeah, mods.
Holy shit!
You were my special person that I picked first. You didn't even notice. So you know what? You never get mods again.
But perfect. Yeah. So my question is, are you familiar with solar and lunar eclipses?
Not particularly, no, but you can ask.
Do you believe that they occur?
God.
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering how you would explain a lunar eclipse where the sunlight is blocked by the Earth to cast a shadow on the moon. How does that work with a flat Earth?
I don't know.
Well,
fair enough.
That's a first honest question. I have a question before we get to Brenda. A question from the live feed, actually. Lamed asked a question, and I got to get Lamed in. And he asked a really good question. It's very simple. Spur, how do you have an orbit on a flat Earth? And if you want to know how a orbit works on it, well, we can put things up in. Yeah, I mean, you just said we do have a low Earth orbit. You even said in your Wikipedia thing that we have people that have reached low Earth orbit on space flight. That means they're
Well,
in
I'm
orbit.
talking about altitude. Altitude.
99 miles above the Earth is still low Earth orbit. It's an orbit.
Orbit would entail going around a ball. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, do you know? Okay, do you know what an orbital path is around the Earth? Do you know what it means?
Yeah, to go around the Earth. Yeah.
What type of trajectory is it? It's not. It doesn't go around roundy. You know that, right? I mean, it is actually an ellipse. Most types of orbits are going to be some kind of elliptical orbit. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's happening is on any kind of orbit, the object is falling to the Earth at pretty much the same rate at which the curvature of the Earth is changing. So basically, all you're doing is falling down as the Earth is recessing from you. That's it. That's what an orbit really is. So we can explain an orbit using around Earth because it makes sense. This is how it works. Okay, it's in constant free fall. In fact, that's why people in outer space are weightless. They're not weightless because there's no gravity. There's a shit ton of gravity up there, and if they were stationary, they would fall down just like they would on the Earth. It wouldn't be as strong, but it would definitely be enough to keep them on their feet planted solidly on the floor.
95% straight through would hardly.
Yeah, it's really it's a huge percentage. I mean, it's probably even closer to higher than that, but it's a lot. But the fact is that they're falling. That's why they're weightless. They're in free fall. Now, how do you explain people in free fall on a flat Earth? You don't have an elliptical orbit because it's nothing. I mean, unless you actually think you can go on the other side of the flatness.
Well, like I said, I don't believe in this space program that they.
Well, that's great, but this is hypothetical. You don't have to believe in it. This is just a conceptual question.
And what are you asking me? Is there a ISS in the sky?
Is there? So there's nothing. Yeah, there is. You're saying there's nothing can be orbited ever. There's no such thing as an orbit.
I'm gonna just jump ahead and said yes, there is an International Space Station. I'm just wondering how the fuck it stays up there on a flat Earth. That's really the question. Because for flat Earth, it's basically like you have to launch straight up and magically stay in the sky somehow.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how that works.
Is the Van Allen belt before or after
the International Space Station is well below the Van Allen belt. Stay on topic, please.
Yeah, there's nothing.
What about the moon?
Talking about orbits.
Yeah, but what am I? It leads up to it. Is the moon after or before the Van Allen belt?
After.
After.
So how do they get? It's after the moon.
By flying. Flying through it.
Yeah, they go through a portion that has less density, and they go through very quickly. I took courses in radiological controls. There's three things. There's three things that minimize your radiological exposure: time, distance, and shielding. So 1, they have shielding on the module. 2, they go as fast as they can through it, and 2, they keep a distance from the more concentrated areas of flux. That's how they do it, Spur.
And on top of that, they actually had these instruments to measure how much. Question, Spur. Have you ever gotten an X-ray before?
Yes.
All right, cool. I had an X-ray before. There was a jackass when I was a little kid that pushed me off my bike, and I landed on my kneecap, and it broke my tibia, shattered my leg in multiple places. Oh yeah, it was painful, especially when it happened, and they had to move my leg. But anyway, they took a series of X-rays, not just one, not just two. They had to take a series of X-rays to find out where to put the screws, and I think total they took about maybe 6 or 7 X-rays. Now, here's the thing. When Apollo went through the radiation belts, they got enough radiation to equal maybe 4 X-rays at a single time. Now, I got 6, and I don't remember bursting into flames. Just thought I'd point that out.
Yeah, it's not as detrimental to human life as you may think it is, Spur. Okay, so in fact, most people
NASA seem to think so. They're trying to build.
No, it's not NASA. It's actually radiological.
Hang on. Let me finish that. They're trying to build what?
They're trying to build a new craft so they can go through.
Exactly. It's called the Orion spacecraft, EFT-1, where they launched it in December of 2014.
They've already been through. So why do they need to build something so we can take humans to the moon?
Okay, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. The reason I know exactly where this got, and I love this because I know it so well, and I've rammed this up Duranism's ass so hard sideways after wrapping in barbed wire. EFT-1 and the Orion spacecraft uses new instruments that have never gone to that region of space before. When we went there in Apollo, we were using analog equipment and most of the processing power was done on the ground. Nowadays, we have new technology that can be placed on the craft itself that can actually do the math for us in real time. We have a lot more processing power now than we did in the 1960s and early 1970s. So to make sure shit doesn't fuck up, being that this is new equipment that is human rated, that has never gone to that region of space before, and since equipment and radiation than the human body, we need to make sure that it doesn't fuck up when we actually go there. Not to say that we couldn't do it with old style analog equipment, but it would be nice to have an iPad style touchscreen. Don't you agree? Don't you agree? And if you are going to put that on the craft, thus making your mission a lot simpler and a lot more scientific, that you can actually spend more time not doing calculations about your orbital trajectory and more time doing actual observations of the fucking moon, wouldn't you want to make sure it doesn't fuck up? Wouldn't you want to make sure that you can test it in that region of space first where it's going to be under the most stress? If the answer is yes to that, then that means that EFT-1, being a different craft with different equipment, needs to be tested because of the difference between that craft and the Apollo capsule. You're comparing apples to oranges again and then complaining that your apple doesn't taste like an orange.
Brandon, and I'm simply saying that NASA have said that we haven't been to the moon. We need to build.
Where did NASA say
rocket
this?
Or something.
NASA never said that.
Where did NASA say this? Spur?
NASA never said that. And,
I've been to NASA's site numerous times. They never said this.
Okay,
right,
Spur.
So go to this link and watch from 1444, and they say we need to build a craft to get to the moon because we've never been there.
You just referenced something from 1944.
No, this is today. Now the guy is in the ISS today.
Wait.
Hang on, guys. I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to share my screen right now, and I'm going to make a prediction.
We can't watch the video, but go ahead.
Prediction. I've never seen this before.
I can't play video.
Hang on. I've never seen this before. I'm at 3 seconds. I'm going to make a prediction.
Go to 1444.
I will. Let me just make a prediction. Guy with a transparent whiteboard and a marker. NASA.
No,
skinny dude.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Wait. Don't play it, but just you can search through it a little bit, but don't play the video.
Right. So they say you can play the subtitles, but I ain't got.
No, I don't want any video played.
Oh, you don't want any video played? Fuck.
I can't have any video played. No.
Well, then just watch it yourself, then, Reds, and he tells you clearly.
Hang on.
We haven't built. We haven't built any rockets.
All I want to know
is to build a rocket so we can go to the moon. Yes. That's what we're trying to do right now, so we can go.
1944.
Hang on, guys.
Who said 1944? I said go to minute 1444.
1444. That's what I
understand what I'm saying. Gosh.
Hang on. Shut the fuck up. Let me listen to this. Hang on. I knew it. I was right. Yes. Okay, so again, shoving it up your ass again. The SLS is different from the Saturn V. The Saturn V was a very expensive vehicle. And being that the Saturn V uses old tech, we kind of want to update it. And therefore, we're updating with the RS-25 engines with the SLS program, which stands for the Space Launch System, thus to be tested in 2018. You do realize that things.
Are you talking gibberish
what I'm
or what?
saying
We've been to the moon.
Yeah, but the Saturn V was what we used for the Apollo missions to get to the moon.
Bird does say.
Yeah, the Saturn V was the best.
I think you guys are just trolling me or something. I think you think shouting it and shouting it and making it sound cool, it sounds better. The guy in the video says.
Spur, just because you can make it to California driving a 1968 fucking drunk buggy doesn't mean I would want to do it. I would rather be in a 2016 Corvette Z06, you fucking retard.
Yeah, I mean,
the
Saturn V.
We're trying to replace something that works.
You're weird. You're absolutely weird. Listen, you're the reason why flat Earth is growing with this.
We're trying to replace something that works with something that works and is better.
Yeah, I understand.
This is why
how you don't get this, Spur. I just don't.
This is not very hard to understand. We're trying to replace something that works with something that works and is better. You may be perfectly okay driving around in a Ford Model T. I'm not. I prefer to drive around in a 2015 Corvette Z06 with 650 horsepower.
Yeah, but you have
with
to
AC
cars.
Yeah, I mean, Spur. You got to remember that the Saturn rocket, Saturn V. I mean, that's 40 years old, out of date, man. I mean, we've come a long way in rocket technology since then. You do agree things get more improved,
all
correct?
I can say is, if you expect people to believe,
God, will you just answer a question? Do you agree that we get better in technology, and that 40-year-old date technology should be improved upon? Then what's the issue?
That's what the SLS is.
I mean, we still have it, but it's 40 years old, man.
It's improving on it's if the Saturn V is a working vehicle like a Ford Model T, then the SLS is going to be a Z06 or a Koenigsegg. I mean, this is exactly what we're doing. It's almost like whenever we decide to upgrade something, and therefore when we build something entirely new, we need to test it, that somehow shouts conspiracy. What the fuck?
Brenda, do you want your question in, Brenda? You've been put on the back burner.
Well, I was curious. I was curious about when we were talking about the ships on the horizon, and Spurkismo was saying that the eye can only see so far because of the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right, Spurs?
Shit, he said a telescope only sees so far. Yeah.
How
lasers
far,
too.
What is the limit on how far we can see?
The eye can see as far as the eye can see if it's clear.
Tautology.
Clear, and there's no clouds, no atmosphere, no dirt. See as far as if it's a clear night. But if it's a cloudy night, you can't see any stars, you can't see the moon, you can't see the sun in the daytime because it's not clear. But on a clear day or clear night, you can see as far as the eye can see. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't answer my question.
No, he's saying that you can see as far as you can see.
Yeah, that's a tautology.
It depends.
Yeah, that's his answer.
Okay.
His answer is a fucking tautology.
I want to ask Spurkismo. Listen,
if you wear glasses, you can't see very far.
I want to ask you more of a philosophical question, and you can ask me the same question. I'll give you my direct answer. If you were to find out the Earth is not flat, how big of a dumb fuck would you think you are? And I will answer the same way. Look at it. If the Earth is flat, I will tell you right now, I'm the biggest fucking moron on the planet. I deserve to run naked through the streets, shouting at the top of my lungs. I'm a moron if the Earth is flat.
I agree. I agree.
Would you admit?
I agree, Steve. I agree. If the Earth is not flat, I would never trust my senses, my understanding, my knowledge. I would look to you guys for answers. I would follow, until to the very end. But there's no way that
that's stupid, because what it is look if you have a fundamental belief that's flawed, and believe me, I'm telling you right here now, your belief is fundamentally flawed on so many different levels. You don't look to other people. That's the point of you start understanding, hey, I was an idiot. It's time to not be an idiot anymore.
I just said that.
And then you start building up your epistemological framework.
I would say that. I would say my understanding is completely flawed. I don't get anything. I don't know anything. I can't trust my understanding. Yeah, I would absolutely say that. But until someone can prove to me curvature according to the model that we have, and somebody can prove to me a spinning ball,
but you don't
satellites, until you can prove that we really went to the moon, until you can prove that rockets work in space, then of course we are.
Sure, I can prove that rockets work in space or demonstrate. That's trivial. I can do a free body diagram anytime you like. Would you like us to draw a free body diagram?
He accepts physics, though.
Wait, so would Spur?
That would be my next question.
In theory, a lot of these things will work. In theory, hypothetically, they may or might.
Theory and practice is that okay? Let me show you this. This is a compilation of folders that I have. Each folder represents a single launch, from Rocket, Cape Canaveral, Florida. And some of these are dedicated to people. Steve's favorite one is this one, of course, with the Delta IV. The reason this is important is because I actually go out to these rocket launches and I film them for myself with that Nikon P900 that flat earthers regret telling me to get. So this being said, I have seen rockets actually launch, plenty of them.
Yeah,
and not only have
of course they can launch. Of course rockets can launch in this atmosphere. That's normal, isn't it? There's not surprise in there. There's no big deal.
Dude,
in our atmosphere. But when we're talking about actual space in a vacuum, nothing can fly there.
Are you done? Are you done interrupting? I'm sorry, the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours. Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead. Good,
because there's one launch that I wanted to point out to you, and it's this one, Houseways launch. There's a thing, the technical term for it, I believe, is called a translumosity transfer, which again can't happen on a flat Earth, but that's a story for another time. I want to point you to this one. Do you know what gases do when a vacuum is introduced? They expand, right? Because they need to fill the void that's now there, right? Good. I'm glad we're in agreement there. So that's good. That's good that we agree. And so in a vacuum, gases are going to be expanding, and they have to expand more and more. It becomes more and more. Now, if there is a vacuum, that means there's no atmosphere, by definition, of course. So how can we prove that rockets are going into a vacuum? Well, we need to observe a rocket launch. And when we observe this particular rocket launch, lots of lens flares, you'll notice one thing about it. The rocket goes up into the sky. You can see it's completely black. The gases behind it are not lit at all. But then, of course, it goes over the curve of the Earth and gets illuminated by the sun later on. And that's when we get this happening. We get the illumination by the sun. Again, can't happen on a flat Earth, but we'll just ignore that. We see that the gas coming out of the rocket's ass end is condensed. It's together. It's forming itself into more or less a straight line. As you can see, it's nice and thin and whatnot, and it's good to go. As it gets further and further up, we start to notice something. Yeah, you just agreed that gases in a vacuum are going to expand. All of a sudden, the gases are getting bigger, and they're expanding a lot more. Not only are they expanding a lot more, but if I fast forward, it gets so wide, starts to take up the entire frame of my video camera. How much expansion is happening on the gases? And
still not enough for something to push off.
Not only if are we getting expansions. Hang on. Not only are we
trying to say or explain. I don't know. Go on.
Yes, carry on. Not only are we getting the expanding gases, which is indicative of a vacuum, keep that in mind, but these two dots right here are fairings. So we just hit fairing separation, which of course only happens when you're in vacuum. Otherwise, you'll damage the $150 million satellite that's on board. These fairings are tiny panels. They're thin. They're thin panels that would get ripped apart and get thrown back behind the rocket if it was not in a vacuum, if it was an atmosphere. But as you can see, these panels that are now floating seem to be keeping up with the rocket, not very well, but they're there. And these ones are the boosters that are falling down. So we have panels in a vacuum. We have gases that are now completely expanded. It has blown to well beyond what my camera can even record because it's outside the frame. Everything that we're seeing here about this rocket launch is indicative of a vacuum. Nothing is showing this rocket in atmosphere as it was, where if we were to move it back to this particular part, where the gas was like this. It went from this to this.
Right.
That cannot happen in atmosphere. This shows that the rocket is in vacuum, and being that it's doing a pretty damn good job kicking some major ass, then that shows that rockets are indeed working in space, as designed, as stated, as the math would prove.
Well, you know, I'm not a rocket scientist, so I mean, this is just
obviously not.
Yeah, obviously not. So I mean, I can only talk about things that I can test, observe, and repeat.
Char's got a
Char
degree in mechanical engineering. She actually studied this.
I took rockets. I took nozzles and emissions and rockets and all that stuff. This whole pushing off of thing is completely wrong.
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
Is that the wrong idea? Is it? I mean,
yes.
If you were on the moon,
Spur, very simple.
How would you take off the moon?
Let Char talk to him.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, Newton's third law.
Exactly.
They don't believe that.
Well, this is what I'm explaining to him.
This is
Spur. If you have
Again, look, hold on, stop. It's going to go over my head. All this rocket science talk.
My mic not working. Spur.
If you talk about
listen to
what
me.
what I can address.
Okay, Spur. I'm going to explain it to you like I would a child. Newton's third law, right? For every action is equals to opposite reaction. If I have mass or ejecta going out one end of something, it's actually flying out. It's moving out in a direction. We call it a vector. There has to be an opposite force in the opposite vector or direction. So if I'm spewing out stuff from my butt end, what force is pushing it to the other way? That's the opposite reaction. You're saying literally, I can throw shit out my ass end, and because it's in a vacuum, it's all of a sudden that opposite force goes away. That's ridiculous.
That makes no sense.
It doesn't even have to be a vacuum. All you have to do, like if you play ice hockey, you put on some skates, you stand on the ice, and you shoot a puck.
What happens?
If you shoot it in the right direction, you're going to go in the opposite direction. That's just how it works.
Yeah, and you're pushing off the floor.
No.
Yes, there's a force going on there. As soon as you touch the puck.
No, there isn't.
It doesn't have to be. I'm just saying, like, you could create 1,000 experiments to do
and that's all to do with dynamics. People can throw a frisbee or a ball in a different, trajectory, different way. It's all about, people. You can't compare a person hitting something to a machine hitting something.
You throw something one way
because the hitting still happens. Okay, let me explain it like this. If you have a wheelchair, actually, you can get them pretty cheap now on eBay. If you have a wheelchair and you have a medicine ball, a really heavy medicine ball, and you push that medicine ball away from you, you take both hands and you shove it away from you and you throw it in front of you as hard as you can. What will end up happening is that medicine ball is going to fly forward, of course, but you're also going to get pushed back.
What if you check this out then? What if you jump? Let me ask you this.
Did you push against the medicine ball, or did you push against the air?
I would say this has to do with the ground, because if you did this out of an aeroplane, if you rolled out of an aeroplane holding a bowling ball, and you were falling strapped to this chair, and you pushed the bowling ball, are you telling me you would go back?
Okay, Spur, I can tell you why this is stupid. The force you're talking about. Wait, hang on. The force you're The force you're talking about.
No, you wouldn't.
The force you are talking about, Spur, is that you are a force going directly to the ground. That is true. We call that gravity or weight. Right? The force opposite of that is the force of the Earth pushing back upon you. Okay? So I'm being pushed down on the Earth, right? And that's 90 degrees from the plane. We call that orthogonal. And there's the opposite direction is being pushed back. When I'm throwing a medicine ball, I'm pushing it 90 degrees from the plane. So it'd be 0 degrees actually. So I'm throwing it parallel with the ground. The force is going in the direction that's not even up or down. It's literally lateral. So the opposite force has to be in the opposite direction. So when I throw a medicine ball to the left, I'm going to go to the right. It has nothing to do whatsoever to the force vector of me being pushed down the Earth due to the gravity and the reciprocal force of the Earth pushing back on me. And if you have taken a physics course, you have to draw what's called a free body diagram where you could visualize these things. I'm
talking about equal and opposite reaction here. Therefore, I go back to the original question, which I would like an actual answer. In my hypothetical, with you sitting in a wheelchair and you have a very heavy medicine ball, and you push that medicine ball away from you with all your might. The question is, when you move back, were you pushing against the air, or were you pushing against the medicine ball that you threw in front of you?
So it's coupled with the ground and the ball.
No.
Question again, were you pushing against the air? Your feet are affixed to the foot platforms that keep you away from the ground. You can't push against the ground, okay? You have wheels, they roll whichever way they roll. So the question once again, when you were pushing against when you got pushed back, was that caused by you pushing the medicine ball away from you really fucking fast, or was that you pushing against the air? Answer the fucking question.
Just have. Well, I said there's two forces that are happening here.
Okay, and so we literally have one force that's legit and one that you just pulled out of your ass. This is where the misunderstanding happens.
Well, like I just said, you do this in the air, back, the ball will just go out of your hand. And
no, you do this in the air, you're going to get pushed back as well. It's because you're in the air, therefore you don't have a visual reference for you to know any better. But on the ground, you actually have a visual reference because there's shit around you.
You have to show that for that to happen. Otherwise,
yeah, we can't.
We can. It's called rockets.
Gun. Have you ever fired a gun?
Again, like I said, you're giving me lots and lots of theories, but nothing in reality.
No. Giving you something that you can actually do for yourself. It's just that you're applying a force to the ground where all you're doing is sitting in a chair and the wheels are going to roll whichever way they roll. There is no force being applied to the ground whatsoever.
Well, there is. No. There is a force. There obviously is a force to the ground. That's what gravity is.
Can you also just get one of those machines that executives put on their desk where you drop a ball and it makes all the other balls pop out? Like, what is that?
No, Steve. Let me just make this very clear. Gravity is not going to move you relative to the ground.
Exactly, good point there. I don't know your name. When you use them balls, when you let one ball go and it hits the other ball, if what you were saying were true, then the ball would bounce back.
Are you talking about Newton's cradle?
What are those? Those Newton's cradle things.
Yeah, the Newton's cradle is a conservation of momentum. It basically is a direct kinetic energy conservation because it's pretty much an elastic collision for the most part.
Sure, it is. I'm just saying, how would that work if air was a factor?
There's no air between those balls. They're basically in contact with each other. That's why.
But there's air force, like there's air holding the balls back, like in their original position.
Yeah, that's why eventually it's going to diminish, right? But the amount of transmission of force throughout the cradle is all these balls are in direct contact, and because they're made of steel, there is a very this is something that's a perfect elastic.
I just can't understand physics in terms of this whole flat Earth thing. Like nothing makes sense to me. Like I can't even
because anybody that's ever taken science knows a flat Earth is completely retarded.
I'd like Shar to ask a couple questions.
Science and flat Earth don't exactly go together, and I would love for Shar to go, but I just want to make this very clear. When we're talking about the force of gravity in this scenario with you on a leveled surface is not going to cause you to move in any way. Right. Gravity does not give a fuck about which direction you're going to move when you push that ball. So gravity in this example is irrelevant. And if anyone says gravity again, I'm just going to come to the conclusion that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You're absolutely right.
So when you push that ball away from you, were you pushing against the ball or were you pushing against the air?
I think that's the wrong way to ask the question.
Oh my fucking
answer God. Either way. Just answer ball or air. Ball or air. Just give us one answer. Ball or air. What do you want to go with?
Dude. One or the other.
Because if you say air,
so
you
want me to play ball, and then it would be against the ball, of course.
You are pushing against the ball. Your hands are in contact.
It's not the only thing. It's not the only thing you're
the ball.
How do you?
I have a way easier way.
It's like when an athlete pushes off the ground.
The ball.
Here, how about this?
All right, Spur, I'm just going to come to conclusion.
Put on a pair of roller skates, right, and stand looking at a wall, really close to the wall. And push on the wall. What happens?
You go back.
There you go.
Why do you go back? Are you pushing against the air?
You're pushing against the wall, and you're using your feet, your legs to push against both.
No. You're using your hands. Your feet are not moving.
Only your hands. Your feet do nothing.
Yes,
Only
but
your
there has
hands.
to be a force between this wheel and the ground.
That force makes no difference whatsoever. As Red said,
it's not actually
completely irrelevant.
As listen, your joints, as you touch that wall,
If you were hovering above the ground, it would have the same effect.
Even water, this doesn't happen. If you were to go underwater and do this,
you would
push it off. Here's the thing.
Thank you.
Here's the thing.
See, I'm teaching you science guys something here.
No.
And that's
Spur,
Spur.
Have you ever
You science guys, you have a
I'm just gonna say this. Spur, I have way too much respect for you to think that you are this retarded. I'm going to just come to the conclusion, just for my own faith in humanity,
well, names
that you're just trolling the ever-living fuck out of me when you say that your joints or you touching the ground when your contact with the ground has nothing to do with your motion when you press against a wall or the medicine balls in our example. I have way too much respect for humanity as a species for you.
Well, you can call me the names that you want. You just said it would work against them. You would work in the air, and you haven't shown.
You're trolling me right now. That you're purposely being ignorant because you have a emotional attachment to just wrong science, flat earth bullshit, whatever the case may be. I do not know. I do not know what makes you want to reject reality so much.
I have three really quick questions for you.
Go ahead. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up.
If
Go ahead.
I'm going to put any more effort into this, I will put...
Reds, you're done. Go ahead, Shar.
3 quick questions. Spur,
have you
ever created a free body diagram?
I've already suggested that 3 times.
I know. Has he ever?
No.
Did he answer it?
No.
Spur?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Next, so the picture on my screen share there, I took that. And that's not a flat horizon. That's about 45,000 feet in the air. Well, yeah, that is, I don't know. It's a picture of, that's a picture of sunset.
No,
it's a picture of sunset.
What picture?
I
don't see anything.
Well, I don't know how to screen share it better. Like
I'm screen sharing it.
Okay.
Okay,
there you go. So that is me flying over the Caribbean at sunset, about 45,000 feet, maybe, because I can't quite verify the exact altitude. That is curved, and I don't know. Can you? That horizon is curved. Can you tell me how?
How do you know you're looking at the horizon?
She's looking at the horizon in a picture.
Because you're looking at the that's what the definition of horizon is.
It's the horizon.
You tell me.
No, the definition of the horizon is.
I just want to know I don't care. You tell me, how is that curved? Tell me how it's curved. How did I see a curve when I was 45,000 feet in the air in a plane? Tell me. That's all I want to know.
That's not a very good argument, Shar.
I don't care if it's a good argument. I just want to know his explanation.
I think it'd be better if Shar drew straight. If she actually put a line in.
Well, you can draw it. You can put a line on it.
You can actually visually see it.
I think it's going to be a new dawn for a lot of ball earthers today, and I'm going to teach you something. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, sure you will. Sure you fucking will.
Hang on. I will tolerate. Hang on.
It's going to be a new dawn.
Hang on. I will tolerate a lot of shit, Spur. But you having no education, don't come into a hangout saying you will educate anything with anybody. You have no education. You are not qualified to educate or inform people on any topic whatsoever. You can state your case, but you are a moron in the sciences. So please do not ever say that you will educate anybody on anything. I find that to be very offensive. That people have taken the time. That people have taken the time to educate themselves, and you being somebody who probably never even had a GED in their life, doesn't know what a free body diagram, has the audacity to tell a fucking engineer that she doesn't know what she's talking about. That takes cojones. That takes balls of steel. I will not tolerate that.
This is where we're at.
You Spur, apologize, and you say, I'm not going to teach you anything because I don't know anything, but I will make my case. That is fine. You can make your argument, but don't ever say you will educate anybody on anything because you don't have the prerequisites to do so. Okay?
Well, what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to educate people on what they're missing.
And what I just tell you, you do not have the prerequisites to educate. Don't use that word in here. Okay?
Oh, I give the understanding. I want to give the understanding of why people why people are gravitating towards the flat Earth because they're
Because
realizing
we're not idiots. People are idiots, and guess what? A lot of people, including Jism, happen to be gravitating towards flat Earth because they know they can make money off of you retards. All right, it's a monetization game. In fact, there have been reports out there that Jism literally just does this for the money, including it's the same story with Scott with Nibiru X Fucktards, where we have a recorded image or a recorded video of him saying that he doesn't actually believe this crap. He's doing it for the money, and you guys soak that shit up. You drink it down like it was a fucking Slurpee. Don't give me this shit that says, oh, we're gravitating towards this because we actually have good reasons to believe it. No, it's because it's a bullshit story that you guys want to hear over and over again.
Yeah, because I make 10 cents a video.
I want to watch Game of Thrones. That doesn't mean I believe the shit's real.
Yeah, you think I'm doing this for the money? Because I make 10 cents a fucking video right now, dude. If I wanted to make the video, I'd be like Jism phoning flat Earth bullshit. But I cannot ever dumb myself down because I have a basic education and I know for the fucking fact that the Earth is not flat. I stake my life, my reputation, my daughter's life, everything I know to be holy, sacred, and sound that the Earth is not flat. I'm convinced of it beyond almost anything else I could possibly imagine. I accept a couple things as reality. Reality exists. The universe can be observed. The universe and the Earth isn't flat. Those things are undeniably, in my opinion, true.
You ask any Joe Schmo on the side of the road, hey, what shape is the Earth? And I'll bet you that 99.9% of them are going to say round. You guys don't have that big of a movement. It's just on the internet. Yeah. You have the ability to come together and be one big, loud, shouty voice. But when it comes to human population in total, you are a zit on the ass of the world's smallest amoeba.
And between all the flat earthers, they couldn't come up with one single model that works. They couldn't answer one physics question. They couldn't even. None of them could draw a free body diagram.
You guys are struggling to figure out how cameras work and how the law of perspective actually works, how basic math in general, and here we are launching shit into space. You guys have a lot of catching up to do. Don't give me the shit that all of a sudden that you guys have done something impressive.
This is why other countries are like laughing at us. So we actually have flat earthers, and the other countries are going, "Oh my fucking god, what's happening to you, America? Why are you dumbing down your society so?"
Well, can you guys see?
Question? Yes. That's good. That's good. I like that. Yeah.
Can you guys see my screen now? Like, because here's a straight line for you.
There you go. There's your straight line reference.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so put that. Can you actually see there?
Horizon.
Can you actually see that in the middle? It bulges a little bit more. So at the bisection between the ends, meaning the middle, is actually going to be more raised than at the edge. The reason for that is something very technical. It's called a curve.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
No, it doesn't. Of course, it's not going to be that much.
Make that line.
This is what I would expect at 45,000 feet.
Make that line tangent with the top if you can.
So, Spur, presumably you think that what's going on there is something interesting with the way the atmosphere works. So I'd really like to understand how you think the atmosphere works. In what way does it cause this bending, which makes the
Chris, I think
his name is.
It's Chris.
Chris. Okay, so what I've been trying to explain is that the horizon line, what you perceive to be the horizon line, is only an appearance. So any time you look at the horizon, even if you put your head down to the ground and you see a horizon line, it's going to be distorted because of atmosphere. Now, we don't know why that is. We don't know why when we look out and objects begin to mirror, begin to split. We know why they happen, but we don't know why we can't see through it. Yes, that's it. That is the explanation that you need to try to come up with, is why we can't see through layers and layers and layers and layers of atmosphere.
Okay, so
if it was a clear day, like the clearest of days, you would see for miles and miles, just as you see into space.
Okay, so
but that is only clear up to a certain point, Red. Up to that point, it was clear
enough to confirm geometry.
Okay, so Spur, can I say it back to you so that you can clarify whether I'm understanding you? So you're saying that in addition to making things unclear, i.e. blocking your line of sight, the atmosphere is doing a great deal of refracting or mirroring the things in the distance. No, it's doing a great deal
of distortion, we can say. Distortion.
Okay, so just general... Okay, cool. So what your claim then boils down to about the horizon is that there's an unknown kind of distortion at work.
Magic.
And so you can't really explain why the horizon looks curved or why the ship in the distance is vanishing early. You're just claiming that it's sort of an unknown. Is that right?
Those reasons.
Not at all, no. I didn't know that's what you were asking. Are you asking why do ships appear to go over the horizon?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Hold on. Who's attacking me? How many?
No. This is from Chris. So you're saying, I want to sort of understand what kind of distortion you think is happening that makes ships far away look like they're over horizon when really it's just an illusion.
Okay.
Because I mean, saying it's an unknown kind of distortion,
it's not an
doesn't
unknown.
seem like
I'm saying that any object at your vanishing point or at the distance will distort, will split in the middle. So we know that the fastest car in the world can only drive on a flat surface. It can't, it can't bend or do anything. It can't be bumpy. It has to be a nice long straight. So when we look at the car as it goes along, we see the same thing that happens over water. And we know that this car is not a curvature. So we have the explanation for what you're seeing when you look at the horizon line, what starts to happen.
So
in any condition, this is in any condition. You see a clear horizon line, like Reds is trying to point out. Look, there's a sharp blue line.
Okay,
that sharp blue line.
Car in your picture, how is that? How do you know that's receding from you and not going parallel with your line of sight? Because if it's not changing direction, going away from you, then why use an example? Now, if that's going away from you, which it doesn't look like it's doing in this, obviously the smoke trail looks like it's actually going.
It's going away from you.
But
there's a shitload of mirroring going on in that image.
A lot of mirages there for sure.
He's asked the question: why do ships appear to go over the horizon? And I'm saying it's because
they go over the horizon.
Sorry,
they follow the curve.
Okay,
because they go over the horizon.
Shah, can I ask some more detailed questions about that? Then you say that things suddenly get. Did things suddenly get distorted when they reach the limit of our vision, or is it?
No, it happens at the vanishing point. Your vanishing point. So when you look out, as far as you can see, you have a vanishing point. So anything that gets
define the vanishing point.
It's different for everybody. Just like the horizon line is different for everybody.
If you're using the word, please define it.
Well, that's okay. So there's a vanishing point. Okay, so if there's a ship that's further away than my vanishing point, do I just not see it at all?
No, you need to get better eyes.
Wait, but this only applies to stuff on. This only
if you only have your eyes, as we did 500 years ago, they'll say yes. Look, it looks like it's going over the horizon. It looks that way.
It only applies to things at horizon level, right? Plus or minus a bit. Like it doesn't apply to things like power height because
we do have better eyes.
Our eyes work.
It applies to anything at a distance. So
right, but not equal. But I'm saying not equal distances. Like it has to be. It can be much further distances if it's up on a mountain or something. But it has to be smaller distances if it's at ocean level.
We do have. No,
it happens at every single point of the horizon line. So like I said, if you lie down on the ground, put your eyes to the floor, you have a horizon point. So at that horizon point, you will have distortion. Now, nobody can verify that but you, because everybody has a different horizon. It's an imaginary line.
What's the producing?
It's an imaginary line. There is no real horizon point. It's an imaginary.
No, there is.
It's only
Spur, I think the light finally came on. So Spur, do you mean
only the appearance? Yes.
Okay, so
of
Spur.
a line.
So do you
Do you see
mean?
this issue now, Chris?
Yeah. So Spur, do you mean that when we're looking out with our own eyes, the reason that things look different when I look out compared with when someone taller than me looks out is that there's something different in their eyes?
You have the same thing. So you will experience what we see. And if somebody was standing next to you who was taller, his horizon line would be higher. So he would get the split just above. Somebody taller would get the split just above. But the point is you always look forward. You don't have to bend your head. You don't have to look down. You don't have to tilt your eyes. And this is for everybody.
How could his horizon line be higher on a flat Earth?
No, it's only higher if you are higher.
But
I think we're getting it, guys. I think you're getting it.
So, do my eyes introduce you distortion?
I think you're understanding it. You don't like it.
Spur. You're right. We're getting it. You're a fucking retard.
Call me all the names that you like. I've explained to you as crystal, like children, that the horizon line, if I walked forward, I wouldn't see this horizon line. If I step backwards, I would see it.
Spur. Let me explain this to you. Like children, give you the same respect. On a flat Earth, your height is irrelevant because regardless the height of the line you start out with, parallel lines will never intersect by definition. Therefore, there should be no difference to how much of the object that you can see at an arbitrary distance.
All right, let me ask this. Somebody had brought this up in the live feed earlier.
Nobody understands that. What people understand is that.
Hey, come on. Somebody had brought this in the live feed, and it's a very good explanation.
I can draw you a picture if you don't understand
why the flat Earth is impossible using this horizon thing. Spur. In Dubai, there's towers called the Doha Towers. There literally is a 3-minute difference between when they take prayers on the ground level than when at the apex. The reason being is because if you're on the ground level, the sun was already set. However, if you go all the way to the top, the sun is still setting. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
That's normal. This is not possible on a flat Earth.
Stop, Steve. Stop. When you go up to the top level and see the sun, you look directly straight ahead. You don't tilt to look down.
I'm looking straight ahead. If I'm standing at the base, I am looking eye level straight, zero thing to the ground. So, in other words, I'm looking completely parallel to the ground.
I understand that. That's what I've been trying to explain. On a board.
Wait, Burr. The sun has already gone below the horizon. Now, if I go up and I'm maintaining that, if I don't change my eye level, I'm still standing straight. My eyes are looking straight forward. I go all the way to the top. Oh, wait, I can see the sun now. The reason being is I'm looking from a higher elevation, and you said looking down a little more, and I can see the sun, which has already gone over the horizon at the base. I can now see. Again, it's perfectly consistent because of the curve. It is inconsistent and actually falsifies the flat Earth model because it's not what we'd expect from a flat Earth model. The flat Earth model would predict that at the base, if I don't see the sun, no matter how high I go, I should still not be able to see the sun because it's out to my range laterally to us. In other words,
this is the problem. This is the problem you have, Steve.
Well, it's not my problem. This is basic shit.
This is the problem that you have. This is what I've been trying to explain to you. And I don't know if you're doing it on purpose. I don't know if you guys are doing it on purpose or just being.
You are uneducated. You're an uneducated idiot. And you're telling people that you're doing this on purpose. Do you understand that everybody in the world who's taken any kind of science course thinks you're a moron, and yet you have never taken a science course, and you're telling us we're wrong? That's really retarded.
That's right. I'm trying to keep Spur's head here, okay? And I think I'm making progress.
Can I speak to somebody who's not going to keep calling me names? I can try to explain. You spoke about if you're in the building at the bottom, you see the sun, you look directly ahead.
You're correcting people.
right?
Yeah, you're not correct.
You said that when you go to the top, when you go to the top of the building, you see the sun, you look straight. How is that possible when the ball is going down the earth? I should be looking down.
No, because even if you're looking straight, you have what's called peripheral vision. Okay? In your peripheral vision, if you're looking straight, you're still going to see the light from the sun. It's going to be at an incidental angle, like at 45 degrees, but you're still going to see the light from it. If I can still read something, if I'm at the ground and I'm looking directly across and the sun's already down, I can't read anything because there's no light. I go to the top. It doesn't matter what direction I look. I have illumination. I can read something. Do you grasp that now? Hello? Has the light come on, Spur? Doesn't matter whether you're looking straight ahead, as looking you're down, it makes no difference. There's still illumination hitting that point at the top of the tower that gives you the ability to read. Da-da! Jesus.
Well, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue with anybody.
You just read. I think the light is done on your head.
You'll be able to.
I know for a fact that on a ball, until you can disprove this, if I stand on any ball, basketball, a beach ball, a supposed earth, if I look at the horizon, I have to look down at the objects that are going away from me.
Not on the Earth being the size that it is.
It's a minimal amount. You're talking.
So even if I go to Mount Everest, or I'm a giant in the ISS
scale,
actually, I have to look down.
Actually, that's true. At the top of Mount Everest, the difference is 2 degrees.
Yeah, you don't understand.
You will not be able to detect that.
Matter of fact, does anybody have a drawing? I can't draw. Can anybody
get up higher in orbit?
Could somebody make a drawing program like this and show what it really be to scale and how nominal the difference between looking straight out and looking toward the sun would be? It would be something that your eye wouldn't be able to perceive. It's that small resolution.
Steve, I'm gonna go now, but first let me ask just one question. I'm showing you a really poorly drawn image that I made. Okay, this is the ground. This is you. Is representing the direction of light from the sun. Question: on a flat Earth, would the light ever be going away from the surface of the Earth in this way on a flat Earth? Does that ever happen on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
The light goes up like that? No.
Yeah, that the light would go up like that on a flat Earth. Does this ever happen on a flat Earth?
No, of course not.
No. Okay, please explain this picture to me.
Yeah, you need to watch that video that I sent, the link. Explains it all at the end.
Explain it to me, please.
What is illuminating that cloud up there? Or gas, actually, what is it?
That's the aftermath of a Atlas 551 kicking ass, bringing shit to orbit. So please explain it to me.
What's illuminating that?
I don't know.
Could it be sunlight?
Yeah, it's definitely sunlight.
Oh, I think
it's not definitely sunlight.
No, that's definitely sunlight.
That's definitely sunlight.
Is there another light up there in the sky that was be illuminating it? I don't see any.
Yeah.
Once again, we already agreed that this doesn't happen on a flat Earth. Please explain this.
But it does on a round Earth. Oh, Jesus Christ! How do we have these people? I don't even know why we do this to ourselves. It's just
I don't understand either.
This is why people are failing.
Well, look, you can throw out 1 or 2 pictures on a ball. You have to look down. You don't look down. So until you can prove,
you don't.
Actually, you don't. 0.045 degrees. Dipshit. Understand math.
That is ridiculous.
Understand math.
Can you calculate for me when you get a chance the difference between like the Dubai Tower? What angle difference between the looking straight across and looking a little bit down to see the sun? I mean, it's really nominal to say the least. I don't know what the argument would be, but it's not that much.
Okay, let me go ahead and make sure that people understand this. Alpha is your angle. Alpha equals the sine inverse of the square root of h plus r to the second minus r to the second over h plus r. H being the height that you are, r being the radius of the Earth. Yes, I can calculate that for you. Do you want me to do it now before I go to sleep?
You get back to me. I can predict right now that is not a lot of arcsecond.
Oh, no. It's not. Considering that for a 6-foot person, it would be 0.045 degrees. I already did the math on that. So
retardedly small.
Let's just hang on. Let's just take that. How tall is the tower that we're talking about? How many
feet? The tower is actually 14. We'll go with 1,400 feet.
1,400 feet. Okay, so
nothing.
1,400 feet
times
that by. Hang on.
Really think about it.
Hang on. 1,400 feet. Divide that by 6 because my calculations were for a 6-foot person, so that's 233.3. We'll then times that by 0.045. Wrong way to do it, but it will give us a ballpark figure. And so we're talking about, let's see, 0.00. Oh crap, did that wrong. Yeah, I'll have to do this actually perfect to be completely honest with you. But it would be 233, just giving us a ballpark figure here. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just do it right now. BRB, guys, 5 minutes.
But
I'm predicting right now that it's going to be it's going to be a not. I mean, we're talking orders of magnitude of less than a degree.
Well, if you get up high enough, you would have to look down to see the.
Well, sure, but we're talking 1,400 feet. That's not. That's we're not talking. Well,
exactly.
Like we're not talking 3,000 miles in space or some shit like
that.
Yeah.
Look, guys, when you lie down on the ground and you see the horizon. Of course not. You're looking straight out ahead. So you follow that line that you can see. You're constantly looking forward. You never have to tilt your head. And that's the most important thing.
You don't have to tilt your head either.
So when you see the horizon.
You never actually did answer my question.
Your head tilting.
Yeah,
you will never have to tilt your head because you would only have to tilt your head 0.045 degrees. I can only show the graph so many times.
So if you don't tilt your head, what do you see?
Your head, your eyes would make the adjustments.
What do you see? What do you see if you didn't tilt your head or tilt your eyes? What would you see?
Spur. Let me answer that question.
Answer that question if you can.
I will. Look at your computer monitor. Look at your computer monitor right now. I want you to barely move your head like the width of a human hair. Do you still see your computer monitor?
Same thing.
Point fucking made.
Yeah, and let me give you even a different example. First of all, does he? Well, he doesn't know what an arc second is, right? But when you look at the moon, right? The moon is anybody remember the angular diameter of the moon? I mean, was it 0.5 arc seconds something? Does anybody remember? It's not that much, right? And I don't want to look it up. Okay, it's a half a degree. So
it's pretty consistent, though.
Okay, it's 1,800 arc seconds or half a degree, I think. So we'll go to half a degree. Now, if I'm looking at the sky, and this is a half a degree, which is orders of magnitude more than 0.00002 degrees or whatever. If I'm looking at the moon, do I have to move my head that much to see the moon? And if I do move my head, do I still see the moon? I can move my head pretty well side to side, my eyes left and right, and yet I'll still see the moon. The reason being, it's only fucking half a degree in the night sky, right? I'm not looking to the other side of the fucking night sky. I'm not having to turn my head 180 degrees. It's a very small degree. So this amount of degree that we're talking about between the angle of looking straight out and to where the actual sun is being 0.0002 or something, your eyes could even make that adjustment. It's so small.
But we see ships go over the horizon. We notice that.
This has nothing to do with it. You just went from A, B to Z here. I'm explaining to you why you don't have to look down.
We're talking about the horizon line, curvature.
When you're only 1,400 miles up, you're still going to see light coming from the sun, whether you're looking directly at it or not. The room that you're in will have sunlight in it. Boom, flat Earth debunked. Regardless of what direction you're looking at, the offices at the very bottom are dark. The offices at the very top are lit. That will not happen on a flat Earth, and that makes no bearing whatsoever to what direction you're looking. If humans didn't exist, it's still lit up there. Do you agree?
He's not at Spur. Why are you even using the word curvature?
Well, I just literally disproved the flat Earth thing. I mean,
because on a ball, you have to have curvature.
Sure. So you never did answer my question. How did I see curvature when I was on a flight?
You didn't see curvature.
Oh, so how did I photograph curvature on a flight?
Fisheye lens.
But it's the opposite direction. Like a fisheye lens should make it look concave, not convex. So like
not through because the airplane windows.
Oh God, I should see that coming.
Yeah, of course. So even if I tell you that I took like 200 pictures with different angles from the whatever, you're just gonna write it off as
and if it was actually the actual window, you would see a distortion when you're on the ground, but you don't. But I think my example is much better, Star.
If this curvature was true, what you can see here, we've done tests.
It is true. But I think
we followed this all the way around.
Why can't you answer my question? Why I think my example is the best of even better than this chart. I really do. I don't know why you can't answer it. How come the offices at the bottom are in darkness? The offices in top are lit. Explain it on the pattern model.
Got an answer for you, Steve. By the way.
Okay.
So my preferred method here is using WebCalc 2.0. It's an awesome scientific calculator for math geeks like myself. I know I'm a nerd. Fucking sue me. Here is the equation. The sine inverse square root of r plus x to the second minus r to the second over x plus r. And so r is in feet. That is the radius of the Earth, 20,903,522.5 feet. We get a value of 0.6 of a single fucking degree.
It's less than the diameter. Well, it's about the diameter of the moon.
You are not going to notice your neck moving that much. So to you may think that you're looking perfectly level because your neck has compensated so little that your mind doesn't even register the fact that you're looking down. It's 0.6 of a single fucking degree.
And the moon is a half a degree, so that tells you the correlation there, Spurb.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally the difference between you looking at the bottom of the moon and you looking at the top of the moon. You can accomplish that without moving your neck at all.
So, Spur, again, I want to know if you're standing at the bottom of this tower, you're in darkness. But if I look up, I can see light glittering off the top of the building still, and the offices up there are still illuminated. Can you please explain to me once and for all on a flat Earth how does that happen?
Okay.
You can draw it if you want.
Show you my screen. Yeah, I'm going to show how it works.
By all means, this is I like visuals, so show me on a flat Earth how that would ever happen.
By the way, Steve, if you ever want the equation again, I'll be more than happy to give it to you anytime.
Yeah, just actually.
So when you light any object, it doesn't. Again, because the sun is not what we think it is or what we know. We don't actually understand.
No, it is.
I don't want any equivocation. I just want a simple answer of how does that happen on a flat Earth.
Yeah, because it's reflected light from a different source, and basically you have to watch this video here to get.
I'm not watching any video. I want you to explain in your own words how is it you have light at the very top, darkness at the bottom on a flat model.
Well, I looked at this explanation and I was satisfied. So if you want me to study this, I can study what he's saying.
Yeah,
and then bring it back to you.
Spur, we already agreed that I can't show videos here, so
I'm showing it still. I'm just showing it.
I was able to explain in my own words and use my own mathematics to describe what I'm actually saying. You obviously can do the exact same.
Yeah.
Please help us out here.
Because if you want to posit a dome, it would reflect off the dome, and it would reflect in basically all directions. You would actually have light scattering all over the place.
There would also be a problem of Steve. Wouldn't there also be a problem of chromatic aberration?
It depends. It depends on your material of the dome, right? I mean, if you have
God must be a good quality lens crafter.
I mean, whenever you have some kind of lens, if the lens is going to have a problem with the light going through it, it's going to change the speed of the light, and that's going to cause a chromatic aberration. But they try to minimize that, obviously, with high lens, high quality lenses. So if this dome is made out of this perfect material, then probably no, you wouldn't have.
Maybe God got LASIK for all I know. Yeah. Fuck if I know. Basically what I'm trying to say is that if you're looking at the horizon and there is enough of discrepancy with the sun for my picture to actually exist, first of all, which we have already agreed cannot be explained whatsoever in any capacity on a flat Earth. And just to go over this one more time, here's the image.
Picture, Shah. Go on. Sorry, send me that picture, Shah.
Yep. Here's the image.
Ask you about it. Go on.
Here's the image of the aftermath of this Atlas V that launched. We already agreed that this shit doesn't happen on a flat Earth. So on a flat Earth, this would be bullshit, which means it can't happen. But yet it is happening. Not only does it happen with my vapor trail from the Atlas V rocket, also showing that rockets do work in space because of the expanding gas thing, which we didn't get anywhere on. And it also works on really high skyscrapers, encouraged the, I believe it's called the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And so with all these things pointing to a round Earth, how is it that people come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat when it explains literally nothing and is debunked by a few basic observations that some ugly fucking Florida did and some jackass from California did who doesn't know how to shave?
You know, actually, I like Brenda. Brenda posted a thing about how you can see the sunset twice on one day. If
Right.
You just,
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that at the beach.
I know, and I've done that in an airplane, right? Like you can see the sunset.
I can't open this picture. Can someone send me this picture? I should be able to explain what you're missing.
That's cool. While you're getting the picture, can I?
But I would love to have like the resources to send somebody like Spur into outer space, right? And him to go, oh fuck. And I would just love to see the look on somebody like Spur's face when they finally realize that the light bulb goes on their head. Holy fuck, have I been an idiot? And they actually go, maybe I would actually want to go learn something properly. I that moment of lucidity, I pray for to see one of these days. And we only had it happen once. Jamal Williams, remember that, Reds? Jamal Williams. Jamal Williams in my hangout. We were talking on Flat Earth, and it was when we went to the North Star and the Celestial Sphere. All of a sudden, he went, "Oh shit!" And
we want that, Steve. Believe us. Flat Earthers would love NASA, anybody to provide proof.
I have an idea.
No,
we would close Flat Earth, go, pack up shop.
I have an idea for that.
If you guys proved Flat Earth today,
oh my God,
you wouldn't even have this conversation.
I have an idea.
We'll give you an idea in a second. Spur, the problem is you don't have the capability to evaluate the evidence properly. If I said 1 + 1 = 2, and you were mathematically illiterate, and you keep on saying, Steve, prove to me 1 + 1 = 2, you wouldn't understand the proof because you don't know fucking math. It's the same thing here.
Now we have two. If you say that we have a spinning ball,
can I give my?
Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, go ahead, Brenda.
So I'm wondering if Red has access to a quadcopter.
I do have access to a quadcopter.
Do you think it'd be possible to have it hovering at close to ground level, observe a sunlight, and then zoom up, say 100 feet?
Sure.
We can do that easy. Yeah, I know a guy here that has a DJI Maverick.
Would that be? Do you think that would show 2 sunsets?
And here's what I would predict, right? Because predictive modeling, right? We want to be able to say, does this model work? On a round Earth, the prediction would be that after you go up, we'll say 200 feet or so, you'll be able to see the sun again. And you'll be able to see a sun again. That's the prediction. And I don't know, a couple hundred feet. I mean, whatever.
I have no idea what.
We'll get the map. It's 200, 300, 400 feet. It doesn't matter what it is. It's because on a flat Earth, it makes no difference. You can go up 5 miles. It doesn't matter. The sun's set so far away that if you're going up higher, you're not going to see it regardless. So on a flat Earth, you won't see 2 sunsets.
Do you think that would be an appropriate test for Skismo? Do you think that would be appropriate?
If somebody...
What?
Which test? If somebody did what?
Well, we had a quadcopter with
I was talking to Shy. I wasn't paying attention. Go on.
If we had a quadcopter with a camera on it, good video camera, and we watched the sunset at a very low altitude, low level, and then zoom it up 100 feet or whatever, and if we watch the sunset again, that would prove a round Earth, would it not?
We've just been arguing that would prove a flat Earth.
How? How would the world would that be possible on a flat Earth?
Show me. I need to send this picture, then I can show you. If this is curvature, then I can explain it even better.
Parallel lines
right
don't intersect by definition.
The height that sun will always be at the horizon line. Yes, unless you will go above the clouds. When you go above the clouds, then you look directly at the sun. You don't look up anymore.
Okay.
When you're on the ground, you look up at the sun.
Okay, it's clear to me, Brenda. Let me try something else here. It's clear to me that this guy doesn't know how lines work
or triangle.
Yeah, I thought that would be a good test.
Guys, I think I've got the killer experiment, and I can do it.
I just need this picture. He's missing the point of the horizon line.
Spur, let me go in a different route because it's clear you don't fucking get this. So
millions are understanding this. What you are missing?
Explain to you how lines work. So let me try something else. Do you at least understand this much? When a car is right next to you, you see it at one angular size. As it drives away from you, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller in your vision, correct?
Right.
Okay, cool. So on the flat Earth model, going with the, you have the North Pole in the center, and then on the outside you have the ice wall, whatever the fuck they say it is. And basically the sun rotates above the flat Earth. Regardless what design the Earth is, regardless what map is correct, the sun has to be over the flat Earth, correct? All right, good. So, and it's also a fact, do you agree, that it's not daylight everywhere at the exact same time? It's dark where it is right now, and somewhere else on the flat Earth, it's light, correct?
Of course, just like
so at one point the sun is going to be closer to me, therefore it gets light, and then starts moving further away. So okay, that's good that we agree. So if it is the case that if a car gets closer to me, it's going to grow in angular size and subsequently shrink in angular size as it gets further away from me, why doesn't the same happen to the sun? In other words, why does the sun stay the exact same angular size throughout the day?
And I swear to God, if you said it doesn't, I'm done with this conversation.
How does the sun stay the exact same angular size throughout the day, given the facts that I previously mentioned?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
You know what? I'll actually accept that.
Spur, can I ask a question?
We can find that out. We can find that out. That's not a big problem to find out.
Oh, but it's a huge problem for the flat Earth.
It is a huge problem for the flat Earth. And now, can I just nip something in the butt before I call it a night? And I know I said that before. This time I actually mean it.
We're gonna wrap it up after Chris goes. So
yeah, I understand that. I really do apologize. I'll try to be good. Okay, so one of the bullshit responses that I have gotten from people is that the angular size of the sun actually does change throughout the day. And I'm here to tell you, no, it fucking doesn't. And some people have asked me, well, how the hell do I know? Here I'm showing a screenshot of Steve, can you present me if you could?
Sure.
That'd be nice. Okay, what we're showing here is my observation of the sun on a clear day throughout the entire day. What I did was I put a solar filter on my P900 and I zoomed it all the way out to max optical zoom, not digital, optical. Digital zoom was deactivated for this observation. As I scroll through these images, you can see that the angular size of the sun has remained the exact same throughout the entire day. And I will send you these pictures so that you can even look at the metadata that is embedded in the code of the fucking pictures so that you can confirm that these were taken 30 minutes apart. And so as it goes through its day, blah, 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 as I skip through these, let me just keep skipping through these, you'll see it gets to the other end, blocked by some trees, and don't know what the fuck this is, but it's a tree or some leaves or whatever. So I did an entire day's worth of observation of the sun through my P900. If we take each individual image and just randomly pick two and compare the sizes, they always come out to be the same angular size, therefore concluding that the angular size of the sun does not change throughout the day. On a flat Earth, that does not make sense. I'm asking you, find some way for that to make sense without
I'll look into that because I know people have answered that question. I didn't really come in here to answer those questions. I mean, I came in here actually because I was proving that the horizon is never the true horizon. And that's it. So now you can think about that and say Spurs doesn't get it. He doesn't understand the horizon. And I've just shown you a video where there were two horizons, an apparent horizon.
No, there wasn't two horizons.
No. I'll give. There are different types of horizons. I fully admit there are different types of horizons, but there are reasons why there are different types of horizons. But when we're talking about the horizon, we're talking exactly the way Reds is defining it as the intersection of the water meeting the ship, and that clear
and
delineation.
I'm showing you
that clear delimitation between where the water line stopped and the mast begins. That is your visual horizon. Period.
If you want to use the words clear with the words appearance, like appear, then that's entirely up to you, isn't it? That's your choice. When we know that a horizon is only the appearance of the sky meeting the ground.
You don't seem to understand when it comes to the appearance. The horizon is what it is. Where it meets, that is.
But that's where you're wrong. That's the point.
No, that's where he's right.
It's not.
No, that's where he's right, and that's where you're wrong. Because one thing I've seen consistently from flat earthers is that when they try to make any assertions about the horizon and therefore show evidence, and therefore try to show any evidence for it, what they normally do is they show me a video that was taken on the shittiest day imaginable, where it's hazy, humid, hot, and miserable. And therefore, you don't actually get a clear picture of what's going on when your line of sight is tangent with the surface of the Earth. On my day, though, I cherry-picked the day to make sure that the conditions were right for me to actually make a conclusion about the geometry of the planet I happen to be standing on. So the best thing that I can tell you to do is that stop going to flat earthers who have taken their footage on absolutely deplorable days. Start going to people who actually give a shit about making accurate observations. You know, somebody like, I don't know, I heard there's an ugly fucking Florida. Maybe Steve knows them. And there you go. You will actually get a better sense of what's going on. And therefore, maybe, just maybe, you can finally get your head out of your ass and come to the correct conclusion about the shape of the Earth. And with that, I'm just going to call it.
Red, can I just, sorry, I just want to quickly interrupt, because obviously I realise there are people waiting to ask Spurs a question or to say something to him, but I have got to go to work. So I just wanted to ask Spurs something. Can you just name me one commercial pilot that backs up your flat Earth theory, please? And when I say commercial, I mean people who fly airliners up in the sky as far as 40 to 45,000 feet. Thanks.
Why would they?
Well,
they've all been brainwashed.
I'm just saying, can you name me one out of the millions of commercial pilots that have lived and died and what have you, and not even said a thing on their deathbed? You can't. That's my point.
Yeah, but why would they? For what reason?
Because it would be the truth. Because want the
I'm going to say, can I just
hold on. So a pilot is going to work.
I'm asking, like, Spurs,
gets in a plane.
Please listen to me. Spurs, please listen to me. I'm asking you a simple question. Can you name me one commercial pilot that has ever confirmed the Earth is flat? It's a simple question.
I can't.
No, you can't.
No.
And you think that out of all the millions of pilots that have flown around this world and taken passengers all around this world, just one might have mentioned it, like my father, for example, or like my stepfather, who actually designs aeroplanes, who might just have mentioned it. You know,
mentioned
when
what?
They went to, you know, when on the
mentioned what would they mention? Hold on, who's speaking?
I'll tell you first. Who is
this?
Annabelle.
But mention the fact. I'll tell you first. Mention the fact
Annabelle,
that
why did your father get into a plane and say?
You asked me a question, Spurs. I'm answering you. Mention what? Mention what? Spurs. I'm answering you. Mention the fact that they have had to lie through their entire career, that everything that they have done and said has been a complete falsehood. Okay, that's what they could have mentioned.
Well, not necessarily. They could be just ignorant, right? I mean, they don't have to be deceptive.
Pilot, are you serious?
Annabelle, I think you're in a rush and you're not making much sense in the heat of the moment. Okay.
What?
No, you're obviously in a rush. You're obviously in a rush, so you're just throwing words out to get them out as quickly as you can.
No. It was very coherent. Hang on a sec, guys. I can deal with him. I don't need any help, thanks. Spurs, don't start getting emotional.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
Red. Don't. Okay.
I'm just trying to say good night. That's all I'm trying to say.
Good night, Red. We appreciate you dropping by.
Good night, everybody. Holy shit.
Go get some sleep, dude.
When I speak the most clearest and the most sense. Everybody understands what they don't like.
Not that I'm sorry, but you still haven't answered my question. So calling me emotional isn't going to get you anywhere.
I didn't say emotional. I'm saying
what were you trying to say?
All these things quickly, and I don't know what you're rushing for.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, Spurs. I'll be even clearer, shall I? Spurs, please tell me one commercial pilot or anyone actually in the commercial airline industry, including all the executives at Boeing and McDonnell Douglas and Airbus. So we're talking about millions and far more people than seem to claim that the Earth is flat. Please tell me why they have never mentioned the fact that the Earth is flat.
Well, they would never need to mention because they've never been asked. They've never been approached. Why would they get?
Fucking Christ.
Why would they get into a plane and say, "Oh, the Earth is flat"?
Oh my God! You call yourself sensible and logical. You're hilarious.
Why would they? Because the Earth isn't. Like maybe.
Thank you. Yeah.
The first thing.
Most pilots before they get into a plane have to go through a flight plan, which takes them around the Earth. And
what would you say if your father told you, Annabelle, the Earth is flat? What would you say?
I would believe him.
Well, there you go.
But he doesn't say that, you moron. He thinks you people.
But you haven't asked him. You haven't asked him.
Of course I haven't asked him because I don't need to, because I have flown myself at Spurs.
He doesn't need to ask him. She says he hasn't said anything. And I've just said, why would he need to say anything?
Are you going to allow me to finish? You ask a question, then you talk over my answer. You ask a question, then you talk over my answer. You ask a question, then you talk over my answer. You ask a question. You ask.
Calm down.
Who are you talking to, Rumpus?
To you. This is what it gets like.
Pissed off, Rumpus.
All right, hang on, guys. So, Spur, maybe let me rephrase
you telling me to get on with it. Sorry, hang on.
You're just repeating the same point. You're saying, "Don't it."
Rumpus, you are the biggest bore that we have to tolerate in this community. So please don't tell me about how I need to get on with it.
Well, you want to.
Okay.
Yes, poor Rumpus. He finds women abrasive.
By the way, I want to know I have mods. Rumpus, you're being
asshole.
antagonistic, Rumpus. We don't need it. Trust me. Don't be antagonistic. There's no reason to. Annabelle's being.
No, it's okay. He can't stand women.
Yeah, I understand, but it's not. We just move on. But I'll bring it back in a second. No, Spur. No, Spur. Here's the question that she asked, and she asked a very good question. But let's make it a little easier for you, if Annabelle doesn't mind. How many pilots, if we asked all the pilots in the world, how many of them would tell us that the Earth is flat?
They would tell you what they see. That's what they would tell you.
No. The question is, how many would you estimate would tell us the Earth is flat?
According to what, Steve? To what we've been told or what they see? What are you asking?
It's not a productive line of questioning. Someone's opinion about airline pilots.
It's a ridiculous line of question. Are you asking a pilot what do they see when they look out of the plane?
I'm sorry.
I fundamentally think you're fundamentally retarded, Spur. This is not a difficult question.
This is how you handle ball earthers. All of you are shouting at me, attacking me, because you know that
all you do is interrupt.
I'm sorry, Chris. I can't do that level of fucking bullshittery. It's just Jesus fucking Christ. If you can't answer a simple goddamn question, there's no productivity going on anymore.
I'm sorry, Steve. I mean, can I just say, as for this, the idiots in the room saying that pilots are not experts on the shape of the Earth. What the fuck? I mean, and as for Rumpus saying that it's a pointless argument, I'm sorry, but these are the very people. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Yes, all right.
Rumpus, I don't care what you have to say. I think you're an asshole.
Yeah, get on with it. Yeah, get on with it. Get on with it.
Don't tell me to get on with it.
Get on with it.
Get
on with it.
Do you ever listen to yourself? Do you ever listen to yourself bore the shit out of everyone?
And
get on with it.
Right,
hours
so
and hours on end.
Okay. Spurs is asking why I kicked him. Spurs, I kicked you because you cannot answer a goddamn fucking question. So simple. And you try to dodge questions. I am done with that.
It was an impossible question to answer, Steve. It was a silly question.
No, it's not an impossible question. I'm asking his opinion. How many people does he think would give us the account that it was flat? I would say next to 0. It's not a difficult question, Grumpus. If you can't answer,
but you wouldn't know, would you?
He's wrong.
Can I speak, please?
Sure, but Annabelle, I'll ask you. I want to ask you, Annabelle, the same question. Annabelle, if you asked all the pilots in the world, can you give me a rough estimate of how many you think would say the Earth is flat? Would you say it's over 50?
I'd say it was 0.
Okay, I would say it's pretty much 0.
Sorry,
you might have one mentally retarded person.
Steve, oh god, Steve, so hang on a sec, because you're not. I'm talking about commercial pilots, because you'll find there's a handful of people that fly Cessnas around. Yeah, they make claims that the Earth is flat, but they don't really go above 4,000 or 5,000 feet. And as for this being a pointless question, I'm sorry, but I mean, Rumpus, you spend hours and hours. I mean, days and days.
Look, can I? I've only had about 10 seconds speaking so far. Yeah, you've had about 10 times to speak more than
talking. You ignoramus.
You've been speaking 10 times more than I have. I would like to have a go as to why.
I couldn't give a shit.
I want to explain why this is a pointless question.
I don't know.
You've had 10
Annabelle, stop abusing the mute system, please.
You've had 10 times more speaking.
Still talking.
You've had 10 times more speaking than I have. I would like to.
Steve, can you deal with the
twat? Annabelle. How about letting someone else have a go?
Can you deal with the?
How about letting?
Okay, listen to me both. You both get hidden. Annabelle.
Annabelle, I was in the middle of talking, and he tells me that.
Yes, you get 1 minute, Annabelle, to say whatever you want, and then Rumpus gets 2 minutes. Okay, that's fair. So take 1 minute to say whatever you want, and then I'll give it to Rumpus. Is that cool?
Yeah, sure. I think this is unbelievable. Rumpus comes in yelling and screaming that I've got no right to talk, and now you're giving him. I just don't get it.
Well, he hasn't said anything. So
it's like persecution porn, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. But once Rumpus starts, he never stops. He rants on and on and on. I mean, it's like it sends you to sleep. Everybody says this to you, Steve, in the live chat.
I get people this, but make your point, Annabelle. Make your point about what you're talking about before.
Fair enough. No. You're right. I'm making my point. Okay. This idea, these two idiots that are in the room, that airline pilots have no say. I mean, the amount of work that they have to go through, the amount of flight plans they put together every day so they can go round the world. They are perfectly placed to have an opinion on whether the Earth is flat or not. You can spend hours and hours, and Rumpus has. Days, months, he spends every day of his life, his unemployed, pointless life, sitting in flat Earth discussions, going through the maths, boring the shit out of it. I'm still talking.
Why do you think your obnoxious point coming out? We're not going to let you indulge some sort of obnoxious move here. You're just an obnoxious bitch, aren't you, Annabelle? That's what it comes down to.
I don't want to deal with this. I just don't want to deal with this. You can't even let her finish her thing. I was going to give him 2 full minutes, and he couldn't even wait till you're done for a minute. So I'm tired of this bullshit. Like Rumpus, I love you to death, but Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I do love Rumpus. Annabelle, Rumpus is a good friend of mine. But there's a point where you just have to say, fucking shut up, dude. Let somebody finish. I will hush Annabelle and tell her minut's over, and Rumpus would have had full 2 minutes, but he couldn't even do that. And all this turns into a shit show. And I agree with you, Annabelle. I don't think you can either, but that doesn't justify it. Right.
I know I interrupted when I came in. There were other people waiting, but I did explain.
Yeah, you said you had to go to work, so that's why I allowed it. And unfortunately,
I barely had a chance to say what I want to say, because I've got 2 Egypts whining and bitching that my opinions are not valid. Yet they can spend hours and hours and hours trying to persuade flat earthers that the Earth is flat. That the Earth isn't flat by using maths, and it hasn't got them anywhere. Absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I don't know one flat earther has been converted, and that was actually in my hangout, and that was me, Reds, and I can't remember the other person that was tag teaming him. I think it could have been Rumpus, but that was actually Jamal Williams who gave a flat earth. But I will point out that in the side here, I think Spurs is rewriting history. Spurs is saying, "Oh, well, I said 0." No, Spurs, you did not. What you said was, "Well, you have to mean what you tell me what you mean by Well, what the question is, you were asking. You're just kind of asking questions about questions. You don't know what it's like to answer a direct question. When somebody, let me explain to you people how to answer a fucking question. And I don't mean the people inside here, but these flat earthers and shit. What you do when you answer a question is if you don't understand it, rephrase the question in the form of the answer. How many people do you think, as a commercial pilots, if you asked, would think the earth is flat? Repeat it back. If I asked all the commercial pilots in the world, the amount of people I think that they would answer the earth is flat would be this. That is how you properly respond to an answer if you're an idiot, right? You don't know any other thing to do. Just repeat the question and then give the answer. We know that you've been listening. That is not what you did, Spurs. What you did was, well, it depends what you mean. Oh, what do you mean? If it's, who you're asking? What do you mean by flat Earth? I have no tolerance for idiocy like that. Just none. Just absolutely none.
So can I shed a little light on where Spurs was going? Okay,
yes.
Cool. So the reason that Spurs wouldn't have been convinced by Brenda's proposed experiment of sending up a helicopter is that Spurs is of the opinion that the world or the atmosphere has a geometry whereby you always look horizontally to see the horizon.
Right.
So sending up a helicopter would have seen different things, but it still would have seen a perfectly horizontal horizon in his view. So the way to debunk him, the way to prove him wrong, is to simply do the experiment with a tool that can measure whether the horizon is horizontal. I was just going to say, I've got exactly such an instrument.
Yeah, the battle light.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, we've already
so I
offered
can measure
that.
it too.
He doesn't accept that either, Chris.
Oh, okay. I would have liked to know why he wouldn't accept it. That was really the question.
Because you're dealing with a flat earther that doesn't know basic shit.
Yeah, but his whole argument revolves around the idea that you always see a horizontal horizon, and that's really easy to debunk.
To normal people, you have Chris. You got to remember, these are not normal people. These are fundamentally flawed, mentally deficient morons. We are talking basically the dregs of humanity. To me, to be a flat earther, you have to be seriously 4 standard deviations from norm on an intelligence scale. You are the dumbest of the dumb of the fucking dumb. And I am not talking about people that are mentally challenged or a mental defect. They can't help themselves, and most of them I think are much smarter. Okay, but I am talking to somebody who is not physically impaired, who willfully chooses to think the earth is flat. You are exceptionally stupid. So nothing you're going to say is ever going to convince them, because they don't have the skill set to even analyze what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, the guy doesn't even know what you mean by like a half a degree in the sky. He has no fucking idea what that means. He doesn't understand what a triangle is, for God's sake.
I guess that what I'm saying is that the way to challenge his view is to directly show that his main assumption about the horizon being horizontal just isn't true. And if we do that, it may have an impact.
Well, Red's wanted to do things like that. Red has, light. I think he has a real one, and he has one on his phone. And I also know somebody else who has a very, very high-end one. But again, unless they understand the reasoning, like for example, as well as I do the Hawking experiment with laser, right? We understand how that works. They don't. They don't get it, and we're supposed to recreate that here coming up.
Even without theodolite, I reckon that if you had a decent spirit level, you could just sight along the spirit level and do the same experiment and actually show the declination, and it would be difficult for him to claim that false images had been baked into a spirit level.
I don't know. But anyways, I got to wrap this up here soon, guys. Maggie.
Can I just say something, Steve, before you go?
So.
This RSC character, I have no idea who he is. He was giving me a hard time in the other hangout earlier with Dragnauts. What is your problem with my asking a flat earther why no commercial pilots have ever confirmed the earth is flat?
It's not a problem. I would just argue that it's an argument from authority. Pilots aren't actually authority on the shape of the earth.
Well, yeah, no. Well, hang on. It's not an argument for authority, because that doesn't make it true. this is a more of a quantifying question. It's basically saying, look, if the Earth was flat, why are there not more people coming out saying it's flat? She's not using the argument, hey, the Earth is round because all these people say it is. That's not what she's saying. So it cannot be an argument from authority. What she's saying is, look, given the amount of probability of all these people that happen to know something, probabilistically speaking, you're going to have a certain proportion of people that are going to go, you know what? Hey, all this time we were wrong and the Earth is flat. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of probability and statistics, right?
Millions of people involved in the I mean, you're not just talking about pilots. You're talking about aircraft designers, test pilots, you name it. There's millions and millions of people in the industry. Not one has ever.
You got more people convinced there's aliens than you do flat Earth.
I understand that. I'm just arguing the point that it's an argument ad populum if you're just saying, oh, because they all say the same thing.
But that's not what
she's
arguing.
The case. They're not necessarily authorities in that area.
That's not her argument.
That's not what I'm saying. What you mean? A test pilot isn't an authority on whether the Earth is flat?
And first of all,
you understand? Can I just put something out? Can I just please put something out that a test pilot takes an aircraft up to 50, 60,000 feet to put it through its maximum capacity. The fact that they've seen the curvature of the Earth is not an authority.
I problem with that.
Shape of the Earth.
No, RC, listen.
Earth science is mainly what I was pointing out.
Okay, but two things. One, an argument for authority is not fallacious. There are types of fallacious arguments that are argument for authority, but if argument for authority, if done right, is not fallacious. If somebody is an authority in the field, being asked a relevant question about their field, and the person has had the ability to analyze it, they are a legitimate authority that you can appeal to, and it's not fallacious. However, this has nothing to do with popularity. It's not an argument about populum because you're dealing with a very specific group of people that are qualified. But she's not even making the argument, these people all say this, ergo it's true. I think you maybe kind of could, because, again, I don't think their argument or populum is wrong. Basically, if all the experts are saying it, it's more probabilistic it's true. That's a better way of saying it. You can't say that it is true, but if Annabelle says, hey, look, if all the experts in the world say this, there's a much higher probability that it is true. But that's not even what she's saying. She's just basically saying, look, you got 10,000 commercial pilots and none of them have ever said the Earth is flat. That's statistically impossible if the Earth was flat. It's just not going to happen. I think that's more of your argument.
I think my point was mainly that using airline pilots as the group to represent what the shape of the Earth is.
I wasn't just using RSC. You're misrepresenting me. I wasn't just. Well,
again,
you know what happens.
It's not as good an argument. It could be made better.
Clearly, no one seems to care around here about interrupting me.
Thanks, Annabelle. I'm going to ditch out now.
Yeah, you do that. Bye.
Thanks, RC. Pilots would be a good group of people that would know the shape of the Earth because they fly it.
This is ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, I've just got. And no one else has ever argued with me. Just a couple of Egypts that seem to think that telling me to shut up is much more productive than allowing me to finish. Seriously, I mean,
I don't know why I don't remember. You couldn't wait 10 seconds.
This is why, Steve, so few women come on here. Because I came in with a valid discussion and I got shouted down and told that I was a bitch and obnoxious by Rumpus. I
shut it down, Annabelle, and people can say,
I know, and I really appreciate this, but this is the problem, is that if a woman comes in, and I know that I'm pulling the sexist card here, but Rumpus is definitely the sexist card.
No, I just think he likes you. I don't think it's because you're a woman.
Well, why doesn't he like me? Because I'm
you guys deal with that. But I mean, he couldn't wait 10 seconds. You're done. He knows after a minute I was going to shut you down, and I keep my word on that. You would have been done. He would have got 2 full minutes to say whatever he wants. He has no impulse control.
He's just an idiot. I'm not being funny, but
Rumpus was an extremely smart guy, Annabelle. He just
I'm not talking about having intellect. I'm talking about an emotional idiot. I mean, Jesus, honestly, if he takes over Hangouts and then has the audacity to start whinging when someone talks more than a minute.
You know, it's kind of funny. You ever been in a hangout where you have 10 people and all 10 people are as like A-type personalities that all can take over a hangout if they were like individualized?
Well,
it's amazing.
I only, you know what I mean?
It would have been quiet as Mike the entire time, but he probably fell asleep.
Can I just say, Rumpus never ever stops talking about this subject. He spent his entire life dedicated to it. He's on every hangout. He spends hours pulling up all these boring bloody. I mean, I'm sure it's fascinating to some people, but to the average audience, they shut down. They go to sleep.
Well, not many people watch those channels anymore. I go to them occasionally, but they don't.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, it's not like hasn't spoken on this over and over again for months, maybe even years. And then I come in just to point one thing out. And as you said, not to use it as an argument, just to point it out that not one commercial pilot has ever said the earth is flat.
Right.
And all of a sudden, all hell lets loose.
Yeah, I don't see how that was contentious, Annabelle. I really honestly don't.
Tell you why it's contentious. Because the two people that shouted me down don't like me. It's that simple. It's that childish and immature. Anyway,
but,
you better go
like,
to bed. Isn't it about 2 o'clock in the morning?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up soon. I don't know if do you know the story that's going on with the debate? Annabelle, have you caught up on that or whatever?
Say that again, honey.
Oh, that my debate that I was supposed to have today. You know, it didn't happen, right?
Yeah, I know. I was in drags earlier. I obviously I made myself clear that he's just trying to get out of it.
Well, no, he actually has a full week now to more prepare because he was like, "Oh shit, Steve." He actually said that Steve's putting forth an effort, so maybe I might do a presentation, which is fine. I don't care if he takes more time. I would, if he would have just been on his lunch break, it would have been kind of boring. I want him to present shit because I want him to explain something for finally get something out of him. We can go, "Oh, this is what he's saying." Oh God, is he's so wrong. We like when True talks, right? We want him to explain science shit. Because every time he's done so poorly. And so that's what we enjoy. I like listening to him go, hey, some weird shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Matter of fact, I just literally ran some stuff with Aaron Raw like an hour ago. I was kind of explaining to him some of my positioning with the turbines and ATP synthase, and Aaron were sending me some stuff, and he actually said, you know what? He said, you might be the perfect guy to go against this Ronnie. Basically, not so many words. What he said was, let me see, it was actually very nice. He said, it sounds like you might be the right guy to talk to. I hope my references helped, because I do know a little about turbines, and if Ronnie wants to get into that, I can address it somewhat. But the point being is that Ronnie has to present to me an argument of why a turbine, ATP synthase being quote a turbine or motor, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, is intelligent designed. That's the argument, and I think every single time he has failed miserably to do so. And I'm going to make it apparent that it's just a ridiculous type of argument to make that intelligent design is a better explanation than the actual model. So.
Oh well. Anyway, going back to what you were saying about TE, I just think I don't think you're going to have a debate.
Yes, well, no, we will. And Rumpus, yes, I'm a horrible moderator. I'm an idiot. Rumpus, you have interrupted her. You couldn't keep your cool. You just seriously, fucking people. If I moderate you, there's a reason. And you need to look into yourselves and go, what did I do wrong? Because I'm a very fucking fair moderator. You guys say I moderate very fucking well. So if I kicked you from a hangout, there's a reason. And the reason is upon you. Be a little self-reflective, because I have everybody in the audience right now telling me I should have kicked people sooner. I should have shut this down sooner. The reasons were being because you guys are contentious. If you got a problem with Annabelle, take it up fucking somewhere else. Don't come into my hangout and sit here and fucking go after somebody when the topic is not Annabelle. No offense to Annabelle. I love Annabelle, but she's not the goddamn topic. If you want to have a hangout and say, oh, I want to address all the issues I have with Annabelle, be my fucking guest. But don't come into a hangout just to start shit with somebody when that's not the topic. Agreed?
When I came in, I came, both Steve and Annabelle abused. I mean, this RSC guy, do you know who he is?
Yeah, RSC's cool.
Well, apparently not. He's got seriously.
I don't know. I don't know how he knows who you are.
Can I just point out? Well, he was humping my leg in Dragnaut's live chat as well, because I had an opinion on Islam that he didn't like. So he was, the thing is I bring out something in certain types of men. I don't know what it is. I mean, I get on fine with most. No,
I think women have an issue with you too, Annabelle. Come on. But I mean, I was listening to the conversation.
Sorry, I'm going to say. Well, stop. What women have an issue with me?
Yeah, go ahead.
What women have an issue with me? Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah,
women have an issue with me. Which women? I'm just curious.
Oh, well, women have issues with you in the past. You can't say that.
No, I'm asking you which women, because I get on fine with most of the women around here.
Well, yeah, most, sure, but there are others.
I don't get on.
What the hell? I can't remember. What the hell is that goddamn chick's name that was over in?
I will give you one name. Should I give you one name?
I'm not even thinking about that one. What's that chick's name that was over in Nadia's hangout that always you thought was catfishing? I don't even remember her name. Real sultry voice. Never goes on camera.
Lally Lelu, something like that?
No, not Layla Lulu.
No, not Lally. Oh, I don't get on with Lally.
Well, there's one right there. But no, you know who I'm talking about, Annabelle? You thought for the longest time she was catfishing everybody.
Who you're talking about?
Oh, come on, really? Really?
No.
I thought she was Asian. She supposedly did cam work.
Oh, are you talking about that crazy transgender guy?
No, it was a girl. At least I thought. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a girl.
The only person I know that does cam work is or sort of is Nev.
No, not Nev. Nev is a girl.
I know.
No, what's
anyway, I get on fine with most women.
Yeah,
maybe
she had a red icon of some sorts. All the pal talkers.
Oh,
light bulb.
Oh, Nina.
Nina.
Yeah, but that's not. Mina adores me. I don't know why, for some reason. She's like, but I don't. I'm not really a fan of women like that. That's all. But I get on with most women in the community. I'm not.
It's irrelevant. All I know is if people want to argue with Annabelle, do it somewhere else because it's not going to happen in my hangout. And I'm going to say that to Annabelle as well. Well, Annabelle, I'm going to say it to you as well. If I think you're picking a fight with somebody, which I haven't seen, but if I think you are, I will tell you as well. You know that.
I know you will. I know. It's just that the problem is that I'm like this idiot RSC. Annabelle knows everything. I never claim to know everything. You see, this is the kind of
where did she make that comment? Yeah, where did she make that comment?
Exactly. This is the kind of ridiculous comments these idiots make. They want to,
Here's the thing. Why don't you guys play the same standard and criteria for like the Conquer Posse with you other people? You know, RSC, that Annabelle has never made any statement that she knows everything. Right?
I mean, this is what I have to deal with. This is the kind of mentality that I have to deal with. So when it's proven, when it's pointed out that clearly that I'm, I haven't actually done anything wrong, all of a sudden they'll think of something else to accuse you of. I mean, this RSC guy is irrelevant to me anyway. I don't know who he is, and I've never heard him talk in hangouts or even say anything even remotely intelligent. But the whole thing with Rumpus is hilarious to me because you've sat there and he sat there and accused me of being rude to Rumpus. When I was talking, Rumpus started yelling at me and calling me obnoxious and a bitch.
And by the way, Brother Ned's like Steve the White Knight. Let me make this very clear. Had Annabelle interrupted Rumpus, I probably would have kicked Annabelle. Okay.
Exactly.
So I am very fair. And you know what Annabelle would have said? She would have been like, you know what? Yeah, Steve, whatever. And we would have been talking on Facebook and we would have moved on to something else. She would have not taken it personally. She would have not called me an idiot. She would have not said I'm a bad moderator. She'd be like, yeah, you know what? Things are getting out of hand. Steve had it in control. At least I'm assuming so. But I would have kicked Annabelle just as easily as I would have anybody else when you're getting that level of bickering like children.
You're being accused. This is the next step. You're now being accused of being a white knight because you have an opinion that they don't like about me. It's as simple as that. It's their personal opinion about me, yet you're being a white knight, even though anybody watching this saw what Rumpus did, saw how he behaved. I'm not allowed an opinion on airline pilots. It's irrelevant. You can't have that opinion. It's pointless. I mean, it's ridiculous. Okay. So therefore, you're an obnoxious bitch.
How am I a white knight when I just said I would have kicked Annabelle for doing the same thing Rumpus did? So am I white knighting Rumpus? I mean, you guys have a strange understanding what white knighting is.
Okay, it's okay, Steve. It's Brother Ned. I wouldn't be too concerned about his opinion.
I know he's kind of weird. I know Brother Ned used to be. Brother Ned used to be cool. I don't know what the hell happened to him. He kind of went off the deep end. He kind of went.
Has never been cool. He's got crazier and crazier and more insane as the years. No, he wasn't.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, he interesting. I guess at least back in Nadia's day. Yeah.
But no, he used to be a lot more easier to deal with. He's gone full retard now. I mean, he was even giving poor Jackie Kite a terrible time the other day. I mean, Jackie doesn't expect any excuses given for her, but the way he behaved towards her was appalling. He's just crazy. Sorry.
I haven't talked to him in a long while, so I don't know.
So now RSC has changed his story. Using pilots is a weaker argument than using actual authorities like geologists. I never ever suggested that it was a better argument. So that's another, what's the word? Straw man.
Straw man. Yeah, I mean, there are different types of arguments. She wasn't saying that it was the best argument out there. She was saying, just for an example, what about this? I mean, I
have read what you've typed. You both behaved poorly. And again, I said that using pilots is a weaker argument than using actual authorities. That's not what you said. You said in the side chat, and I can read it to you now because I've still got it in front of me. You put, hang on a sec, let me just scroll up. You put, appealing to airline pilots is an argument for authority. It's not a good one to use. That's not what I was trying to do. Yet you're ignoring that and now ranting on about how I claim to know everything. Do you understand how ridiculous you are?
It was flawed. I actually understood what she was saying. I also say that my argument was better about the sunlight, on the top of the building and lower, because I don't think Spurs has any way of actually explaining that. I just don't think he does. He's like, oh, watch this video. Well, fuck that. I mean.
Anyway, Steve, look, I appreciate the support, and I'm glad that you gave it to me because I felt this time it was definitely deserved. In light of the fact that
I just want to make it very clear. I like Annabelle a lot, but Annabelle respects me enough, and I respect her enough that if I think Annabelle's wrong, I'm going to fucking tell her. Okay, I'm going to tell her right to her face, Annabelle, I think you fucked up. But at least Annabelle will go, you know what? I will listen to what you have to say about it, Steve, because we have that kind of dialogue, right? And so I really get sick and tired when people come in and all they want to do is bitch at her and start up a shit. And yes, Rumpus, you started a shitstorm for no reason. Okay, the hangout was fine for 4 fucking hours, and all of a sudden 2 people come in, and Rumpus is just like, going off on Annabelle. I don't want to have that. I've warned against it numerous times. I'm not saying you have to be nice to her. Okay. Don't talk to her. Matter of fact, there's been somebody in the live feed before that came bitching to me and actually involved some other people. I'm not going to go into some names that I had talked to and explained to them. Look, it's simple. If you're in the live feed, don't acknowledge Annabelle. She won't ban you or block you or talk to you or anything. And I've already told her the same thing. Just you guys don't exist to each other. First time he came back, he's bitching about Annabelle. So what did Annabelle do?
Oh my God! And I mean, now he's saying I had to mute people. You do realise that Rumpus muted me first, don't you, RSC? No, you clearly don't. This is the thing. These people are so. I mean, they call themselves rational and logical, yet they behave like the very people they spend hours and hours in Hangouts and ranting at. This is what's hilarious. It was the reason I muted Rumpus was because he muted me. You idiot. God almighty, what are these people like? You just wonder. You really do. You have to wonder. Anyway, Steve, look, I apologize.
If you didn't notice, I did try to hide you from broadcast, but you were on a mobile.
I'm not on a mobile.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I hid Rumpus, and I also hid you because I wanted you both to shut the fuck up, and yet you could still talk. So the only way that's possible is you're on an Android or a mobile.
Now he's suggesting that I'm muting people in the live chat. What are you talking about?
No, she's not in the live chat. I mean,
I'm in a live chat now, but I don't.
But wait a minute. If I hide you from broadcast, can you still talk? Okay, you're hidden. Talk. Yeah, see, we can still hear you. Yes, we can still hear you. That's weird. See, it's
I'd just like to raise a point of fact.
I did not mute. Hang on a sec. I just want to say something. I did not mute Brother Naeed. What are you talking about? This guy's insane.
Just a point of fact, I can actually see the timestamp when Rumpus joined, and I can see the timestamps of the mutings, and it's not true to say that Rumpus muted Annabelle before Annabelle.
Hang on a sec. Let me have a look at this. Oh, I can't see.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
actually, it could be.
It says
hang on. Here's what you don't understand. Rumpus did mute her. It doesn't always show up in the group chat because Rumpus must mute her. Have you noticed? Not a single thing says Rumpus muted her. Right?
I stand
we know Rumpus.
Apologies.
Yeah. So I've always noticed in the group chat, you really can't go by that because it doesn't always show. If you notice. Again, there's no indication here that Rumpus ever muted, but we know that he did. So it just we don't know who did it first, honestly. So let me throw that out there. The second thing was Brother Need. Vincent Jones timed you out.
There's always the same old group of strange guys that always are on my bloody back, whinging and moaning. They go from, oh, Annabelle, you're obnoxious and loud, to Annabelle, you mute people, and I haven't muted people. I mean, he's now accusing me of muting Brother Naid when it was Vincent that muted Brother Naid. It's just ridiculous.
So, Brother Naid, will you apologize to Annabelle, because it was not Annabelle that timed you out?
Hang on a sec, Steve. Hang on a sec. It's not Brother Naid that even gives a shit. It's RSC that's complaining about it.
Who's complaining about it?
It was nice about now listen to this. It was nice of Annabelle to detract the conversation with the excuse that she has to go to work now. I work from home. I'm sitting here waiting for my boss to send me an email and telling me he's ready. I was expecting it at 9:30. He still hasn't sent me an email. So I knew that at any minute I could leave.
Okay, so RSC, do you want to apologize that Annabelle did not mute Ned in the live feed? It was actually Vincent that did.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. This guy RSC is worse than Rumpus. I mean, he's obsessed.
He just said you've definitely done this in the past. Well, that doesn't matter what happened now. You made a false accusation.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Do you understand how childish and immature you're behaving right now?
I don't get these people. They can be very normal people, and all of a sudden,
I mute people in, hang on a sec, Steve. So what if I mute people in the live chat? I've got a spanner, and if people are behaving badly, which they sometimes do in Steve's chat, but Steve and I have an understanding. I don't mute people unless there's a damn good reason. That's why he gives me the spanner.
Yeah, because I don't want to see the bickering with people. So she can mute people for a reason, because if you come in the live feed and you don't want to listen to the conversation, you rather just pick on Annabelle and say shit. You don't need to be in the live chat. She can time you out. Okay, I mean that's why she has a spanner. So
I'm not just talking about your ridiculous claims that I muted Brother Nayan. I'm just your whole conversation is about how terrible I am as a person, how triggered you are by me because I happen to be given a spanner and I happen to mute certain people. It's ridiculous. Yeah, this conversation. I came in to discuss a valid point. I wasn't making huge claims. I wasn't. And you have ranted on, and you're the one accusing me of causing problems. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, brother, I think you're a little off base on this one, dude.
They're both as bad as each brother. I couldn't give a shit about brother. He's insane. He needs to be locked up in a padded cell somewhere. But this RSC guy is just ridiculous. He's like a child.
Is brother really the same guy that I'm remembering in Nadia's hangout? I mean, kind of like
the one that used to scream and yell at everyone all the time.
He just had really esoteric type weird.
Yes, the problem started when I came in, because guess why? Because Rumpus started screaming at me, you idiot. No one else was screaming at me, just Rumpus, and you making spiteful comments in the hangout chat. You're both a pair of dicks. That's more than obvious now.
Yeah, see, the problem did not start when Anna joined. The problem started when Rumpus joined and started going off on Annabelle. Annabelle was just asking questions when she got in here. There was nothing wrong with that. So. Thank you,
ridiculous.
Les.
It's so childish.
Annabelle, can you read what Les Nagy put? See, somebody with a rational brain.
Yeah, I did. I mean, this is the thing. Right, okay. Now, you see,
read it on
air. Yes, no, you haven't called me any names, you moron. You've just sit there for the last half an hour and behaved exactly in the way that you're accusing me of doing, but you can't see it. You're not capable of seeing that your behaviour is incredibly childish. We were having a conversation. You sat in the live chat bitching and moaning about me over trivial stuff, accusing me of stuff I haven't done. It's ridiculous. Shut the fuck up or go to bed.
All right, let me read off
Do
with Les.
something to make yourself happier.
Let me get this on air and on record. Steve, this is Les Nagy. Steve, I've always found your hangouts fair and open, even in the face of absolute moronic behaviors and attitudes. Good work. See, thank you. I try. I mean, whatever. I mean, Rumpus is going to be pissed off a little while. Whatever, dude.
Honestly,
Steve,
I promise you. I promise you, when he comes in a room, most people are like, "Oh God, not Rumpus." I promise you. Read your live chat next time he starts ranting. Read your live chat.
I usually can rein Rumpus in, but I mean, I know what you're saying because Rumpus. There's been times we had a certain guest on, and people were like, "No, we really don't want Rumpus here. That's going to just throw off the whole flow." It's an acquired thing with Rumpus. He certain hangouts I just don't think he fits in, and other ones he's excellent at. So but he could be a little tough to take sometimes. Sure. Yeah, I love Rumpus. He's one of my favorite people on the YouTube. He really is.
Please, Steve, you do disturb me sometimes.
I know. Whatever. I mean, whatever. You know.
I mean, if anyone's butthurt RSC, it's you over me. It's ridiculous. I'm just pointing out that your continuous commenting about me is clearly there's something wrong with you, sweetheart. Just because you didn't call me, just because you didn't, hang on a second, Steve, just because you didn't call me a name, RSC, doesn't mean you haven't stopped ranting about me for the last half an hour and telling everybody about how I mute people and blah, blah, blah. It's fucking boring. Move on.
I was going to tell me I like this video, but I don't think I'm going to get much likes now. There's nothing like in this video. It was so bad. Anyways. Oh, well.
I mean, even TomTom's defending me and TomTom can't stand me. No, there's no other topic going on right now because you keep commenting on it. Yes, you move on, sweetheart, and then we will. Anyway, Steve, look, I tell you what.
No worries, girl. No worries.
It's time to go to bed.
Yeah.
So.
But can I get on TomTom?
It's no point. All you full of people bitching and moaning, so there's no point in carrying this on, and it's only you and me.
Yeah.
So anyway, look, so when have you got your? You supposedly got your debate on Wednesday at what 6:30 your time?
No, it's not on Wednesday. He changed it again.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say TomTom said, I love Rumpus, but in this time, I think Rumpus is wrong and Randall's right kind of thing. So, anyways.
Well, exactly. I mean, and in fairness, TomTom and I have butted heads more times than most. That's the truth. And so I appreciate that, TomTom, for your honesty.
I think TomTom is a fair guy. TomTom is a very, very fair guy. I don't think he really goes to partisans or cliques or anything like that. He's a very knowledgeable guy, very smart guy. And I think he's a very, very objective individual. You know what I'm saying?
I love it. Sorry.
Incidentally, Steve, that triple slit experiment you showed me the link to. Yeah, very interesting stuff. What it looks like.
Yeah, it was cool, huh?
So if I understood it correctly, basically, if you do a triple slit experiment, it looks effectively like the double slit experiment, unless you angle your incoming beams just right. In which case, it becomes very hard to predict what's going to happen. And what those very clever Indian gentlemen did was they managed to bend mathematics enough to be able to calculate what actually should happen at those crazy angles. So it'll be very interesting to see if their calculations.
Yeah, I thought you might get a kick out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, let's move on a little bit because I'm bringing this to a close. But my debate now is going to be on Sunday. Ironically, and I know you guys are going to laugh at this because this is fucking a riot. Ronnie says that he wants it this Sunday. Not one because he's off on Wednesday and he wants to do other things. Okay, whatever. But he wants to give me another week to prepare. And I'm like, really? I mean, he was going to do this on his lunch break, and now he's making a presentation because he said, "Oh well, yeah, I didn't know Steve was going to make an effort on this." Well, what the fuck? This is a formal debate. Yes, my presentation is simplistic. Well, a little simple, but that's because I want to show people it doesn't take a lot of fucking knowledge to disprove it, that intelligent design is a decent explanation for something. My cross exam actually is going to be a little more technical because when he starts bringing up this bullshit about ATP synthase, I can start asking him finally questions about it to see what he does know about ATP synthase because I don't think he knows a lot about it, but whatever. But it'll be on Sunday. 3 o'clock Central, 1 o'clock Pacific is the new time. But you know what? It's funny. It gives me an extra week to actually think of a few other things I might want to add to my presentation. So I am disappointed it didn't happen today. I'm sorry, guys. I know you guys were really looking forward to it. I waited around 90 minutes for him. I think that I did my due diligence, right? 90 minutes, Annabelle. I mean, seriously. And then he's like, "Oh, I can do this now." I'm like, I'm having a conversation with Aaron. Right? I mean, we're hanging out in Hogtie's room and talking to Aaron Raw.
I'm telling you, he's doing this. It's just a delay tactic because he knows damn well you're going to destroy him.
You know what's funny is I said earlier that I didn't think it was going to be, one of those.
Oh, guess who's in the live chat?
But
Steve, I
saw. But I might revise that. I think I am going to destroy him simply for the fact that he doesn't know my argument, and that scares the shit out of him. Because he's talking like today, he's like, "Oh, Steve's bringing something kind of new." Well, yeah, no, I don't think it's something he's ever really heard before. And I know he doesn't have an argument. He has the same shtick that he's been running for years now. So he has nothing new to bring to the table. So I already have an advantage. I know what he's going to say. I've already written my rebuttal out, right? Kind of thing. So it's like, but he has no idea my argument is coming from.
Just remind me, what's the debate actually about?
What best describes systems or natural systems, evolution or intelligent design?
Oh God.
I hate the title, and I told him that. I said, True, this is a really, really piss poor title. It's vague. It doesn't even make sense if you really think about it, because evolution describes biodiversification, not molecular biology. And I think you want to talk about systems of nature, which actually is an ecological term. A system in nature has to do with ecologies and biodomes. So I was like, this title hurts my ears, but whatever, right? We'll make it work. But it actually gives me an advantage, because I'm not going to give away my full strategy, but I'm going to basically argue that even if intelligent design existed, even if a intelligent design agent existed, it's still a fucking shitty explanation, right?
This
it really is, Annabelle.
This intelligent design guy is kind of sad, really, isn't he? I mean, I'm not being funny, but when I watch him, I kind of feel really sorry for him. But at the same time, he's so oblivious to.
So oblivious. Well, do you know what he said? I want to get Ronnie talking, because the more he talks, the more goofs he makes. And he, like the hangout the other night, he literally said this, and maybe you don't know what it is, Annabelle, but anybody else,
he's going to do word. He's going to do word salad. He's just going to talk.
I do.
Long sentences.
He said ATP is produced. ATP
Steve, you're talking to me here. I don't understand.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know what? Well, you don't have an interest in it, but
of course, I'm not criticizing that. I'm saying that it's a little bit difficult for me to have an opinion when I don't understand, these sort of much more deeply, going much more deeply into biology than I've ever been. So,
do you want to know his argument in a nutshell on a first grade level, Annabelle? Here it is, and this is what I told Aaron. Yeah. This is what I told Aaron. This is ATP is nifty and it looks complicated. Ergo, intelligent design.
Right.
I'm really. That's literally in a nutshell what Ronnie's trying to do, and he doesn't see it. He doesn't realize it. He's trying to make it some kind of abductive argument, which he butchers that all to hell, because an abductive argument is the best explanation.
I'm going back to basics here, but there's plenty of stuff that has not been intelligently designed. Does that counteract his argument in any way? I mean, I know you're not going to use that.
But... What? Okay, here's the problem. First of all, and it's twofold. When we're talking about a natural system, right? If an intelligent design agent did it, I could make the argument that it's no longer a natural system, because there's been an intervention. A natural system is self-evident. A natural system is self-existing. It exists regardless of as an agent that does something to it, right? So a natural system is going to be there regardless or not. So if I have another planet and I see like trees and springs and everything like that, that's natural, right? It could be never had any life, intelligent life whatsoever on that planet, but it still is just a natural system, right? I think most people would take that as a definition. But as me, as a deity or some kind of super intelligence, if I interacted to change the system, I made the DNA do this or that, it's no longer, in my opinion, natural, right? And I don't mean the natural artificial distinction. I mean natural as been no interaction by an intelligent agent. So you have to be very careful even by natural. I mean, I can create something that's an artificial way of creating it, but is made out of natural material. Or I can create something that's artificial, like nylon, that's not normally found in nature. So the way we use this word nature is really depending on how we are having the conversation, right? So I'm defining natural as something that is self-existing without any kind of intelligent or human interactions. And the problem is, again, if you have a supernatural being that did it, then what? You no longer have supernaturalism anyways, because you're outside methodological naturalism. You're outside science. So either way, intelligent design is just one shitty argument. And it doesn't tell you anything. Look, Annabelle, ask me any question you want. Just make up a question on the spot. Watch. I'm going to show you how easy this is. Make up any question you want.
About what?
Anything. Just give me any question. Ask me any science question. How does this? What is that? Anything. Just pick something random.
Is the Earth flat?
Well, ask me how to explain something.
Oh, explain.
Why? Okay, go ahead.
Explain to me. Oh God! So Steve, you really put me in because I don't want to ask something stupid now.
I know it could be stupid.
And I also want to ask something that the difference between RNA and DNA.
Well, that's not how about the question? Why do we have DNA? Right. Well, an intelligent design agent created it. That's the explanation for DNA. Why is the sky blue?
Yeah.
No intelligent agent created the sky to be blue.
That's
intelligent agent. Yeah, intelligent design can be literally the answer to anything, and yet it tells us nothing. Right. I'm in my presentation. I'm actually showing how DNA is pretty much built up using monomers and nucleotides, very simplistically so. It does not require intelligent agent to make DNA because it's chemistry. Now, Ronnie can argue the intelligent designer designed chemistry. Okay. But how do you go around demonstrating that to the point where you're going to reject the null, which is that he didn't design it that way, or there is no designer? You could never, ever make an experiment to differentiate between the two. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a big uphill battle because I've listened to his debates, right? And even he said, "Oh, well, Steve, we're going to go back and listen to my debates." I've already done that. I know his arguments; they're just so weak. Oh, well, look, it's a turbine.
I mean, I've been listening to TE for nearly 3 years now. So, well, actually, I've been not listening to TE because I try not to listen to him because I find him incredibly tedious, and it's the same old arguments and it's the same style. He's not, he gets so wrapped up in just everybody's got it against him. He's got a huge persecution complex. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I will be honest with you, Steve, as we are being honest with each other today, but I don't understand why you even entertain him, to be honest, because I don't think he's worth your time.
Oh, because I've said it before and I'll say it again. He is entertaining and he's a lolscow. That's it. I mean, look, a flat earther is a dime a dozen. They all say the same stupid shit, right? Nothing a flat earther says surprises us. We don't go, oh yeah, that's unique. We've all heard it all before. Ronnie is so creatively dumb that he says things that no rational anybody would say, or even a dumb fuck would say. I mean, the things he comes up with is just like, what the fuck did he just say now? I mean, this is why we harp on this whole DNA degrading in water. It's so goddamn fundamentally stupid that nobody on the planet would say this. Nobody. And yet he has the audacity not only say that he's right, but that 2 scientists agreed with him. And yet when I talk to Fuzz is like, no, DNA does not degrade in water.
I mean, he's fundamentally dishonest.
Oh, fundamentally so.
And that's why I don't understand why anyone like you or Fiona or Drag or anybody entertains him. But I get the lolscow side of it, yeah, because I'm all for lolscows. That's most of the reason I'm here, is to point and laugh at people.
Mm-hmm. I'm not about that.
I think that. Yeah, but I think with T, I think you certainly have brought some far more interesting people to the table. Like even Mr. Intelligent Design, he's something new. He's really. I mean, he's in a way he's worse than TE because he's.
Oh, he knows less. He knows less than.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no question. I mean, truth.
But that's what I'm trying to say is that I don't put. Well, sort of put him. Oh God, it's so difficult because he's clearly smarter than G-Man, but only just by a smidgen.
Who, Mr. Intelligent Design or Ronnie?
No, Ronnie.
Yeah, no, I would. No, yeah, no, Ronnie's a little bit got the edge on G-Man. Yeah. But it's again, these are marginal differences, Annabelle.
Yeah, I know. Can I just change the subject? I've just looked in the live chat again, and RSC is still whinging. I just want to point out that we were having a joke, and you were constantly moaning about me muting. So I muted you for a laugh. And I'm sorry that your life is ruined because I muted you for 5 minutes. Apologies. I hope that you can get treatment for it. Anyway, sorry. Go back to Steve. Go on. Anyway, going back to Ronnie. I really don't understand why anybody claims him.
Well, I find Mr. Intelligent Design. I hate that we use this word because you're going to think I'm gay, but he's charming, right? He's just he's like a retarded puppy. you know, you kind of, he's fun to play with, but at the same time, you kind of feel sorry for him because he's a retarded puppy that shits everywhere. He doesn't know the goddamn first thing about any of these topics. And I mean, there's only so much I can milk that, because at this point, it's just like nobody even wants to even. They're like, oh, come on, Mr. Intelligent Design. You are just so fucking way out there. You are not even the same reality as most people. You just clearly don't even have a basic education. So, and again, I'm not one of those people that really think people have to have an education. But if you're going to sit there and tell people how wrong they are, you at least need to have somewhat of understanding. Again, I don't know a lot of technical detail about shit, but I try to have a basic understanding. If you ask me about ATP synthase, I can give you an understanding of how it works. But Ronnie likes it to get myopic. He likes to get very pinpoint things that he just had read, thinking it's some kind of gotcha game, right? But to me, it's more important. Do you understand the concept well enough to explain to somebody? And I guarantee it, Annabelle, if you took me in a room, oh, it's going to sound dirty, but you took me in a private room for 5 minutes or 10 minutes and had me explain to you how ATP synthase worked, and you took Ronnie in a private room for 5-10 minutes, if you listen to me, you'd be like, oh, I get that. I don't really fully understand it, but at least I get the gist of it. And then you listen to Ronnie, be like, what the fuck is this? You'd be more confused than even when you started. That's what I think is the difference. So.
Well, I don't know. I know that it brings a lot of views and we all enjoy it. So there's no, it's not like I'm saying, oh, you shouldn't do this, because I'm not. I'm just, and I literally, the honest truth is I come in to have a laugh. I come in to see people and chat to people. I mean, I was saying this to someone the other day, that most people the people I get on with and like have gone, loads of people have left. I very rarely come in. I probably come in once a week now, if that. And no, I'm not persecuted in any way, RSC. You just seem to have some kind of weird little obsession with me and can't stop talking about me. So may I make a suggestion? Stop talking about me. Stop making comments about me. And maybe, just maybe, that you'll get over me. I don't know. You seem to be very, I mean, this is the thing. These weirdos, they latch onto me and they just don't let go.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Everybody's talking about something else. We've moved on, and RSC says, poor persecuted Anna. Come on, guys. Seriously, just let it go. You guys don't seem to grasp.
It's only him. It's only him.
Well, yeah, now, but it doesn't really matter, because in other hangouts, it's the same pattern that I see. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a certain type of guy, certain type of weird kind of loner type person. Doesn't really integrate much with the people here. Doesn't really involve themselves. It's the same. I mean, other than Rumpus, obviously Rumpus integrates himself wherever he can. But all I'm saying is that I'm kind of used to it. I'm not, it's not like this is the first time I've had some guy humping my leg for an hour and a half, whining about how I do stuff that I don't do. But it's just getting a bit silly now.
You know what's weird?
Time to put. I don't know anything about you, RSC. That's why it's creepy. Don't you get it? I don't know you, yet you seem to know me very, very well.
You do get an inordinate amount of.
Maybe this is what I know. Maybe it's not other people. I get on perfectly well with Steve, Drag, Hogtie, all these people that you spend hours watching and getting involved in their hangouts. I get on with them fine, no problem. But with weirdos like you, I have a bit of a problem. And you know why? Because they don't sit in the live chat bitching and moaning about women that they don't know.
And again, I don't know if it's again, I can't make this gender leap. I don't think it would matter if you're a girl or a guy. I don't. Well, maybe. You know what? I can't even say that, because maybe it is a gender. I have no way to determine one or another.
Now you haven't been calling me names. Well, pat on the back. What you have done is spent nearly an hour now telling me why I'm such a terrible person. Why I interrupted Rumpus. You've been corrected. Steve's explained to you why he doesn't have a problem with me. Other people in the live chat have told you that you're in the wrong and that I was, Rumpus caused the problem. But you're not listening. You are intent on having the last word. So you carry on ranting about me in the live chat, and Steve and I will carry on. But if that makes you happy in the middle of the night, whatever sad life you've got, I don't know. But I think it's time to pull those big boy pants up now and just shut the fuck up. Maybe.
It's daytime for you.
Anyway,
Pardon? It's like 10 o'clock.
21, and my boss is 50 minutes late calling me, so I'm starting to. Yeah, well, I mean, he hasn't sent me an email and he hasn't called me, so I don't really know what's going on, because we always talk at 9:30 on a Monday morning. I hope so. No, you're not getting. I'm not frustrated with you, RSC. I think you're a dickhead. You're just another dickhead in the sea of dickheads that hang around like bad smells in this community. You're not important. You don't have anything important to say. You're not funny or witty or clever or smart. You're just another dickhead sitting in the live chat bitching about a woman you barely know. And you. So no, sweetheart, you're not frustrating me.
I don't know how two people that never ran across each other can get into some kind of argumentation at this level.
Well, I have run across him. That's not true.
Oh, you have seen him before? Because I get along with RC. I have no problem.
Oh, here we go. We've got the crazy boy back in. These two crazy boys are having a good old bitch and moan about somebody that they'll never meet, never have anything to do with, yet have, I really upset them. I really trigger these people.
I almost see this is, it's funny. I can almost see why Antonio shut down his live feed anymore. It's like, oh God.
I don't know, Trev. I have no idea why I get stalkers. It's very strange. I think there are some very weak
people that do lay levy claims about you that I know are not true, and that I find it to be strange.
Oh, we were in the room first, so therefore we're not stalking her. But you haven't stopped talking about me for an hour, you creepo. God almighty, do you not get it? The funny thing is, the more you tell them to stop, the worse they get.
Yeah, the conversation has long since moved on, and they still are talking about you. I don't get it. We've long since moved on, and yet it's still, let's talk about Annabelle and the live chat.
He says it's not because I'm a female. No, there's no way they do this to a guy. Sorry.
Oh my God. What's funny is
maybe they just need to get laid. I know Brother Nerd needs to get laid, and unfortunately, I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Hey, Leighton Bacon said came here to talk about ID. We have almost 30 people watching. I don't know.
We were talking about.
We have 3 people in the live feed. Myself and maybe I don't know if Annabelle and Chris left. I don't know if you guys have the live feed on. Who are these other 25 people that are just being awfully quiet on all this?
Oh, I don't mind. Anyway, what I was going to say to you was about the whole thing with I killed the hangout. Yeah, right. Because you bitching and moaning about me and ranting and raving is like so fascinating and interesting. We all can't wait to hear what you've got to say about me next. He's a fucking another crazy person hiding behind a pretending to be reasonable. This place is so full of them though. That's the problem. This is the problem with this place. It's full of very strange people, and I've to be honest with you, Steve, that's why I haven't been around for so long.
I've blocked Brother Ned. There's certain things I don't tolerate.
See as well.
I didn't just time him out. He's blocked. People have to understand there's a level of disrespect that I don't tolerate from anybody.
Well, the reason I muted him earlier was because he was calling you names. He'd
progressed. I've told you before. People can call me names, but they need to get. Here's the rule, and I know you do like to you do respect me enough to follow my thing. I don't care if somebody calls me a name, but they need to give me a reason why. Right? That's all I ask. Give me a reason why you think I'm a fucktard. I don't care if you should. You call me a fucktard.
He said that this place was a shithole and that there were all these. It was abusive.
I don't care about that. Like, tell me why. But if they don't want to go into details, then yeah, but do what you got to do.
Because of me, Steve.
Well, that's not a reason. That's stupid. Yeah. I mean, Brother Ned is in the saying vile things about somebody, and they have the audacity to think.
Brother Ned's gone. This is what I was trying to explain. This is what I was trying to explain tonight, and he was bullying Jackie Kite the other day, quite badly.
Oh shit! You should have told me that from the beginning. I would have been.
No, I did. I said it earlier. I was pointing out that he's progressed from being just a sort of weird, freaky guy.
You didn't say Jackie though.
Yeah, exactly. And all she was trying to do, she was talking about. I can't remember. It wasn't in a hangout. It was on Facebook. Do you know what? That's what I really don't understand. How many people have got how many people will friend people on Facebook? Because obviously I've got a group of people on Facebook like yourself and Drag and Ermine and a few others. I've got about 7 or 8 people from the community on my Facebook page, and that's it.
Oh, I got about 30.
But some of them, but you know loads and loads of people, don't you?
Loads of people.
Some of those people have lots of, like you have 30 and Jackie has 40. And unfortunately, it just, I just have to see some of these discussions sometimes because of that. I didn't get involved because I try and ignore Brother Ned because there is something very wrong with him, and getting into a screaming match with somebody who's crazy doesn't have any benefits. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Did Mr. Intelligent Design go go away? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know. He's not in the live chat anymore.
People have been asking for him, but I honestly I don't know where else to go with him. I mean,
I don't know. I don't get it either.
So who would you like to see?
I've watched it.
Who would you like to see as guest? I'm trying to get some other people in here, Annabelle, for guests.
Let me see. I really was impressed with you getting Matt Slick on. I thought that was good, and I thought it was so interesting.
To that.
Yeah. I thought it was really interesting how he behaved.
It was a good chat, was it not?
Yeah, he was perfectly normal. It's very different to the way he behaves on Bible Thumping Without. Perhaps because he didn't have those two idiots on each side of him controlling the conversation, and he was able to be more himself. I don't know, but he seemed to be.
Chill.
It was interesting when you mentioned his daughter.
Nobody mentioned his daughter.
Yeah, you did.
No, he mentioned his son that he lost. We never brought up his daughter.
Steve, you did mention it. Yes, you did.
I didn't.
Because somebody said something. Oh, sorry. Okay, my apologies. I thought you were discussing. I must have misheard then. I thought somebody mentioned, and you said somebody said, "I'm so sorry about that," and he said, and it was just so. It was a moment. Right, I didn't know he'd lost his son. When did he lose his son?
It was quite some time ago.
What from?
I don't know the details. I didn't ask him. I didn't press him on that.
Because I mean, look at what's happened. You know, he hasn't lost his daughter entirely, but obviously there's a huge chasm there between them, and he's lost his son.
That's a sore issue. And why would I care? I don't want to talk about his relationship with his daughter. It's not relevant to the hangout, right? It's just not relevant to any conversation. So that's I don't like people prying into people's personal business. If they want to talk about their
no, because I mean, if you remember, I'm sure you haven't forgotten the whole hoo-ha with his daughter and what Josh did. And
absolutely, and I still think Josh should have been permanently banned from the community for it.
Well, he's not though. That's just
I know,
and that's always been my issue. My ongoing issue now with Lally is that she sort of hangs around these people and claims that she'll sit and whine and bitch about other people in the community, but she's a massive fan of these people.
Who?
And I find that Lally.
Oh, well, okay, Lally.
Yeah, and I find that hard to. The hypocrisy there is stunning, in my opinion, and that's why I've sort of. I always got on with her, but when you were talking about me not getting on with other women, that's definitely somebody who I have found virtually impossible to talk to recently because of her obsession with the pal talkers, and their behavior is sometimes incredibly vindictive and spiteful. Yeah, that's okay with her. Whereas when somebody else is vindictive and spiteful, she was bitching and moaning the other day about people in this community, and I was thinking, well, you hang around with some of the lowest of the low. What are you talking about?
The only thing I've ever noticed about her, and I don't know why, but she seems passive aggressive with me, and I've never quite understood why.
She's like that with everybody. She's like it with everybody. Is it
an actual trait that you think she has? Because I've noticed, especially she's passive aggressive with me, and I didn't know if it was something just personal with me or that's just the way she is.
No, it's not you. Okay. It's her. I mean, that's why I don't get on with her, because I
don't deal with passive.
Anyway, I was talking about Matt Slick's daughter, and I was just saying that. What I'm saying is that if you think about what he's been through with his family, then you kind of understand why he hangs on to calm in a way.
I do.
He's got nothing else.
I think he's sincere. I think he actually believes this stuff, and I think he's legit. But I think there's a degree of deception in any kind of really strong religiosity. Whenever you are an evangelist and you have that level of denial of certain things about reality, such as like common descent and evolution, you have to have some level of deception, whether it's intentional or not, whether it's willful or not, whether it's cognitive dissonance or not, whatever it is, there is some level of dishonesty there. But I think he comes from
I agree. I mean, he's a relatively intelligent guy. Well, not relatively. He's an intelligent guy. He's clearly successful. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I struggle with anybody that believes in these things in the 21st century. So, I mean, I'm not really the person to talk to.
Right, but
yeah, exactly. I know you don't, but I do, and that's my problem. That's why I don't really come into these arguments anymore, because to me, it's kind of black and white, and that's not. I know that doesn't work around here. It's the same with the airline pilot thing. To me, it's pretty damn obvious.
Mm-hmm.
If the Earth was flat, one of these these guys would have said something by now. So that's, you know, that's, and you can spend hours going through equations and fractions and all these things with these guys, but it's not going to make any difference. They clearly don't want to hear that. But you ask them a simple question like, name me one commercial pilot, and not one of them can give you an answer. So that's my point. I was trying to make a point, you know, and so my black and whiteness doesn't really work around here anymore. It used to be a lot more fun around here. It used to be more of a place to come and hang with your mates and have a laugh and a joke, and that's certainly no longer the case, which I think.
Well, you know, actually, oh my God, echo. When I have an open hangout like this, is like labeled open hangout. That's the time to do that, and anybody can come in and have a laugh and a joke and whatever. I don't care what the topic is on these late night open hangouts, but I can definitely tell when a hangout has taken a turn, and I know who the instigators are. And God, as much as I like Rumpus, I'm sorry, Rumpus was the instigator in this particular instance where the whole thing went to shit.
He does this all. I mean, I've seen it before. Yeah. And I wasn't going to put up with it. Sorry. I'm not going to sit there and be yelled at by someone like Rumpus. I've got no respect for the guy. I think he's a bore. I know he's very clever. I'm very well aware of that. But does that make him a nice person? No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. And I think you'll find that with if you took a group of 10 women in this community and asked them about Rumpus, they'd all have the same opinion, that he's a sexist little shit. So, you know, I'm not really that concerned over Rumpus, but what I'm not going to have is people telling me that I was the one that instigated that.
Yeah, no, you didn't. You didn't. And like I said, I would have told you if I thought you did. I'd be like, Annabelle, I think you jumped in, and I think you kind of went over the top, but you didn't. You jumped into the conversation like anybody else.
I admit, yeah. I admit that I wasn't going to let Spurs, because Spurs immediately started to go down the ad hom, or not the ad hom, straw man route of me being personal.
Jesus Christ, was he out there?
And this is what bugs the shit out of me. So I've heard men in this community scream, yell, call each other names, and Rumpus is one of them many, many times. Yet when a woman does it, oh, she's emotional. Oh, she's, you know, this is what Annabelle always does, you know. Yeah, well, that's what all people do in this community when they're passionate about something. And I'm someone like Spurs, who I think is a complete and utter moron, dribbling moron. I mean, Red is a passionate person, and I love Red, and I'm very, very close to Red. Mm-hmm. Outside of his flat earth discussions, I get on really well with him. But I really don't understand why he gives people like Spurs and the rest of those people like Joanism at the time of day anymore, because he's beaten them over and over again, proved them wrong over and over again. But it's a hobby for him, isn't it?
Yeah, and he enjoys it. But I mean, Spurs was so deceptive. Exactly. Spurs would not answer direct questions, and you can just tell that the cobwebs in his mind are just, you know, all over the place. The cogs don't really mesh. There's just something fundamentally wrong with him, and at that point, the conversation is done. Yeah, sorry. That's why one of the things I've noticed about flat earthers is not one of them seems. I mean, can you name one that comes across as particularly intelligent or educated? No.
Exactly.
Fuck no. I've already said this a million times. To me, if you're a flat earther, you literally are the dumbest people on earth. The round earth too. I mean, I just you have to be so goddamn ignorant of so many different things to be a flat earther, and so cognitively unaware, because simple reasoning would at least give you a hypothesis that the earth is round, right? It just, I mean, Eratosthenes, when he did his first experiment, I'm sure he said, you know what, yeah, I totally is around because intuitively this, and this, but let me demonstrate it. And he did. And there's still experiments you could do today to do it. And yet, throughout the centuries, we've always known this. And yet, all of a sudden, in the 21st century, YouTube comes along. People can make their dumb shit videos trying to convince people that the earth is flat for monetary gain. And you have a small segment of society with fucking 4 standard deviations from norm of intelligence, you know, a quotient that's somewhere in the single digits, going, oh, look, that's good evidence. No, it's fucking not. You people are stupid. Just accept it and move on with your lives. I don't get it. And I'm not trying to say that
I will say smarter, this. I don't understand. I mean, I'm getting in the live chat was like, oh, Spurs is an idiot. Spurs is a moron. He won't understand that. Then why spend hours going through different equations and different math files to try and explain to him over and over? I mean, Spurs has been around for a long time.
Yeah, he has.
You know, he's had the same stuff told. He's very similar to Ronnie. The same stuff told to him over and over and over again. Let's be honest, the reason why Spurs comes in the room and we get into these arguments is because it's entertaining and funny.
Yeah, but I'm going to take so long of it, right? But as soon as he says like, "Oh, well, let me educate you. Let me explain this to you. Let me show you guys where I was wrong because I'm so educated. I'm going to show you." I'm done with the conversation because I would never have a flat earther ever come in here and say they're going to teach anybody anything. It's just never going to happen.
I mean, I don't watch it anymore because it's just ridiculous. You know, when it first started becoming...
You watch my guest shows, Annabelle.
Flat Earth stuff.
No, but you do watch my... Go ahead.
I watch all your shows. I mean, I may not watch them live because obviously, you know, I'm working hard at the moment. But I've certainly been...
You watch Matt Slick, Mary Schweitzer.
If there's nothing on television, I will... When I come home at night, I will put on one of your hangouts that I haven't watched because you have your hangouts quite late, and I'm going to bed now at a reasonable time. And I'm also because you see the reason I've stopped coming to hangouts is because of exactly what happened tonight. Because every time I come into a hangout, I end up getting into arguments.
That needs to stop.
And I'm tired of it.
Yeah,
I don't need to be.
I want you to be.
I don't need to be.
We have a lag here.
Yeah, but hang on a sec. But this is what happened. You see, I was only in here 5 seconds, and I was told that my point was invalid and that I didn't have any right to ask this question. It's ridiculous.
And I want you to know, Annabelle, I want you to come here any fucking time you want, and I will monitor the situation just like I do any other time. I'm not going to.
No, I'm not expecting special treatment.
That's not special treatment. That is just how I run the channel. Period. You don't get any kind of special dispensation. But what it is I want you to be free like anybody else to come in and not have a harassment problem or be treated, from some other reason. Why should you be any different than saying, "Oh, well, you know what? Oh, Rumpus wants to come in." Well, okay, come on in. But when you are here, all I see in the live feed is some people that want to make that the issue rather than the topic. That's not going to happen.
I mean, Shah was trying to talk to him about, the next thing I wanted to ask him, which I wasn't even able to get out my first point, never mind my second, was I'd flown over the North Pole and I had seen the sun go down, and more or less an hour or so, no, not even an hour later, maybe even 45 minutes later, I saw it come back up again. How does that work on a flat Earth?
Well, you work for NASA, so clearly you're Illuminati shell.
Well, I mean, that's basically their only response these days. Oh, well, they're lying. I mean, I'm told regularly. My father, who's a test pilot, or was a test pilot, he's retired now, was a test pilot for Boeing, that he's a liar. It's a ridiculous, what a stupid argument.
I know. What shit do I get?
I mean, that's why I bring up the pilot thing, because my family are aviators, and the idea of the Earth being flat is such an... I mean, I even said to my... Stupidly, when this whole flat Earth thing started up again, or started up about a year ago, you remember it sort of blew out. It sort of blew up, didn't it? Out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was Eric Dubai and Jeranism,
Yeah. Would you come into one of these hangouts and explain to them? He said, "Will I hell? I'm not going to waste my time with those idiots." I mean, that was his attitude. Why would he even lower himself?
Well, yeah, but I think we would have nipped it in the bud sooner. Maybe there'd been less, but hindsight's 20/20, right? But
my father won't even entertain it. It's not even interested.
Yeah.
He's just
and I understand that position too. But like I said, you're never gonna change the mind of a flat earther.
My father, I've had two fathers. My real father, who's been dead for 20 years, was a pilot and was in the war, and my stepfather, who was a test engineer and test pilot for Boeing. I myself have flown many times all over the world, to Asia, from London from New York to Asia, and it just blows my mind that I think you'll find as well a lot of flat earthers have never traveled. They can't have. They just can't have, or can't have. Sorry, can't have. Anyway.
Well, I mean, when he's sitting there saying, "Look, I'm sitting in a chair and I throw the ball," and he's talking about a force that's perpendicular to the Earth. I'm like, seriously, are you this? What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, there's something fundamentally wrong with these people's brains.
I think it is. I think that most of them, because I think Duranism knows the Earth is round. He just makes money out of it.
I think there's a high probability that you're right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But someone like Spurs, and who's that other crazy person? Oh, there's loads of them, but let's give Spurs an example.
Antonio Superat.
Yeah, probably unemployed. Probably if they've left their state or the country, it's to down to the seaside for the day. I don't think they've really done much traveling. I think they feel embittered. Perhaps they are somewhat mentally ill and haven't and feel rejected by society. So this is a way for them to feel important because they know something that you don't.
Well, I said,
and there's so much,
I've said the exact same thing. How many times, Annabelle, that young Earth creationists and flat earthers hang on to this stuff because they want to feel special, because they know they're not bright. They know that they don't have a skill set. They know that they probably will never be able to take any kind of real college level courses, and they want to feel either equal or superior in their knowledge level without earning it. And so the way for them to do that is to have this false sense of, oh, look at me, I know something that most of you people don't know. Hey, Annabelle, I know that God exists and that the earth is young and I'm saved, but you know what? You're not. And I'm special and you're not. But God loves you, Annabelle. God wants you to be saved, but I'm going to treat you like total shit and then tell you that God loves you. Right? It's like, do they not see the problem here?
No, they don't.
They don't. They just don't.
I mean, they're oblivious to their own behavior. I mean, they're paranoid, most of them. They have to be. I mean, look at Von Helton. Fantastic example. Yeah. You know, realizing I was right about Von Helton, Steve.
Oh, I don't think I've ever said that you weren't right about Von Helton. I know Von Helton.
He's had a job. He's had his kids taken away again.
Yes, I do. Okay. But see, the thing is, I've had conversations with Von Helton, and when he's in his normal phase, because I don't know if he's like triple polar or whatever the fuck he is, when he's in his normal phase, he's not that difficult to talk to. We can actually.
No, I understand that, but he can switch. Have you not noticed that? He'll go from being calm and relatively easy to talk to complete lunatic in 10 seconds.
Yes,
I do. I can do that as well, though. So maybe I've got more in common with Von. No, I mean, my issue with Von actually is just that he clearly isn't capable of parenting. That's one thing. But my other issue is that he does sniff around after young girls. And this is the problem. You do realize that when he first got in touch with the woman that became his wife, she was only 17 and he was 48. And although some people might not see a problem with that, personally I do. Also she was mentally backward, so she was completely unaware. She was just, he manipulated and groomed her and got her to move to Kentucky and then more or less destroyed her life. So I've got no time for him whatsoever, and that's why
I know that story. Are you talking about Malice? Is that her name?
Yes.
Yeah. I know the story, but I thought she was of age. I didn't know she was 17 when they first met.
No, she was 17 when he first started talking to her. So he groomed her for the first year or so, and then managed to persuade her to move to Kentucky, and then married her and got her pregnant within minutes, if you know what I mean. And then they had 3 children. Who they've never.
Next one about Helton.
Well, you've got to remember that Andrea is she's not got the same capacity to use logic and rationality as we have. Put it that way. Ugh. I think she felt loved by him. Yeah, I feel terribly sorry for her because she's lost her children, and it's a tragic. The whole thing's tragic, right? And I do understand why some people don't understand why he gets trolled so much. But the reason he gets trolled is because he puts out videos day after day after day after day about his personal life.
Yeah, no, and like Blue brings it to people's attention, and here's my argument. It's not really an argument, but I've said this before. Look he puts these details out about his personal life. I get that, right? In my hangouts, I don't want to talk about people's personal lives to that extent, even if they put it out. And when Von Helton comes in here, it's been a while, but he comes in here so often. I don't want people coming in here and bring up his personal life, even though he's put it out there. I think
that the hangout I'm talking about was because I get flagged up when he's around.
Yeah.
The hangout I was talking about was the Flat Earth Discussions hangout, where he was in there, and you know, because Riz has got an issue with him. That we all know that.
Yeah,
Everyone knows that.
I was in there at that particular hangout, and you saw what happened.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And Reese is all getting
and all
mad.
I'm saying is that
I'm like, I don't want to talk about his.
well, it's because Riz. I mean, the problem is, and this is what I try and explain to people, when all I can see is a young girl who was basically abused. All right, she was 17, but she's got the mind of a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
She's a child in an adult's body, and he took full advantage of that. Now he's still sniffing around, even to this day, looking for young women in their early 20s. Which, if you read between the lines, we know.
God, I can't even get a chick in my 20s anymore.
But this is what Von Houten, does. He has been caught, asking young teenage girls, underage teenage girls, for nude pictures, even though he denies it. But Von Houten is what's the word? A pathological liar. So you don't need to believe anything.
And I do agree that I think, and I've always kind of assumed, based upon things I've read about Van Houten in my interactions with him, that he's a predator. I mean, there's no question
he is.
He's a predator.
That's my point. Thank you. That's my point.
But again,
and that's why I get a bit frustrated with people that say, "Oh, leave him alone." Well, you know what? It's because people ignored that kind of behavior for years and years that so many people were abused.
Yeah. No, I see the reasoning behind that. It's just that I
understand you don't want it in your hangouts. I get it. No, Steve, I completely understand. You don't want it in your hangouts. And
first of all, I don't have any first. And let me tell you, I don't have that much first experience. However, like something like, do you remember the thing that happened with Scott from Positively Godless, and the sting that they did with that one guy, Luke, remember?
Yeah.
Okay. That was unequivocally on record. Couldn't get out of it. Fuck that guy shit, right?
Yeah. I mean, we all know Luke is. Yeah, we all know what Luke is.
Right, huge predator. Clearly, the guy's a pedophile.
Yeah.
Clearly, no. Yeah. It's not even up for discussion. That's
I wouldn't say Von Houten's a pedophile. I wouldn't say that. I would say that he's got an unhealthy interest in underage teenage girls, which some people would say is a pedophile. But for me, a pedophile is someone who wants sex with kids.
Yeah. Technically, it's not.
But I think
it's creepy.
Von Houten wants sex. Yeah, exactly. I think Von Houten wants sex with young, nubile, beautiful, pert-breasted.
Well, we all kind of do in a way, but I mean, I'm like rational enough to go, one, first of all, if a girl's not old enough to even get in a bar, I'm not having an interest in that, right? And I know people are like, oh, Steve, 21 still really too young. Yeah, I get that, but I mean, if I met some like hot 27-year-old, you think I'm going to give that up? Fuck no. Suck my dick. Okay, yeah. I mean, people are like, yeah, bro. So yeah, I'm fine with that. Shit.
There's only one reason a 17 or 18-year-old would have sex with a 54. I think he's 53 now. 54-year-old man. Yeah, and that's because he's got money, and that is one of the reasons. Or she's very much similar to Andrea, where she's got no control over her functions and she's not intelligent enough to realize that she's being taken advantage of.
Taking advantage of somebody who's like not all mentally there. Like, for example, my ex right now, my baby's mom, she just turned 30, and my daughter's 11. Do the math. But we get along just fine. I mean, we went out to McDonald's the other day, the three of us, and she's married.
How old were you when you met her?
35.
And how old was she?
19.
Yeah, I haven't got my first boyfriend. My first proper boyfriend I was 17 when I met him, and he was 31. But he was incredibly charming, huge, really good looking. He had he ran the business that I was working for, so he used to take me from beautiful. We used to go for meals, and he took me to Paris for the weekend. I mean, he was, you look at the story and you can understand how it happened. But when you've got some creepy dude that lives in a trailer and doesn't wash his end, I'm sorry, there's a big difference there.
Sure. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I had my own home. I was in good shape. I was doing pretty well. One of the creepy part was I actually was her boss, but there's a long story behind that.
Well, that's what the situation was with me and this guy. Women are.
Hang on, I gotta clarify this. I can't just throw that out there and let it go. I knew her before I was her boss. I hired her. But I had an interest in her, but I also hired her. But I also let the person, my particular boss, go, hey, I know this girl. We're kind of seeing each other. She needs a job. We're starting to see each other, have potential to. And then obviously, like, 2 weeks later, she moved in and got pregnant, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, so when I say that I was her boss, it wasn't like I was like seducing people that were working, for me. I had brought her in after I already, started.
Well, my boss did seduce me. That's definitely what he did. He clocked me. I remember exactly when he took an interest in me. It was in the training course when he came in to do his speech about how great the company was. And the next thing I know, he was asking me out for dinner, and I was 17. I'd never been taken out for dinner like that before in my life. I think we went to the Savoy, and it was glorious. He used to buy me beautiful clothes, shoes. I mean, he treated me like a princess. So yeah, I mean, he was my first real boyfriend. I wasn't in love with him, but I certainly loved him for the time I was with him. And it was a really good experience to have to some degree. No, but I wouldn't call him, he was 14 years older than me. A lot of people would have said he was a bit perverted for it, but we're talking about a 48-year-old man marrying a 17-year-old with the mind of a 12-year-old.
Yeah, that's a huge, epically different story.
Yeah,
epically different. But anyway,
all I'm saying is that I have my reasons for really disliking Von Houten.
I know.
I mean, he's great fun to wind up, and I will be honest, when I see, because I don't get involved with him at all now, but when I see other people, I think he was in a hangout. I got a hangout. I went to watch him in a hangout with I think it's Brother John, and he completely lost his shit, completely, because I had written in the side chat, because there's a creepy guy. He's really weird, and there's something not right about him, called Mark Seidel. I don't know. Somebody said to me that he's been around for a while, but I've never come across him before. But he was getting all defensive on Von Houten's part, and this is what kind of gets me sometimes: is people will defend Von Houten without any knowledge of exactly what he is, and that's kind of
I cannot defend him. I've never defended Von Houten. That's never happened. I just think that if you bring
him, you don't know anything about this guy. You need to do your research. He called me a cunt, so it's like, okay, fair enough. Obviously,
but the problem is that Rizzo wants to bring it back to his family every single time. Oh, you had your kids taken away, this and that. It's like, okay, yes, we know this. Let's move on a little bit. I mean, it's just. I mean, he's going to keep coming.
I think it's because in any other walk of life, but hang on a sec, in any other walk of life, he would not be welcomed into the community. Yet here, people, oh, come along, Von Houten, come into the hangout, because they know it brings views.
Oh no, I don't. No, I'm not a big fan of like soliciting him coming in. I just know that I'm going to be in certain hangouts. He might drop by. I don't go out of my way to go find him. Fuck no. The views are not I don't want those kind of views. It's not my thing. But I don't have to on hell to get views. It's fucking 3:00 in the morning or some shit like that. I got 32 people watching for God knows whatever reason. Just you and I having a conversation. I like you said, when there's nothing on TV, we watch Hangouts. I'm the same way. There's Hangouts that I listen to when I'm just kind of like when I'm doing my presentation for this debate. I was listening to people's Hangouts. I was like, just chilling, listening to Hangout and Hog Ties, and I think and Ronnie had one. So. I like to listen to these.
I think with Von Houten, I think the thing is though, when he goes off on one, it's hilarious. There's no doubt, right? When he completely loses his shit, it's one of the funniest things that you can watch. He just is completely insane. So that's one of the, I watch Von Houten, so I'm a hypocrite to a certain degree, because although I don't subscribe to him, I when I hear he's on a hangout, I will go and look to see what crazy fucking whatever shit that he's coming up with now.
I mean, people, I get like 12 people message me. Hey, Ronnie's having a hangout right now. He's talking about this, and this. I'm like, yeah, I know. The last 12 people already told me, and I appreciate it. Don't stop doing that, guys. Let me know. I don't mind. I really don't. But I love the fact like Vincent. Vincent's like me. He's like, I work nights, but I'm playing games and it's background noise. Yeah, I'll be playing WoW, and it's just background noise to me. But I do find these hangouts, listening to them, far more entertaining than even watching some TV, because you never know what's going to happen. And you're like, oh my God, what's going to happen now? Oh, the conversation just went to shit, or this person just something stupid. I think that's what we all kind of.
Next time you'll think twice about giving me the link.
or mod.
I just, to be honest with you, I haven't been in a hangout for 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. I don't know, quite some time. And the first time I come in, and I'm not even allowed to express my opinion. It's like, fuck off. This is why I don't come in anymore, you know?
Whoa, hey, hang on. Age of Atheism just said Aaron Raw got another G-Man cold call tonight. Tell me about this Age of Atheism.
What is wrong with G? I mean,
this
is unbelievable.
I've been talking to Aaron like all night long, basically on the email. I mean, we kind of stopped a few hours ago, but we were corresponding on some of his League of Legends things that he was doing, and some links that he had provided me. And I mean, Aaron's a really nice guy. I really enjoy conversating with him. And you know, I actually like told him like a little bit of my background, because he didn't know that I worked a lot with turbines. And he's like, you might be a really good person to like go against Ronnie and all this stuff, because he doesn't want to waste his time with it, and I don't blame him. Motherfucker has a lot to do. He's running for state senate. He doesn't have time to sit there and fuck with people like Ronnie and G-Man, and I don't think that he should.
Oh, I don't think. I mean, Aaron Ra, he's one of the sort of like the gods of atheism, isn't he? I don't think he's got. I mean, this small part of the community is just part of his life. You know, he's got so much more going on. You know, and for him, it's a career. To be seen messing around in the dirt with these idiots, it's not. You know, why would he?
Well, he's
every now and again he'll come in. Go on.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you say what you're going to say.
I was just say he's a full time. He does this full time now. He does his little. He's on the Unholy Trinity. He's made an image for himself, but at the same time, I still think he wants to keep the grassroots things like hangouts and the community, because I think he even realizes that's where all these things start, right? And I think he enjoys it. I know he's had great hangouts in Hog Ties. They've been friends for a long time. He's had good hangouts in my hangouts. I think they just do it for a little bit of a blowing off a little steam kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, that every now and again he'll pop into one of these hangouts and have a bit of a joke and a laugh with these idiots. But for the most part, he avoids that kind of conversation because it doesn't make him look good at all.
Yeah, well,
and whereas for you it's a hobby, for you it's a hobby. For me, it's sorry.
Oh, somebody did I say League of Legends? No, not League of Legends. What's that forums that they go to? The free thought blog things. Oh my God, what's the
yeah, free thought blog. And
yeah, but that's not the one I'm thinking
that other
of.
one with
the other one. God damn it!
The one he does with Hog Tie. He does one with Hog Tie, doesn't he?
The League of Reason.
What happened to the one he used to do with Hog Tie and oh my God, what's his name?
Magic Sandwich though.
Yeah, what happened to that?
You're talking about not PZ Myers.
No idea.
The English guy. What the fuck is his name?
Oh, the lawyer.
The lawyer. Yeah. What the hell? Oh my God. I'm trying to blank.
Oh God. I can't. This is what happens at our age, Steve.
He does it to us all the time. If he gets all of our names. Oh God.
Yeah, he does. You're right.
DPR Jones.
DPR
Jesus
Jones.
Christ. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my God. DPR Jones is the worst. I do too. I really do.
I know, but the only reason why he used to rant on and on and on is because he was drunk. Now, from what I gather, he's doing 2 degrees and he's saying, well, obviously, clearly not getting involved in hangouts anymore.
Yeah,
and that's for me. Yeah. I mean, he's a smart, intelligent, actually quite charming man. He used to sink a couple of bottles of red wine every time he came into hangouts, and that's why he used to rant on about and go on and on. But actually, a lot of what he said was,
well, even drunk, the guy was a brilliant guy.
I think he's a very, very genuinely nice guy.
Sure.
But he has got, what was that? Popoff. He had a massive obsession with Popoff. The guy,
Peter Popoff?
American. Yeah.
Oh God, I hated him.
Yeah, he was out for the kill with him for sure. But I think that with a lot of things, I think that I first started coming into these discussions 5 or 6 years ago, And most of the people that I used to hang around with have pretty much had, you know, and I'm at that point now where I'm done now. You know, we can only argue for the same point over and over again so many times. And no matter how many times you tell me that, you know, if I look at the trees, I'll see God, it's not going to work for me. So
that's not a good argument.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think any of their arguments are any good. Not even the philosophical ones. Sorry. They don't work for me.
You know, I haven't seen around in ages, and it's kind of weird. And I think it's probably because I couldn't figure out how to do Google Hangout or YouTube Hangouts, YouTube Live. But Neffy just really has vanished, right? I mean, he used to come into my Hangouts quite frequently. We would really run him off with his tail between his legs, and he would go claim victory, right? But he just doesn't really do anything in the community anymore. Him and even Brett Keane kind of like stopped doing shit. No, Spur, I'm not adding. I'm not re-adding you the Hangout.
Can I just please, just for once, can the live chat just stop whining about me? Dying Paradise, if I'm so boring, then feel free to go and fucking watch another Hangout somewhere else. Steve clearly doesn't find me boring. So
yeah, we were having a great conversation last like hour, just us. Anybody can come in. The link is. You guys know where the link is. The link is not hidden, guys. The link you can go find.
This Dying Paradise guy was the one that made. He's got a bee in his bonnet about me as well. I tell you what, we didn't have a Spaniard. I would probably ban him, to be honest with you, because it just gets on my tip.
But Spur,
so many irritating fuckwits in this community. Honestly, in real life, they wouldn't dare fucking say the things they do. But from behind a fake avatar and a fake name, they're quite happy to make stupid, dumb comments.
But Spur, I don't care about Flat Earth that much. I'll talk about it for an hour, and I'm kind of done with it, because to me, again, if you're a flat earther, you literally are the dumbest people on the.
Yeah, there's no point, Spurs.
I don't care.
See, Spurs, you claiming that we're emotional just because you happen to be brain dead with probably prescribed meds because you're such a crazy person is not the way to go, sweetheart. Maybe if you came in with some facts, maybe some pictures of this flat earth, maybe some evidence of it. You know, anything that might actually prove that you've got some validity to your validity? Well, anyway, I can't. Anyway, the truth is that my boss has just sent me an email to ask me that he wants to talk to me when I'm available, and I'm getting kind of tired of the stupid, childish behaviour by so-called little men in the live chat who. Honestly, it's like, here we go. Look, Spurs calls names to everyone, and Annabelle calls. You know what, RSC? Here you go again. Are you getting an erection every time you write my name? Is that what it is?
Oh my God! All right, enough.
Incidentally, Steve, I think I had a breakthrough on the flat Earth thing. I think I worked out how he thinks the world works. If you're interested.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie and say that I am at the moment, because I'm not.
That's all right.
But if you can succinctly do it,
yeah, sure. That's succinctly. Okay, you
guys got to remember, I am not using hyperbole here when I'm telling you I think flat earthers are the dumbest of the dumb. They are a special level of stupid. You just cannot have a conversation with them because they don't know enough to even have a conversation. Period. I mean, how do I explain to somebody something like so simple, and they just don't even know how to visualize certain things.
Here's how I think he thinks it works. So first of all, when you look at the horizon, things that are further away look like they're lower down, vanishing below what we would consider a horizon.
Okay.
Because there's an unexplained source of distortion going on there. Okay, he doesn't claim to know how it works.
Right, the atmosphere is distorting. Got it.
Right, so that's type 1 distortion. All right. He thinks there's another type of distortion that occurs when you gain altitude. I speculate, although I couldn't get the question away, I speculate that he thinks that you can see further at higher altitude because the atmosphere is effectively clearer. And he thinks that the horizon happens because this type 1 and type 2 aberration sort of pinch off. They both meet at the point that looks like it's the horizon. So that's why he thinks the horizon is straight across no matter how you look at it. And that explains the other two observations he claims. And that would enable him to explain why Shah's photograph out of the plane was curved as well. If you think about it, the things at the sides of the photo would have been further away. So the type 1 distortion really would have made them look lower.
Yes, but the counter to that is dumb, fucking, and stupid. That just, it doesn't work like that. And this proof of that is very simple. When Red showed the tanker, regardless of the distortion, you would be able to see the bottom part of it, the red part. That part is not visible for a very simple reason. It is below your line of sight. Period.
Yeah, he thinks the light coming from the red section wasn't visible because the light coming from it was getting curved off, basically.
To where?
It was impacting on the less curvy part of the world, the light from the less curvy part of the world, which was closer. So he doesn't think it's the Earth that's dropping away. He thinks it's the light rays that are bending on their way to him.
But light waves, if it was like looming problem and it was a warm air mass causing a distortion, the ship would bend the other way. That's not what he's saying.
Yeah, no, he doesn't think it's heat. Yeah, he doesn't think it's heat. He thinks it's a characteristic of distance.
Yeah,
I'm not sure why he thinks that's the case, but having if I've correctly understood how he thinks, see, now I'm in a position to work out how to correct what he thinks.
Well, let me point out to Spurs. He's not agreeing with you, Spurs. He's trying to figure out your dumb fuckery to figure out how to fix your dumb fuckery. There's a difference. And yes, I see what he's trying to say. It just, no offense to Chris. Chris knows this. What Chris is saying makes absolutely no sense, even though that's what Spurs is trying to relate. Chris knows it makes no sense. It doesn't work that way. It's completely asinine.
Yeah, to be clear, Spurs, yeah, I don't believe that's how the world works, but I hope I do understand how you think the world works. And if I do, I'd love to talk with you about a wee experiment, because I do have some ways of checking whether or not the horizon is always straight across to very great accuracy that would be reasonably easy to implement.
Flat Earth discussions open 24/7.
Yeah, I just might.
Debateology asked about the debate. Once again, it got postponed until next Sunday. However, I made tomorrow or the next day. I want to have an off-air hangout. I do want to go over some of the stuff that Aaron sent to me. Really cool papers, really cool shit. And a lot of it was the history of ATP synthase from prior structures, prior VATPases, and things that use like sodium as a motive force rather than a hydrogen ion. Very interesting. And I think it's like exactly what Ronnie's looking for as far as, how did this stuff came to be? Because I think Ronnie thinks this stuff's created ex nihilo. I really do. I think he's like, oh, tell a designer, poof, we have a machine. Not realizing that this shit came into existence because it's built upon other shit. That's kind of how molecular evolution works, right? So I kind of want to have an off-air hangout to kind of really explore some of the details of this stuff. So when I go into this discussion and have ATP synthase does come burn up, I even have a little bit more arsenal than I did before. That's cool. Hey, guys, anybody can come in unless you've been ejected. The link to the hangout is in my live feed. Not stopping anybody. I mean, this is just late night chatter for people, and the people in Europe is 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. whatever. But
11 a.m.
Yeah, but I mean, at this time of night, most people just like chilling, listening. But I see. I don't understand how these metrics work. I never did. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 people in the live feed maximum, plus myself watching. So that's 8. Maybe at most 2 more that I'm not counting. So 10. So who the hell are the other 23 people?
I would suspect there's a few Brits listening, because obviously everyone's awake over here. In Europe, there's lots of people in Europe that have been awake, and it's midday for them.
But they don't put anything in the live chat, or?
No, I think most people don't really get involved in the live chat, actually. I think it's the usual crew that every day that are in the live. I've noticed that because obviously, as I say, I haven't been coming into Hangouts ones live, and it's the usual people in the live chat. It's very rarely different people.
I would like to ask Skismo, if he has light in the UK and the world is flat, how come I don't have light over where I am right now?
Dun dun dun. Age of Atheism asked, can the flat earthers explain the total bowl spin in each hemisphere? Yes, it's called piping. The Coriolis force is not applicable in a toilet bowl. Stop asking. It's a horrible, horrible analogy. The toilet bowl spin is caused by the direction of the piping. Simple as that. There's no body of water that small that's going to be affected by the Coriolis force. So
yeah,
it was just popularized by The Simpsons when, like, I think there was that episode where they said Australia flushes the other way around.
Yeah, and
it goes much older than that. The British were always very intrigued by which way the water went down the plug hole. Back in the 70s, I remember my British dad was quite fascinated by it. But the truth is that getting a body of water in a bath so still that the Coriolis effect would impact the way the water went down the plug hole, pretty much impossible.
Yeah, it's too small. It was too small. Well, I mean, there's also a tourist trap. I had a person that I went to school with that I still talk to, and she was telling me that she went to a trip to somewhere in South America or whatever, and basically on the way down there and stuff like that, they have a place where you're standing on the border on the equator, and then like 10 feet one way, they have something spinning, the water going down, it goes one way, and 10 feet the other way, it goes the other way. And I'm like trying to explain to her that's a tourist trap. It literally is, because the way the piping is set. She's like, oh no, Steve, this is like science and physics, and this is, I saw it with my own two eyes. And I'm like, this is what I'm trying to explain to people. You may see something with your own two eyes, doesn't mean it's right. Because
now, of course,
it's bullshit.
Steve, can I just say goodbye? Because I need to go.
Yeah, do your worky thing.
Well, I will probably. I will just. Can you do me a favor? Can you send me the link on Facebook for when you finally get round to? I mean, I know you probably won't remember, but if you do remember, send me the link on Facebook for your debate with T, because I do want to watch that.
Oh, when it happens, yeah, it's not till next week though.
Yeah, I send it to me.
I'll give you. I will, absolutely.
I apologise that things went a bit all right, but I was just simply asking a question. I wasn't trying to make a statement, and I do ask this question of all flat earthers, and they can never answer it. And I do think it's relevant. I think navigation is a massively important part of what a pilot does. They go through years of training. Test pilots, in particular, take aeroplanes up to, much higher than a normal commercial airliner will go, and do see the curvature of the Earth. I mean, there's so many reasons why airline pilots, in fact, do have a valid argument. And as I said, it's not just airline pilots, it's the entire aviation industry, of which there are millions of people involved. Not one of them has ever said that the Earth is flat, and I'll leave it at that. Anyway, you take care, sweetheart. Lots of love, and I'll see you later.
Drop by more often.
Bye.
If Spurs actually want to do a better experiment, here's something you can really do, and you can see for yourself. There's satellites up there. Spurs, get yourself a telescope. Doesn't even have to be an expensive one, decent one, 4-inch maybe. 600 millimeter length of the tube. Give it about a 20 millimeter ocular. Point it up to M42 over in Orion, right? Sit there and wait your eyes adjust and just watch. You will see these little dots of light going across your screen, or across the field of view, your screen, the field of view of the ocular. Okay? And they're moving pretty good. And you'll just see them moving right across. Okay? Guess what those are? Yes, those are satellites. They go right through the band of the Great Nebula in Orion, and you can see them clear as motherfucking day on a clear night with about a 3.5-inch to 4-inch aperture telescope. Explain that one to me, because I guarantee it, there is no other explanation besides the motherfucking fact that those are satellites, and you can track them, because you can say, hey, what satellite's going through that thing? You can go look on the little thing, and boom, yeah, that's that particular satellite. So that in itself disproves everything that you've ever said about us not being in space, because, and I did say, by the way, you can't trust your own eyes. Yes, that's true. You can't, unless you have validative evidence. Then you can trust your own eyes, right? So if I see something in the sky and I see a little light that goes across, and I can look on a computer program and see the name of the satellite, that's validative evidence. Then you can trust your eyes and your senses, because there's no other explanation that's reasonable. You know,
actually, we had great fun over Christmas.
Is Spur saying that the sun is a tiny little point of light, like 30 kilometers or 300 kilometers in the air?
Yeah, he probably thinks it's a few thousand meters up, like 4 miles wide or some shit like that.
1,000 meters up, so a few Ks up.
Yeah. Who the fuck knows, man? He's a flat earther. Okay, come on.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to pass that, thinking that what does he think is powering the light of the sun?
Magic. Cold fusion.
Cold fusion. Okay, interesting.
It's a dung beetle. The Egyptians had it right. I was just going to point out that there's a marvelous app which enables you to predict where the iridium flares are going to be.
Oh, those
iridium
are cool
flares
as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. I got to hang out with my nieces and nephews over Christmas, and we spent about an hour spotting iridium flares at one stage. Iridium flares are when a satellite sort of spins overhead, and one of its solar panels usually sort of reflects the sunlight straight at you.
Yep, it catches
and
the light.
you can predict them right down to the second. So we spent a little while watching the sky and playing spot the iridium flare when the right moment came. It was great fun.
But a flat earther would say that's this holographic projection. The degree of delusion these people have to maintain their position is literally endless. They can come up with anything, seriously.
There has to be a power source of some kind. I mean, light is still light. Something has to be powering it to give that light.
Well, not if you have a laser.
Actually, yeah, but that's not trivial. For when I was growing up, sort of in the 70s, and they basically only just worked out the details of how the sun worked. Before then, everyone. Well, up until about that time, people used to argue that the Earth couldn't possibly be old because no fuel source could have powered the sun for so long, and they had a point. They didn't know about nuclear fusion,
right? And we can validate.
We can validate Lord Kelvin's calculations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we can validate the fusion cycle.
That's still nowhere even close to the 6,000 to 10,000 years that young Earth creationists are saying. They were on the level of how many? It's like 10 million years. I think that was roughly what they were going for. So it's still nowhere even near the vicinity of these young Earthers.
We can actually look at the levels of photons from the sun and neutrinos, and we can actually tell that they come from very specific reaction types. And that's predicated on a proton-proton reaction cycle. We know the model of the sun.
We understand this model more during recent times, but I'm just saying that during the time of Lord Kelvin, back over 100 years ago, they had no idea what nuclear fusion was. They were actually thinking that the sun was more something powered by coal burning, which is a chemical reaction, and obviously
they thought it was flame.
Exactly. It could not actually have that much of a longevity.
But here's my point: is that nowadays, though, when these flat earthers don't seem to realize, if they knew physics, they would understand. We can look at the energetic levels of these particles, and guess what? They fit the exact type of energetic levels we would expect for certain types of reactions that we see in a fusion reactor. We know that the sun is converting hydrogen into helium via a 4-step process. Each step produces a very specific energy level of either a photon or neutrino. And that's what we can detect. And we go, oh, look, we predicted it would be at this frequency or this energy level. Hey, here's neutrinos at this energy level. It's clear that the model is correct because it's predicting a very specific thing. It's not like saying, hey, we're going to see this. It is like, we're going to see this at this energy level. Guess what? We discovered things at this energy level. And no, Spur, you're not coming back in. I don't want to talk about flat Earth with you. I don't care. You're not even basically even qualified to talk about anything. I'm not even wasting any more time. It's just silly. You're an idiot. Get an education. If they want to talk to you, they can go to fucking flat Earth debates or whatever. You have not converted thousands of people, you lying motherfucker. Okay.
Has he ever been in a plane?
It doesn't matter. Dude,
I mean, just anyone who's been in a plane can 100% see that there is curvature.
Spur is an idiot.
And the sunset when it reflects on the clouds. That's my favorite one. How does the sun get below the clouds?
Well, we've explained to him anticorpuscular lights too, before, and we also explained that when rocket goes up, look, it's illuminated at the top there. Oh, it's because of the sun, which is below the horizon. He doesn't understand these things. It's just you can't explain calculus to a rock. You can't do it. His brain is incapable of understanding these types of higher concepts. At that point, you have to take a loss. You just do.
It's all right to be wrong sometimes.
It sort of blows me away to think that when my grandmother was a little girl, ours was the only known galaxy. I mean, that's just
wow.
This was all there was, you know.
Well, I mean, I remember my lifetime, we discovered the first exoplanets. It was back in the 80s. You know, I mean, before we only knew of the 9 planets because back then Pluto was a planet, which, by the way, I still think it is. But have you guys heard of this new thing they're trying to push where all the moons are planets too? Fucking stupid. But
what they said that moon.
There's an organization among the astronomers that want to push for this newer model that makes every planetoid in the solar system an actual planet. So the moon
what's the rationale?
Fuck if I know. I tried to look at the rationale. I couldn't find the rationale. But people are actually pushing for this. Go look in the news on it. It's really
when you say planetoid, do you also mean like satellites?
No, not planetoid. Planet. Anything of these things. Sedna, according to their description, would be a planet.
Okay,
That's
but I was
stupid.
thinking. I know, but when you were saying like everything was going to be a planet, did you mean like also the satellites of the actual recognized planets like Callisto and Ganymede?
Ganymede, Europa, yeah. 100. There'd be 100 planets in our solar system if this passes.
That is the old view. That is
just
the
people
old
trying
view.
to get in. People trying to get famous, however they can.
It's silly. And dropping planet Pluto was bad enough, right? They call it a minor planetoid, but anyways, long story short, we first discovered exoplanets, and it was basically a detection of either a dip in the light of the sun as the planet, transversed the solar disk, or we noticed a small change in the gravitational field. And as instrumentation got better, we could actually predict the exact mass of the planet, the distance, and in some cases even see pretty much what it's comprised of. So our ability to discover planets has risen exponentially. We've discovered, I don't know, what has it been, 800 new planets? Somewhere in that ballpark, maybe.
But it's done by, what was it, Kepler satellite, was it? Predominantly by the Kepler team?
Yeah, I think it was a Kepler satellite, yeah. And I know they're going to put the James Webb is going up next year. And I think that's going to go in the L2 location, the Lagrange 2. And that actually is bigger than Hubble. It does have a planetary telescope, I think. I think it actually has a planetary finder, if I'm not mistaken. But that motherfucker can peer back to like 200,000 years after the Big Bang kind of shit. We're going far back. But there is a point you can't see any further because of the past, the universe becomes opaque. And no matter how powerful your telescope is, you're never going to get past that barrier because there's no light at the time. It's all photons.
What was the point of this particular satellite? Is it also a planet hunter, or is it something else altogether?
James Webb?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's deep space.
Oh, okay, right. Because I was thinking, if it was a planet hunter, why would it be looking that far back in time?
No, it's deep space, but I think it has a planetary. I think it has a separate one for a planet. I'd have to look again on it. I know what it looks like. It's actually really cool looking. It uses cells combined together to form an image, but it won't have the problem like the Hubble telescope with that lens problem they had initially.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One of them is actually finding exoplanets is something even an amateur astronomer can get involved in. a fella in his backyard with a decent setup can sort of aim it at one star and watch it for ages and ages to look for the occultations.
The occultations, right? That's what they're called.
Yeah, and then what they'll do is when they find one, they'll report it to the big telescopes, and the big telescopes will verify it, and you can request naming rights on your planet if you like.
Yeah, they're cool.
What was that? Occultations? What was
occultation?
That? Okay.
What's that? That's where it's a dip in the brightness of a star as a planet transverses the face of it.
Oh.
With respect to us. Somebody has in the life, you talk about the gas giants. Yeah, technically speaking, gas giants have a surface only for the fact that the core is usually what's called metallic hydrogen, or iron.
That's I wouldn't exactly call that a surface. Though.
Well,
That's...
I mean, how do you want to define it? It is solid. So, is it something you can actually go to?
Is it really solid though? It's
metallic hydrogen. Metallic hydrogen is a state of solidity.
Really, it's a state that we've never really encountered before.
Not on Earth. Not
on Earth. Well, not even artificially.
It depends. This last experiment supposedly was the first time they've ever think they may have created it, but it's not been confirmed yet.
That's debatable. That was really debatable.
I know, but hey, you know what? It's interesting. I don't think they successfully did it, but we'll wait for the confirmation. But
metallic hydrogen is an extremely weird state of matter where the hydrogen is squeezed. Yeah, it's a state where hydrogen is squeezed under immense pressure, something like around, I think it was a minimum of 100 gigapascals of pressure. And what happens is its properties actually turn into like the group 1 metals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's a really strange. It's a really strange state of matter.
It would be a superconductor, if I remember correctly, obviously, because it's a metal. I mean, it would have so unique properties that I mean, if it's metastable, it should be stable at room temperature, right? If they ever did create this stuff. Now, the stuff that they made, I don't think it actually reached the point of being stable. I think that they created something, but I don't think it was a metastable to where they can call it the creation of metallic hydrogen.
Yes, it's a bigger version of Pascal's wager. That's right.
I love this.
Well, you know what? That's funny. That's not even the most uniquest shit. Have you ever heard of like other states of water, like ice 7?
No,
I know it's ice 9, which is like what the fuck is his name? Kurt Vonnegut.
Vonnegut,
yeah. But there is something called ice 7, which is actually a state of water that's so highly compressed it has a completely unique molecular shape to it. And then there's something called electron degenerative matter, which is a white dwarf, which is held up literally by the electrons being crushed together. They're literally just separated by almost no space. And then if you actually go further and you eliminate the electrons, you crush it further, it becomes what's called neutron degenerative matter. And all the protons have been turned into neutrons, and you would just have this really dense form of mass that's consisting of all neutrons. And you know how heavy that is? If you had a golf ball size, this is a golf ball, and you dropped neutronium into the Earth would become Swiss cheese. It would be going right back and forth throughout the Earth. It's that dense, right? That's incredibly dense.
Yeah, there may be something even sort of in between neutron stars and black holes as well. It's speculated there's a kind of object that's basically compressed even more than a neutron star, but doesn't quite make it to a black hole.
Are you talking about a quark star?
Yeah, quark stars. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they exist. I think they're theoretical.
Yeah, they are very theoretical at the moment. Incidentally, for anyone who's into physics or astronomy, there's a podcast called The Titanium Physicists, and it's a great laugh, good for listening to in the car.
Yeah, I mean, they hypothesize all these strange exotic materials, right? Obviously, like a quark star, a gluon ball, strangelets. I think some of them may do exist. Now, hypothetically, they can, but you have to remember, just because something's hypothetical doesn't mean it for some reason it may not exist in reality. Then the question becomes, okay, if the system allows for something like this, why doesn't it exist? Right? Like, why don't we see strangelets?
Well, we might. Could we tell the difference between a strangelet and a black hole at this distance? I'm not absolutely sure we could.
No, but we've never even created strangelet particles because, I mean, do you remember a program a long time ago? It was called Odyssey 5.
I haven't seen this,
Peter
although it's
Weller?
been recommended.
Great show. The only thing I hated about it is that they obviously they canceled it and they didn't resolve shit, right? One of those, let's cancel it mid-seasons. But the principle of the show was that the Earth, somewhere on the Earth, like CERN created strangelets, and strangelets are unique because there's just two types: there's the positive and the negative. If I don't remember which one's which, I think this is right, but don't quote me. If strangelets had been created that are positive, no harm, no foul, cool, we'll study them. If they're strangelets that have a negative, they'll tend to combine with each other in this uninhibited chain reaction, converting all normal mass into strangelets, destroying the Earth, and it becoming like a black hole or something. It's weird. It's a hypothetical thing. The scientists say that the odds of that ever happening are 1 in like quintillion to 1, but it is theoretically possible. So that's why a lot of these people are like, we don't want CERN, doing this because it can create a black hole or something. Well, yeah, but the odds are infinitely decimal.
No, okay. So here's how I'd allay that fear. One of the other ways of studying particle interactions is to watch cosmic rays, which come streaking in at truly stupid speeds from the universe around us, and the energies we get from those are much, 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 much higher than anything we can produce in our colliders. So if those collisions could produce these world-destroying thingies,
that's not true. The first of all, they're building one in China that's going to be 4 times bigger than CERN. The things for a micro black hole, it's going to be at the very bottom threshold of where the first micro black holes should be formed or be able to be formed artificially. But it'd be it's one event for every God knows how many millions of other events, right? But the energy levels are there, but they are the very, very lower bound.
They're supposed to just evaporate instantly, though, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. No. We're not talking about strangelets now. We're talking about other types of micro black holes. The micro black hole would exist and vanish within picoseconds, because, again, like you said, they would evaporate. The virtual particles being shed off the surface area of the black hole would literally just make it go poof out of existence before even a proton been absorbed by it. So there's no way that black hole could ever grow and become out of control, because it's just literally in for such a small period of time that it would never have any time to actually even engorge itself on anything, right? Because of the evaporation, like you said. Cool shit, right?
The other exciting thing about accelerators, have you watched what they're trying to do with shaping the plasma jets to get much higher speeds?
The tokamak or the Z-Princh?
No,
here we go.
I think this is
we love the Z-Princh, don't we?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, let's call it the Z-Pitch and then expect everybody to know what the hell we're talking about.
I'm not sure what a Z-Pinch is. What's that?
Z-Pinch is where they use these magnetic fluxes to try to compress hydrogen to get it to be very high temperature so it undergoes fusion. And C. Brown was talking about it one time, but he called it Z-Pitch. And I was even asking geology, I'm like, what the fuck is Z-Pitch? I've never heard of this. And he's like, I think he means Z-Pinch. So I'm like, you mean the thing in the tokamak reactors? And geology is like, yeah. I'm like, oh. Well, that's just stupid, because he was suggesting that lightning can cause Z-Pinch in the atmosphere, creating fusion to create literally the heaviest isotopes like uranium, and then the uranium fell to Earth and then decayed to all the products we have now. That's his younger creationist model.
And what is more, he was saying that supernova couldn't create heavier elements, but somehow lightning can.
Yeah, That's why I voted him for the dumb fuck of the year. It's just way beyond anything any rational human being would ever say. And then he was so dishonest. You guys, I don't know, you Bade might know this story, but let me explain to you, Chris, how dishonest this guy is. He likes reading creationist sites, right? And whenever you quote mine off a creationist site, you know you're not starting on really decent footing. And he cited me a paper saying to me that we've never discovered heavy elements in spectral lines. Well, I took astronomy in college, and part of astronomy was lab. And we had to learn about. Well, I already learned about it because in the Navy, I knew what these series were, like the Balmer series and things like that. But I understood what a spectral line was, emission absorption lines. But we actually did experiments to show, okay, you pass a light through this, and you look at the emission lines, that kind of shit, right? Anyways, I knew it was full of shit. I'm like, we can look at certain stars. We can see heavier isotopes. We can look at supernova remnants and see, of course, that they produced, these very, very higher periodic chart nuclei. And he's like, no. This article or this research paper said that we've never seen that. And I'm like, no, bullshit. So anyways, he sent me the link. It's the abstract. And I'm like, well, motherfucker. I'm like, how can you quote something if you don't even have the actual paper? So I got a hold of General Han Solo. He found the actual paper because it was behind a paywall. The paper is talking about a compare binary system of two neutron stars colliding, producing almost total annihilation. That we didn't see any heavier nuclei from that particular explosion. And that somehow turned into a young Earth creationist that we never seen heavier nuclei spectral lines.
Wait a second. How would you even get nuclei out of two neutron stars colliding? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, I don't know if they were predicting some or not, but I mean, that's just. Well, these things are very violent reactions. Who the fuck knows what happens? Now, I mean, from what I remember, two neutron stars basically, you're more likely to end up with a black hole, right? But the gases, the things that
you already have two objects that are pretty much close to the critical limit, where
you're
neutron to journey pressure.
Yeah, you're near Schwarzschild light radius, right?
Yeah, it literally will collapse into a black hole afterwards if it gets any bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if it had to do with somehow with the gases surrounding them that somehow caused production of supernova remnants that would be producing heavier elements. I don't remember exactly what the reason was, but the long story short, it had to do with a very specific observation of compact binary stars. Nothing to do with these just ubiquitous claim that we've never seen heavier elements spectral lines, because that's just bullshit. So
would that be the definition of citation bluffing, what he did?
Oh yeah, that's citation bluffing, and it's also just complete utter dumb fuckery and lying, and because he didn't care. I said, look, I found the exact article you referred to. I also found that it was on a creation site that you got it from, and what the creation site did was they had quote ... we have not seen spectral lines of heavier isotopes in this here or whatever, and they left out the entire before and after passage that explained it had to do with this one single instance. So
I was quite amused by our Wikipedia citation from earlier this morning. I'm sitting there going, oh my goodness, he should have read the sentence before. I mean, that's all he needed to do.
With the exception of the 24 people that actually went to the fucking outer space and the moon. Yeah, whatever.
So this Z-pinch thing, is it a competitor for a tokamak? Oh, for those in the side chat who don't know what a tokamak is, it's a magnetic bottle intended to hold the stuff that we're trying to fuse when we're trying to make fusion.
Yeah, it's called Z-pinch.
Is it part of a tokamak, or is it a...
No. It's not part of the tokamak. It's the concept that is used by a tokamak.
Right.
So what happens is there's magnetic coils around it, and what that magnetic coil does is that it forces the hydrogen plasma into a much lower a much smaller area in order to increase the accuracy and the density of collisions. density of collisions within the hydrogen plasma itself.
Yeah, because if your hydrogen ions are closer together, you're going to have more reactions, right? You're going to have more fusions take place. So you have a higher density. It's kind of similar for fission too, in a way, because if you have the fuel very compacted and you have what's called thermal neutrons, which are slow-moving neutrons, you're going to have obviously higher fissions, and so you're going to have a higher amount of energy output. So the density of these things are very, very critical of how much power you're going to get out of it. Now, but people don't seem to realize, and I had this somebody the other day was like, it was Orphan Red, that flat earther. She had made a video saying, oh, well, we've been promising fusion for years, and they keep on saying, oh, we've discovered fusion, just comes around and say that, oh, we were mistaken. Well, first of all, no, that was cold fusion. She doesn't realize we've had working fusion reactors for decades. MIT has had a fusion reactor working for like 20 years solid or something like that. It just recently went offline, like last year.
The original tokamak is a fusion reactor. It works.
And the Novas.
Yeah, and this is the Soviets back in, I think, the 60s or 70s. They already had this working. The only problem is it's not economical.
Correct.
It doesn't work in that way. I mean, it still generates electricity.
Yeah, but it costs a lot to do it.
But it costs more to maintain the Z pinch and the hundreds of, I think it's 100 million degrees Kelvin that plasma has to be kept at before it'll work. So that takes energy, and that energy is more than what you get out of the fusion reaction itself. So
I think
it doesn't happen.
Get rid of that though. I think it's the ITER reactor.
It's not that this fusion doesn't happen. It happens, but we can't maintain it to actually produce power economically. That's why they shut it down.
Yeah, but these people are like, oh, we've never produced fusion. I'm like, are you out of your motherfucking minds? Of course we produce fusion. We have a lot of different reactors that produce fusion. But just like you said, it's just not the whole point of doing fusion is to make it cost effective to do so. It's just like nuclear reactor. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, the power density is very good for a nuclear reactor. We get a lot of energy out for a small energy input. But if we didn't have the technology we had now, a fission reactor would just be just as bad. If it costs $2 billion to build a reactor and it only puts out, $1 million of savings a year, it's not cost effective to do so. Same principle. They have to figure out the technology to make it cheaper in order to
and what's more is that it's not just your fixed cost. What you're saying there is what's called an economic fixed cost.
I just use that example.
I know, but
the operating cost is really high.
But their variable cost is not economical, let alone your fixed cost on top of that. So there's no point.
Right.
It's like you're selling. If you say you sell cakes, I love that cake example. It takes you $10 for all the ingredients and your labor costs in order to produce this cake, and you sell it for $5. It's not worth your while.
Yeah, I think we're at the break-even point, but even then, that's not worth.
Oh no, not yet. Not yet.
I think on some of these newer reactors, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, they're supposed to have in the next year. There's a new fusion reactor that's going online. It starts up in 2017, this year or next year, prototype, and then in 2025, it actually goes commercial use. And so it's going to be
if it hits and it breaks the break-even point, that's the holy grail. Because
again, it's going online this year, I think it is, and it's supposed to. The plans for it to be fully commercialized by 2025. It's called the God damn it. I don't remember the name of this reactor.
Yeah, the gist of it was the International Experimental Tokamak or something.
It's not the ITER. No, this is actually a commercial. This is actually it's a tokamak reactor. But I don't remember. Let me see if I can find a fusion reactor commercial online.
It was suggested that actually we could have fusion power today if we were silly enough. We'd just take the nuclear arsenal and drop them into effectively a flooded mine and then siphon off the heat. It doesn't sound like a great plan, but it would work.
Well, I mean, we've had a natural reactor before, the Oklo natural reactor. That went critical, what, 1.8 billion years ago?
Yeah, it's running kind of slow though, eh? Actually, that's something that really bugs me about people when they talk fearfully about nuclear power. They're all afraid of the reaction products, which will last, it'll last 100,000 years. This is unacceptable, and they forget that the things that have a half-life of 100,000 years those
totally
are the things
worthless. They're safe.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're completely safe.
Yeah. Dude, I worked with nuclear power. I had explained that the same thing to people. I mean, look if the half-life is so long and it's a low level energy photon and it's something like a beta particle, which is an electron, it's completely fucking harmless. You could hold on to it for your rest of your life. You're not going to be exposed to anything because one, the electrons are going to bounce off your skin, and because it has no penetrating power, and it doesn't have that many of them because that's such a long half-life. That's not the radioactivity you have to worry about. What you need to be worried about is things like the produced neutron radiation, because that's 20 times biologically worse, or things that have high energy gamma rays because they have a very, very big penetration power. And when you have a gamma particle going through your cell, it produces ionization in your cell, and your water in the cell literally disassociates into hydronium and hydroxyl. And urology can tell you offhand, hey, urology, what happens to a cell when all of a sudden your pH goes to shit? You're having all this hydroxyl, hydronium. It's not really good for the cell, is it?
It's kind of caustic, and yeah, it will break the cell.
Yeah, so it kills the cell, which means that this is what happens in your intestines. The cells literally die because they've been destroyed because the water has been disassociated, or even worse, sometimes the things were actually cause lesions in the DNA, and those become cancerous. So either way, you don't want this type of radiation. But the other type that he's talking about, like you said, like the long-term, low-level, that shit's fucking harmless, dude. That's just nothing. But when you have a go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, so I was watching, and don't answer this if you don't feel you should, by the way. I was watching this documentary on the UK nuclear project, and they had some reactor they were running, which caught on fire and was the UK's biggest nuclear near disaster, I guess what you'd say. But it seemed to happen because they kept clipping the heat sinks smaller and smaller in order to get more and more weapons grade stuff. Is that all it takes? Is it just running the thing hotter?
No. Okay, this thing called enrichment, right? There's two types of uranium that's basically they utilize. Uranium-235 and uranium-238. There's also some other types, like but
234.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other types of radiums. But the two most common are 235 and 238 because they're found really heavily in nature. But 238 is more prevalent, but the 238 is not fissionable. Okay, so what they need to do is they have to get all this uranium, they make it into a yellow cake called uranium hexafluoride, and they spin it through these centrifuges. And it separates the heavier 238 from the 235 because the 235 is fissionable. And what we mean by that is that if you take a slow-moving neutron and you fire it at a 235 uranium atom, the uranium-235 is going to absorb it, and it's going to go fission, resulting in 2 fission fragments, or sometimes more, but generally on average, 2 fission fragments and 2 or 3 neutrons. And then those 2, 3 neutrons go on to produce other fissions, and this creates a chain reaction. So you have to enrich the fuel in order to get more uranium-235 and not the 238, because that's not going to work. We can use that for other things. Weapons do use 238, but
use the 238, put it in a breeder reactor, and turn it into plutonium.
Yeah, that's another thing to do. In a breeder reactor, uranium-238 is going to turn into plutonium-239. Actually, I think it goes to 238, then 239, does it? I'm trying to remember. There's a couple different processes, but eventually it gets to uranium.
Two-stage process. It wasn't in one hit.
Yeah, I think it's a multi-stage process. But the breeder reactor is cool because that actually does produce more energy, or more fuel than it utilizes. Right? That's kind of cool, and it doesn't violate any law of conservation or anything.
Yeah, well, that was one of the funny things. That was one of the funny things they said about the UK reactor. You know, the big promise was this is going to generate heaps of power and it'll be very cheap. But the truth is they were using it so much in this capacity for making weapons grade stuff that a lot of the time it was sucking up power from the grid, not contributing. So I'm just trying to work out how that worked too.
Well, again, I mean, the weapons grade is about 90, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's around 90, what is it, 96% enrichment? I mean, it's really fucking high for weapons grade. A conventional reactor is nowhere even near something like that. Matter of fact, it is 100% impossible for a uranium reactor to blow up like an atomic bomb. It cannot happen. There's many reasons for it. The biggest ones is, one, there's not enough fuel in it to blow up, and two, it's not in the geometric shape to blow up. It's not the correct critical ratio. It has to be in this very specific shape to have the you have a couple different types of neutrons, right? You have the spontaneous, called source neutrons, and then you have what's called delayed neutrons. And the source neutrons are produced directly from the fissions that take place. So we know that each fission is going to produce, on the average, I think it's 2.4 electrons per event. Now, this is over a period of an average, right? Obviously, one event can't do 2.4, but if you average up, if it's going to do 2 or 3, I think it's around 2.4 total. And the delayed neutrons are a little bit interesting because they come from what's called delayed neutron precursors. And these things are kind of unpredictable because they actually add to the neutron life cycle, but they don't cause fission right away. And so if you have a certain type of criticality shape that these delayed neutrons are being escaping, like, for example, if it's just like not in the right critical shape, and instead of having an event, it actually gets able to go outside of the critical mass you've got there. It's called a resonant escape probability, or thermal fuel non-usage utilize. What's it called? Thermal. Oh my God, the thermal non-fuel utilization factor, meaning that it got absorbed by something else. Then you can never contain a criticality. You're never going to have an uninhibited chain reaction. So what you want to have this amount of uranium so dense, so compressed, that every source and dilute neutron that's going to be produced is going to go on to produce a fission. That's why they have to slam this shit together with high-grade weapons TNT, because they want the uranium to be very, very, very compacted. So those neutrons that would normally be leaked out to the atmosphere or absorbed by some other thing like the casing, and normally they have what's called a tamper that goes on the round of it, and what the tamper does is it actually reflects these things back to the core. But it has to do with the critical geometry, and that critical geometry is a very, very guarded secret. Even to this day, it is highly, highly classified. Even though you get a good college textbook, you can probably figure it out. Plutonium, especially. I'll tell you right now, the shape for plutonium criticality, it's a fucking soccer ball.
Yeah, I think that's exactly. And there's been a precedence on that. I know it's bad for me to say it, but yeah. That is exactly the same concept in the Fat Man bomb.
Yeah, that was the Fat Man bomb, and then Hiroshima was using uranium. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fat Man bomb was made. I think it was a plutonium bomb, but it was exactly the thing that you're describing. That it was packed around. It was packed within a shell of of dense TNT, and that detonated, making the entire thing implode.
The little boy it was basically a gun type, and a gun type has a core that's been split basically either in two, or in this particular case, I think on the little boy, it had a ball taken out. Okay, so like you have a critical shape. Imagine a conic section or a ball section being taken out. That's your projectile. That's your bullet. So the TNT will blow up on either side, forcing the core and the bullet, the missing piece, to be rejoined. Okay, but on the soccer ball, each connection on the soccer ball led to explosives on the ball, and that went to a detonation that actually didn't cause it to detonate all at once. There was a small microsecond difference between some of the firings for it to actually have a higher degree of yield. So it was basically like little compacted things of C4 blowing up, and then it actually compressing, imploding actually. It had a beryllium detonator because beryllium is a neutron emitter. So you have the source already there. Instead of having to rely on that first initial fission to take place from the source neutrons to go on, you actually literally had a source, a beryllium source. And so the thing exploded around that, compacted upon it, had all these neutrons now from the beryllium, and blew up. And then you have a tamper or reflector that again reflected some of the energy and some of the heat and some of the stray neutrons back to that core. But wow, this is this is the first time in I've ever been on G+ where we've actually talked about atomic weapons. I don't think I've ever really talked about them before.
Well, I was a bit confused that so many people were running around after this. I think it was the second Iraq War, saying, "Oh, there were no weapons of mass destruction," but
there was sarin gas.
Well, yeah, I don't really count sarin gas. It's unpleasant, but I mean, they had calutrons they found after the first Gulf War, didn't they? I mean, that's used to refine weapons grade material.
You talk about the centrifuges.
I'm pretty sure they were precisely calutrons. Yeah. Calutrons were the things that were used to make the uranium for the first.
Those are the tubes. That's the tube. They found uranium in tubes, if I'm not mistaken. And
that was no. Okay, so the tubes. Did they find uranium in tubes?
Yeah, but it was low grade. But they also found some small remnants, some traces of high weapons grade uranium. Yes.
Oh yeah. No, but well before that, they'd also found calutrons, which were named for Caltech University, which were the things used to refine some of the first fissile material in the US.
Like I said, are they a type of centrifuge? That's what they used for refinement.
Yeah, they were a kind of centrifuge, but they were quite a primitive centrifuge. They were more like the things that they used to how they discovered the first really heavy elements. They used to sort of slam specific things together and then look for the tiny amounts that came off. Well, calutron did essentially the same thing.
But anyways, long story short, the principles behind an atomic bomb are pretty simple, but the actual technical stuff to make the geometric shape and the timing, and the yields. The hydrogen bombs, for example, the Yuri Teller devices, they actually use an atomic bomb to detonate them first. They actually literally are a fissionable reaction leading to a fusion reaction. And then again, sometimes with another fissionable reaction, that they might have a uranium-238 shell that again produces more fission. But these types of devices, the ratio to get the exact criticality geometries to blow it up is one of the most guarded secrets of all time.
And so may it stay, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, because I've seen the equations for those. Holy motherfucking shit. Even you Bade would go, what the fuck? Yeah, they're not pretty. And they are very specific equations based upon how much exact yield you're going to get based upon the conditions, because some of them had what's called dial yield. Have you ever heard of that?
No, never.
Dial yield literally is, I swear to God, it really is this. It's basically a dial, and you can say, okay, do I want 20 kiloton? Do I want 50 kiloton? Do I want 100 kiloton? The Tsar bomb actually was designed to be 100 megaton yield, but they dialed it back. It actually was a little under 50, like 48 megaton.
Roughly 50, yeah.
Can you imagine that thing exploded at full power, though?
Yeah, isn't there a rule of? I mean, if you go over 50 kiloton or megaton or whatever, wasted. Yeah, I mean the rest of it just blasts straight out into space, doesn't it?
Yeah, most of it's wasted at that point. It really, if you're going to have 100 megaton or 50 megaton, as far as the damage on the Earth, is probably going to be pretty similar. Because, like you said, they go up so high at that point that a lot of this is going to be too high to do anything. You're not going to get the effect of the blast, because the effectiveness of a blast is really because they do it above ground. Now, the Tsar bomb was actually at sea level, and almost all testing has been at a sea level, because if you do atmospheric testing, that radiation is going to carry a lot farther. So they don't want to do the testing. But if they actually went to drop a bomb on something, those bombs drop several hundred to thousands feet in the air. And the reason for that is because it produces a hell of a lot bigger shock wave that can go out much, much further. And that initial overpressure is what's causing the most amount of damage on a nuclear blast. You want a huge amount of overpressure. It levels everything in that radius, and then anything after that, you have the fire. You have these huge amount of winds of fire that are just going to burn everything. And then if you survive that, then you have to deal with the radiation. So that's why they do something called airburst. Yeah. I've been out of the Navy for 30 years. You think they're going to arrest me for come on, fuck that.
Yeah, the stuff that Steve is saying can be found in various documentaries that I've seen. They've been out for decades.
I just can't tell you what's taught in nuke school, although I can tell you where to go find the information. If you go to nukefact.com, everything that you find on NukeFacts is what we learned in nuke school. I can tell you right now that it's all MIT design course. Have you guys ever seen that? Have you ever seen it? I think I asked you before, but I don't know if I ever showed you to.
Seen what? Sorry.
NukeFact.
No.
Oh, let me see if I can find a NukeFacts.
I was watching this old movie the other day, Meteor, in which a Earth-destroying meteor was knocked out by orbital nuclear devices, and
that's bullshit.
It blows me away that we haven't built anything that can take out a meteor.
Do you know what this sounds strange, but do you know what they think is the most effective way to cause a meteor to be deflected?
Is that painting it?
Yeah. Is that fucking cool? Paint it white. Bullshit.
Yeah, I like the idea. Just got to make sure we spot it coming.
Yeah.
So what I was talking about earlier, when you went to the Z pinch and the tokamak, was now that it looks like the next kind of particle accelerator might not spin the particles round and around in a big ring, but might just be a long straight line thing, because they're working on accelerating particles with much higher acceleration using shaped plasma fields, if they can get it working. So that sounds like it might have a big impact.
It is a shaped plasma field. I mean, it's a shaped magnetic field causing the plasma to be shaped, right? Because plasma is what you're going to be working with, because you have a very, very high energetic state of a substance. Plasma is actually a unique state of matter, right? There's 6 now states of matter. I think they found a new one recently. There's like solid, liquid, gas, plasma,
Einstein condensate,
and there's another one just recently that I think they discovered.
By effectively freezing them with lasers, is that the one?
It's something to do with cryogenics, but I don't remember.
Wouldn't superconductivity be considered one as well?
I think it's a type of ceramic that produces superconductivity, but I don't remember the name of it. Like I said, because
superconductivity is just when you lower it to a really low temperature,
right? But Bose-Einstein
kind of loses all magnetic resistance.
Bose-Einstein condensate exhibits that too, and also Bose-Einstein condensate has superfluidity, which I think is fucking magic.
Yeah, well, superfluidity is basically the superconductivity of material, isn't it? It's the same thing, but for material.
Magic.
Yeah, awesome.
That shouldn't be. It's weird. It's cool shit.
I was listening to Krauss the other day describe he was talking about short range forces and long range forces. You know how we think of the nuclear forces as short range and the electric forces long range. And he pointed out that if we lived inside a superconductor, electricity, the electric force would totally be short range, just like the nuclear forces. The only reason we think it's long range is we don't live in a superconductor. The idea was he was trying to explain that relative to those other forces, we essentially do live in a superconductor.
You know, and what from understand, I don't think they actually have an explanation why the strong nuclear force actually is limited, because the strong nuclear force exhibits itself between the quarks, right? And they're actually inside the nucleon. The actual strong nuclear force exists inside a nucleon, like a proton or neutron. But the residual, the secondary force, extends past that. And that's the force that actually binds the nucleons together in the nucleus. But I don't know what the reasoning is why that force actually has that's a very limited range. But it's
now,
one of those weird forces that the further you get away from it, the stronger it gets, kind of thing.
I thought someone did solve it. I thought it was there was a big deal about having solved containment, I think they called it.
Core containment.
Yeah.
Core containment.
But someone out there understands it, I think.
Yeah. How the fuck do we even bother to even read up for this shit? I don't know, man. It's like, really? Do we really have that? I mean, are we that much of a nerds?
Oh, look, I don't know. Working out how the universe works. So. I want to, like Einstein, I want to know God's thoughts. Thank you very much.
I haven't looked at this shit in years, dude. I'm still trying to find this nuke fact shit. I know exactly what I'm looking for. I can't seem to find it.
The thing about the thing about everyone seems to think that particles gain their mass from Higgs fields, and just not true. They gain some. They gain some from the Higgs field, but if you turn the Higgs field off, they'd be like 5% lighter. It's just not a big impact. What's happening mainly is that the protons and the neutrons give us most of the mass, and the reason that they have mass is the proton is an enclosed area with lots of energy in it, and that's it. So
that's all it really is. It's closed energy with mostly space, which I tried to explain to somebody before and they didn't understand it. The inside the nucleon, you have 3 quarks that only exist in a probabilistic cloud, just like electrons, and they're only really measured at certain points, right? They're going to exist at higher probabilities of where they exist in the nucleon, but for the most part, the nucleon is empty space.
Well, there's the rub. See, those 3 little quarks that are in the nucleon, they totally contribute mass, but even they contribute bugger all of the mass. Most of the mass of the nucleon comes from the fact that it's a raging, boiling sea of virtual particles flipping in and out of existence, and because they're contained, they effectively give it mass.
Yeah, but the virtual particles in this particular case, they're virtual quarks and virtual gluons, which you really don't think of it that way, but that's what they are. They're virtual gluons and virtual quarks. I don't know why I cannot find what the fuck I'm looking for. By the way, Chris, again, I don't talk about my nuke shit for very often, but just from the conversation we've had so far, have you ever listened to that other guy, Sean, that went through nuke school? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, was he the one that you interviewed for a while? They sent him in to debunk you or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, just from the what I've been saying about, what we were talking about and the crap that he said, even though it's been years for me, do I sound like I at least had some training in this field?
Yeah, you sound much more convincingly authoritative than he managed to. But I mean, that said, people retain things for different lengths of time. I'm still ready to believe that he totally did it and just lost it when he didn't use it.
No, I think he went through nuke school. I don't know if he graduated, but he definitely went to nuke school. He knew things that only a nuke school person would know. There's no question about it. But that doesn't mean he graduated.
Yeah, I think it's just about how much people internalize the stuff they learn. Some people learn it for long enough to be able to use it in their job, and sometimes some people learn it forever. It becomes part of them.
God damn it. I can't. I want to find something very specific, and it's one of those things where you can always find it when you're not looking, but when you're looking for something, there's actually online, there's something that has to do with nuke facts that has pretty much not everything, but it has a lot of the nuclear program curriculum in it.
So yeah, Tom, your comment on the Higgs field, sort of, you thought it was the stuff that explained it all. It explains some important bits that were missing, and the Higgs field was an important thing to find because it sort of completed a really important part of the model. The standard model of physics, if we hadn't found the Higgs, then we would have needed to revise a whole bunch of it. And a lot of physicists, of course, were hoping that we wouldn't find it because then there would be all sorts of cool new stuff to find. Of course, other physicists were very happy that we found the Higgs field because it bore them out.
Well, when they just said it, wait, we've actually found the Higgs field?
The Higgs particle.
Oh, the Higgs particle, yeah, but...
Yeah. Well,
the
particle field, they're the same thing. I've been listening to, who was a physicist I was listening to? He basically said, you can talk about these things in terms of particles, or you can talk about them in terms of field. And people say that, it's right to talk about them one way or another. He said, basically, this is a lie. Talking about them all in terms of fields is the only valid way. If you're thinking about particles, it's just
I completely agree with that. It's kind of like this. Newtonian physics is great for certain things, but the reality is for doing gravitational things, you're going to use general relativity, right? Thinking particles as physics as particles, right? Yeah, you could do that for very basic stuff. But every fundamental particle physicist doesn't think of a particle as a particle. They think as these things are fields, right? That's why tensor mathematics is so incredibly important when it comes to fundamental particle physics, which I don't understand. I don't know tensor mathematics. I wish I did. But one of these days, I'm going to get General, and he's going to take something like the gravitational field equation and break it down more than just, I do understand the potential energy and kinetic energy of it, but really break it down and go, okay, let's analyze what this metric tensor is actually saying. I've never had anybody do that for me. And I think that'd be cool if Urology or one of you guys wanted to go, okay, let's actually talk about, tensor fields, because I don't know that much about them. I remember certain terms like the Hamiltonian operator or del. I vaguely remember kind of what they do, but I couldn't manipulate any of them. I wouldn't have any fucking idea. I had to do we had to do what are they called? Fourier transformations. We had to do what the hell are these things called? L, it's a big L. Come on, you're all Laplace transforms. Yeah. So I couldn't do it. My life depended on it. I remember actually remembering. Okay, the first time we looked at things like waveforms. And with the little W and the complex thing, and I'm like, fuck, I'm never gonna get this shit down. And I tell you, I don't think I ever did. I just really faked my way through that shit.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff. They try to explain it in a way you can use it before they explain how it works on a deep level, and I think they're ass about face.
It was magic to me, dude. You're an engineer, so you've had to take those courses. It's one of those things you just do it by rote memorization, or you actually try to understand it. But it wasn't until actually I got out of nuke school that I even understood complex numbers. I thought I didn't really grasp them until I took calculus in college, And it finally just dawned on me, fuck, I think I actually get this is more of a rotational thing. Like an example, if I have the XY axis, I'm thinking, oh, if I just kind of rotate around the X axis outside the limit of the Y, like, in like a Z direction, that's kind of what the complex is. And I didn't really understand the unit circle very well. 2 pi to me meant nothing. I didn't care. I mean, I was a degree person. But I think later on I was like, you know what? Maybe I need to relearn this stuff. So
it makes it difficult for people to really have a full-on grasp on complex numbers is that it doesn't directly itself relate to real things or real applications in the world itself. It actually contributes to mathematical proofs that then can be used in the real world. But it itself really doesn't have a direct relationship with the real world.
I think it does. I think it does. Like I said, I think if you think of it as rotational, I think you can kind of put it into real world, just like what are they called, split octagons or split octonions. Those things actually can be utilized to determine things like wave probabilities for electrons. I think complex numbers are just a plane that we can have, like the complex plane, that does have a real world influence. I mean, we actually can use that to model.
I get what you mean, though. No, yeah. I get what you mean by that. What I meant by the complex number itself doesn't have an actual direct application. Is like you can use complex numbers to do proofs, mathematical proofs that then can be used somewhere else. So like just say for the basic one, your EIX equals cis x. It's usually this proof originated from complex numbers, from the study of complex numbers itself. But we actually have that proof in order to, we actually solve the EIX part of it rather than that CISX part of the equation. We actually use that as a substitute, the EIX portion as a substitute in order to do integration. And that's why I'm saying it's not like a direct relationship. It's a little harder to relate to the real world. It's kind of why you had a bit of a hard time relating to whoever was asking you what applications do complex numbers have in the real world to that guy in the hangout you had like a couple of days back.
That's possible. That's possible.
So I've got 2 counterexamples. First of all, I quite often find that when I'm calculating electromagnetic fields under transmission lines, which is one of the things I have to do from time to time, I use complex numbers in the calculations. I don't drop to E. I actually use complex numbers. But if I've done it right, the complex numbers always cancel out in the final line. If they don't, then I've messed up. So I really am using the complex numbers, but I'm desperate for them all to go away for the final line. Secondly, I think that the reason that quantum wave calculations use complex numbers in their probability calculations is that effectively the correct view of how everything is working is to say that the probability lines are diverging and converging at the same time, and that's what makes complex math work there. And again, when you get to the final line, all of those complex numbers have to vanish. But you use them a long way, definitely.
And well, they do eventually go. Well, I again, it wasn't until years ago, but not when I was in school. I didn't even realize again that real numbers are a subset of the complex plane. It didn't even dawn on me. This was like seriously, like it was like 4 years ago that I recognized this. But then after I recognized, like, well, fuck, this makes a lot more sense. Okay, I get what a complex number is now. It's just a real number with an imaginary component, right? And so all real numbers are complex. Doesn't mean they're all imaginary, because the imaginary component goes away. So if I have like 3 plus bi, right, the b is 0, so that part of the imaginary component goes away, but it's still a complex number. It just has a 0 imaginary part to it. I didn't get that when I was in school. It just didn't even cross my mind. I knew how to do complex conjugates, right? We had to obviously learn that, but it didn't register with me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's okay. So
I can invent complex conjugates in my sleep. They were easy. But hey, real quick, I got to use the restroom. But I put in the group chat there the nuke facts I was talking about. The first one is actually some of the mathematics we had to use on startup rate equations and things like that. And the second one was the actual table of contents. Look over that and tell me what you think level that is. I'm placing it probably second year physics, right? Second year college, maybe a little higher. I don't know. You guys tell me. You guys are the experts. You've had engineering. He's had maths. Look through this the nuke facts a little bit. Like for example, like this is on beta bar and fission yield fractions. Here, let me post this one. But this is what nuke school was. This was what we studied in nuke school. But I can't say that on air because that's classified.
At least second year.
I'm sorry, what?
Which chapter specifically?
Well, the whole thing is that's the nuke program. That nuke facts is pretty much everything. Well, not everything. There's a lot of shit we learned on the dark side. Do you see?
Yeah, the math I'm seeing is at least second year calculus at university, but I'd say depending on the geometry, I mean, some of that stuff could go much later. It depends on whether
take random sample. Look at reactivity. Look at reactivity, resistance rates, and things like that. Go through that list while I'm in the bathroom, and again, I'm just kind of curious what you think the level is. From what I understand, they really do place us about third year physics, third year mathematics, calculus 2, something in that ballpark. But there are some parts in here that do go a little bit higher, I think. Well, just give me feedback. I can use the restroom, but literally, this is nuke school. So a bit back. It wasn't like a breeze, I assure you.
Oh, so many lambdas. Lambda.
I'm not quite sure which particular chapter you're looking at the moment, Chris.
I think I'm on page 30.
Okay. Wait, page. I meant chapter. I went into that that link that Steve posted. It's given me literally a table of contents. Okay, which one are you in?
Let's see. I'm in the one called nuke1zdd.html. Nuke fact number 30, the effective decay constant diagram. I got to say that the top line looks fine and the bottom line looks terrifying. I think this would be probably third year math if you were trying to do anything clever with it.
Simply a summation of the different
I'm so cold, guys. Did you guys look that over?
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. It's yeah, I would say that it's definitely third year, particularly if you wanted to apply it to any complicated geometries. But not only that, I would say that there is so much math here that if you had to learn all of this in a reasonable period of time,
we had 2 years.
Yeah, that's actually pretty challenging.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, and that most of that was actually down to a year, and the other year is actually the year is actually on the job. We had really they take 3 years of college courses kind of, and they stick it down academically into a year, and then you have another year to apply it. But that's why you're at school 12 hours a day, right? It's no joke.
Yeah, I can see that this is hot housing hard.
So when Ronnie says, "Oh well, what education has Steve got?" Yeah, I didn't finish my degree, but don't think for a second that I didn't have to take some advanced courses and shit. And I don't have a foundation of certain things. I just, again, been out of it for many, many years, and I'm not fluid, and I don't use mathematics, but I certainly had to learn it at one time.
Well, okay, looking at this, I didn't do any math more complicated than this until 4th year and masters.
We had to derive this shit. We had to derive the startup rate equation. I remember the first time I had to derive the startup rate equation, it took me literally 20 minutes on Blackboard. It was horrible. We had to know the 6-factor formula. We had to understand the lead neutron precursors. We had to understand prompt criticality opposed to subcritical criticality. All that mathematics literally is what we learned. The K here, like this one right here, the K fact, the nuke fact 48. This was a 6-factor formula. The K effective, the fast fission factor, the resonant escape probability. These are all things that we had to have memorized, and it was horrible. Just wretched. This is why people failed out, because the level was so high and it was thrown at you so fast. It wasn't like you had 2 weeks to prepare for a test. You learn the shit. 2 days later, you're taking a test on it. It was just ungodly pace. I mean, imagine taking.
I can see even a little bit of bad luck happening to you in the real world too could leave you a couple of days behind, and that would be fatal.
Well, a lot of people don't recover. You can only be sent back like twice. I never was, but people that for whatever reason aren't able to have a test. Oh God, I could imagine what it's like. I luckily was able to make every test, but if you got sick or whatever and you were out for a week or two, it must have been hell for those people.
We've got a question in the side chat about Fukushima and how bad that was.
Oh, horrible.
Yeah.
Really,
the claims about lots of stuff leaking out, though, and poisoning the ocean, I think that's probably exaggerated a bit.
Well, yes and no. All the things that you see with the photographs probably bullshit. But the amount of radiation that was released in the Fukushima accident went worldwide. I mean, it was an extremely bad accident with a lot of becquerels that were released into the environment. A huge amount. I mean, I don't know what the actual numbers are, but they were quite large. I think it was probably the worst accident we've ever had, even probably worse than Chernobyl. But the difference being is that Fukushima was a good plant. It's just that it was built on a fault line, right? So you had an earthquake that caused the damage. Chernobyl was a bad design. Chernobyl was a graphite-cooled reactor that had sodium as a moderator. In most plants, like in America, we have what's called pressurized water reactors. They also have boiling water, but most of the inexpensive ones were called pressurized water reactors. And they have something called a positive reactivity addition rate, or positive alpha T, it's called. And with a positive coefficient of reactivity, the reactor is literally you have to fight it to keep it going. Okay, it wants to continually just shut itself down. The reaction wants to stop. So in order to maintain the criticality of the reactor, you really have to pay attention to all your settings. You have to regulate it. You have to baby it pretty much, because if you for some reason do something wrong, the safety position is that you don't want a thermal runaway. You don't want it to go out of control. You want it to shut down, the reactor scram, rods go in, start absorbing the neutrons, so the uranium isn't absorbing them anymore. So you lose your heat. So that's an inherently sound and properly designed reactor. The Chernobyl one had what's called a positive reactivity addition rate, or positive coefficient of reactivity addition rate. And if the negative coefficient of reactivity rate means it's inherently stable and you have to fight it to keep going, what do you think a positive reactivity addition rate would mean?
Yeah, so if you don't control it, it goes out of control.
Exactly. Right. And that's exactly the problem they had. Not an inherently stable system. You don't want to have to sit there and fight something to keep it under control. That's not a good design. But that's exactly what it was. There was a positive coefficient of reactivity. So,
yeah, I seem to remember reading up on the impact of Chernobyl compared to Fukushima, and I think what they basically said was that Fukushima was less bad than Chernobyl, but Fukushima was still releasing crap, so it might actually bypass.
Well, it depends what you mean by less bad. I mean, are you talking like the overall release of radiation, or are you talking about the catastrophic extent of the damage? I mean, it's pretty bad.
Yeah,
and how many people died because of Fukushima compared to Chernobyl?
Yeah, Fukushima apparently hasn't killed anyone yet.
Well, not because of radiation. People have died because of that, but it wasn't because of the radiation. It was basically just things due to relocation problems that people were having accidents, and the earthquake had caused problems as well. But the radiation, as far as I know, didn't really kill anybody, though I'm sure a lot of people might have problems later on. Right? Chernobyl killed people right off the bat, and so did there's been another accident called SLC, which is our Army reactor. Most people don't talk about it, but there was actually an Army reactor, I think it was the 50s or 60s, where it had a control rod. You literally had to pull out. You had to grab onto it and like lift it up, right? Again, not a brilliant design. Well, one of the guys that was pulling the control rod out was supposed to only pull it out a few centimeters. Well, he pulled it out like several inches. This added a lot of reactivity to the core very, very quickly. And when that happened, the water that was inside there flashed to steam. Well, obviously steam has a higher volume than water. So what do you think that happened to that control rod? It literally got ejected, and he was hovering over it, pulling it up. So it ejected and stuck him to the ceiling, killing him instantly. There was 2 other people in the control room. They died due to radiation exposure. It was like 1,000 rem on contact. And again, most people don't know about that nuclear reactor because it was, again, an Army plant that was classified for a long time. It's unclassified now. But people just think when they hear nuclear reactor accident, they think of Chernobyl, they think of 3 Mile Island. Well, nobody got killed in 3 Mile Island. As a matter of fact, 3 Mile Island was pretty weak. All that happened on that one, they had a partial loss of coolant. And as a matter of fact, the people in 3 Mile Island, some of them were ex-nukes like me. You know what the biggest mistake they made at 3 Mile Island? Well, they made a lot of mistakes, but the biggest mistake you think they made? Anybody?
I'm trying to remember.
They
most
didn't believe
of them,
the
it's not knowing
instrumentation.
they didn't believe the instrumentation.
They didn't believe in the instrumentation, and they override every safety protocol in order to keep that reactor going because they didn't believe the instrumentation. What happened was the computer system, we had to study this in nuke school too. We had to study reactor accidents. But what happened was the computer was never designed to have these high temperatures. You have what's called a thermocouple. You know what I'm talking about. A thermocouple is a device, people listening, that has 2 dissimilar metals. And as they heats up, there's a temperature difference that causes a difference in a difference in resistance. Excuse me. So as this material heats up, the resistance changes. That change of resistance can be measured, and so you get a measurement of the heat in the system, or the temperature of the system. They call it temperature thermocouple. So the computer was hooked up to these thermocouples, and it got so hot that the computer printouts just responded as a question mark. The operators had never seen that before. They literally thought it was just bad thermocouples, right? They just thought, oh, well, the computer doesn't know how to interpret it. We'll go fix these things. But literally, it was overheating. And then when the relief valve started going off, they overrode the relief valves. Right? Never override a relief valve. The purpose of a relief valve is to relieve overpressure. You don't want to override those. But nobody there thought to themselves, hey, we might have a problem here. And eventually, they would have what's called a partial loss of coolant. A partial loss of coolant accident is where you have so little water going into the core as compared to being pulled out because through the steam generators that the fuel rods are actually exposed. Well, what happens to fuel rods when they're exposed and they don't have any cooling anymore? They warp, they bulge, they buckle, and you have melting of it. In our reactor, we had zircon oxide fuel plates, but I think on this one, I think they were pellets, if I'm not mistaken. But the fuel rods buckled, right? And you have radiation exposure at that point. So you don't want to override your things. You want to pay attention to your indicators.
So I've got a question here then. I notice in that British reactor and at 3 Mile Island and at Chernobyl and at Fukushima, they all seem to not know exactly what was going on inside the reactor. Is it so hard to work out what's going on inside the reactor? I mean, is it just nigh on impossible?
Yeah, no, because there's a control watch station and there's control boards that actually monitor all these different things. The problem is you have so many different settings, so many different indicators, right? I mean, you have pressure and temperature monitors all over the freaking place, and you don't know where. How should I say it? Like for example, if I had the reactor core in a D2G type plant, it's about the size of a garbage can. I'm not going to know what's going on in that side of the garbage can. It's a black box. Okay, all I know is that there's, in this case, 9 control rods. I know they're inserted, or I know they're not inserted. Other than that, I have no fucking idea what's going on in that core. No clue. I couldn't tell you which control, which plates are buckling, where it's being exposed. It's just no sensors in there. The sensors are all later on downstream. So it really is hard to give an indication of what's going on. But the biggest thing you never want to do is you never want that core exposed. You always want to have water on it, and you want it to be under pressure, obviously, right? Because pressurized water is not going to flash to vapor. Because what happens when you have a flash of vapor? It explodes. What happened in Chernobyl? That wasn't an atomic explosion. That was a steam explosion. Because the water, well, I think it was sodium, but there was water too. But it got so hot that it literally flashed to steam and blew up. So you always want to make sure, even if you have to put seawater into that motherfucker, you want to keep it cool and kind of keep it water.
Yeah, well, that interested me. At Fukushima, pumping in all that seawater was the thing that saved them, and it was directly against the orders, wasn't it?
Yeah, because it's Japan. Because of the natural things they don't want, radiation go to the actual sea. But the reality is, we had 4. You're gonna love this. We had a little station, and we had 4 sets of valves. They were called spill, fill, suck, and fuck. Okay, that's what we named them. And spill was basically you overflowing the condenser, you open it up, it reduces the condenser level. Not a big deal. Fill, the condenser is getting low, you want to add more water to it, you open that up, condenser fills back up. Okay, and we're talking about the condenser for the turbines. And then we had suck, which was actually for the primary coolant to get, again, lower the water level in the primary coolant. But then there was fuck. What do you think fuck did?
I'm gonna guess it poisoned the reactor.
It sent seawater right into that motherfucker. It opened it up and just said, you know what? We're screwed. Reactor shot the fuck. You're never going to save it at that point, right? I mean, once you get corrosion like salt water into reactor, think of the corrosion problems alone, right? So you're screwed. It was chained. It was a chained valve, and it was only supposed to be used, at the most dire things. But yeah, that was the training. It was the environment was second place when the safety of the crew came first, and you don't want that fucking thing exploding like a steam bomb, right? Again, not an atomic bomb. You don't want to explode like a steam bomb. So, but Fukushima, they're a lot more anal about that. They I don't think they wanted that exposed to the environment, and I don't blame them. But they realized that they had no choice.
Tokyo was very nearby, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a major city there.
And I mean, they evacuate Tokyo? I don't think so.
In fact, we had actually, again, classified, sort of. We had actually, well, if I don't give you the ship, I guess it won't matter, right? But we had actually we had 2 reactor instances, I remember. One of the reactor instances was we accidentally leaked radioactive coolant overboard. We were doing a Lyman. Basically, the over coolant is supposed to go into a containment vessel, and that's actually monitored and then diluted, and it's a whole process to get rid of it. Well, this went right overboard. Now, the reality was it's so low radiation, like you've said before, these things are not that high radiation. The things in the plant that's highest radiation is a cobalt-60. You call crud traps. Cobalt-60, as you know, Chris, and I'm sure your brain knows, it's nasty shit, right? Cobalt-60 will kill you. But the rest of the water itself, it's not that bad. But it still was an instance because it was going directly to the environment. And so they had to actually monitor the radiation levels in the Puget Sound for several months afterwards. And the other incident that we had where we actually left the reactor door open after going critical. Wasn't my plant. There was 2 plants. Wasn't mine. So I was like, holy shit, that is a big motherfucking no-no, because the primary shielding is what protects you from the neutron radiation, which is one of the most dangerous because it's 20 times more lethal than any other radiation. And so if you leave that recovery door open and you happen to be on the outside of the secondary shielding, you literally have this fucking beam of neutrons coming right at you. You'll die. It will kill you. Don't get me wrong. So that was very, very bad. Are we boring people in the audience? I can't believe people are actually listening to this.
No, we're talking about nukes. Okay, so there was a suggestion that the Fukushima problem wouldn't have happened in later designs of reactors because they had gravity-fed water, so they wouldn't have needed all their pumps. They could have just pulled the valve and had all the water flow in. Do you think that would have saved it?
Again, we're talking about an earthquake, so who knows, right? We don't know what pipes busted. We don't know the extent of damage of the actual reactor. I never looked into that much. Gravity fed would have been awesome, assuming that you would have had a direct feed for that. So, yeah, I mean, there are always ways to improve upon existing systems.
I don't think that the gravity fed would have made much of a difference.
I doubt it.
With or without it. But even so, a freaking huge tsunami came in anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think about the tsunami that came in and kind of dicked that whole place all to hell. You know.
Yeah, so someone in the side chat asked about whether there was still radiation coming out of Fukushima,
yes.
and the way I understand it, there were cracks in the containment area, and there was water basically.
When they cemented it over, they came in and they sealed it off, but nothing is hermetically sealed when it comes to that shit. Even Chernobyl still has a hot spot there. You know that, right? Inside the actual thing, it's actually still burning.
So anyway,
they did put a massive concrete shield on top of it, didn't they?
Yes, but shields concrete leaks.
Yeah, we've got a saying in engineering that water goes through concrete like there isn't any concrete. It's a bit of an exaggeration.
It'll seep through it over time pretty easily, though. You know, they need to find a better way to contain things. I don't know why they don't use some kind of maybe glass, what's called vitrification, where they encapsulate things in more of a glass type thing. Maybe because it's too expensive. I don't know. But
yeah, they've got water. Are you talking about Chernobyl or Fukushima there?
It doesn't matter. I mean, just like I said, more of a glass vitrification that the system, where you just encapsulate in this resin of some kind rather than cement. Cement is so goddamn porous. Why would you use that to seal off a reactor? I don't understand that.
Yeah. So the big problem at Fukushima is that heaps of water got into the ground, yes. And so what they're having to do is find ways of preventing all that groundwater getting into the sea, and it's an entirely new.
That's not going to happen. You can't stop it. You can't. They have no way. Do not know how to stop that water from going into the groundwater to get into the ocean. That's been the problem, and I don't think you could stop it. It's literally leaking from the plant to the groundwater and going out to the ocean.
Yeah. So after the Manhattan Project, I remember some of the scientists were trying to find new uses for nuclear weapons, and one of the uses was, we can make a spaceship. We can basically blast it into space by flipping nukes out the back. And the reason they didn't do it, it was quite.
Yeah, I know.
Quite
I know. Yeah, no, I know.
But the reason they didn't do it is they did the math and worked out that they were on each launch, the amount of radiation they were going to release into the atmosphere was going to sort of kill half a dozen people worldwide.
Yeah, it would kill the astronauts too.
Yeah, so I sort of wonder how that math would be applied to worldwide cancer rates, for instance, from Fukushima. Has anyone seen any analysis on that?
No, I have no idea. Again, the amount of radiation released was extreme, but it was over a large area. But most radiation damaging things don't show up until over a period of time, right? We all know that radiation damage is cumulative, right? We get that. But the extent of damage isn't only found out, could be several years, even decades later, right? I mean, if you have if you have DNA lesions due to radiation, or if you have a lot of cells that have been permanently damaged because of radiation, you may not notice that right away, right? But the biological effects of radiation is an accumulative thing. It doesn't go away. You don't. If you get exposed to like one REM, and then a year later get exposed to another REM, might as well just say you got exposed to 2 REM at the same time. It is a cumulative effect. So, I mean, if you get exposed to 200 REM, you have a 20% chance of dying. 500 REM, 50%, 1,000 REM, you're dead.
Yeah, I'd almost say that on a wider, sort of on a worldwide or countrywide level, the only way you could estimate the damage would be using mathematical modeling. I don't think you could.
Absolutely. That's all it was. Yeah, I agree.
You'll literally be looking at life tables afterwards and see how that works, and also potentially looking at the effects of the birth rates or congenital disfigurements or disabilities.
Mm-hmm.
See how that actually,
and take iron. I mean, should we take iodine?
Yeah, I'd almost say that the effect would be vanishingly small enough that that your upfront mathematical modeling would probably give you a more accurate answer than actual monitoring.
The only thing that concerns me about nuclear power, though, is terrorism more than anything else. I know natural accidents do happen, but I think terrorists could do substantial damage if they were to actually blow up a nuclear power plant, strictly because of the radiological concerns.
Effectively making it into a dirty bomb?
It would be exceptionally a dirty bomb, yeah. But I think we're reaching the point now that I don't even think that a terrorist organization would be producing a dirty bomb if they actually had a radiological weapon. Now, granted, dirty bombs are not that hard to make, obviously. It's basically just a bunch of radiation and regular explosives. But I think that they will eventually have some kind of tactical weapons. I mean, if you guys remember the Sukhoi bombs, they're called Minutemen. No, wait, were they Minutemen or the Ivy Mike? Ivy Mike was the first thermonuclear weapon. But what was the actual?
Was Ivy Mike was a fusion bomb?
Yeah, for thermonuclear. Yeah, so I said the first thermonuclear weapon. But what was the first? It was these little briefcase bombs. I think what they called Minutemen. They're 5 kiloton. But anyways, I think that their miniaturization techniques are getting better, and I think that they will be able to sneak over an actual weapon. I mean, we're talking not just dirty bomb, but actually a full fissionable weapon. I think it's actually a matter of time. I know it sounds doom and gloom, and I hate to say it, but I don't see how we could ever not be attacked with some kind of nuclear weapon at some point in time. To me, it seems like an inevitability. Am I being pessimistic?
No, I think you're being realistic. I guess I guess first of all, I've got an observation that I remember one of the scientists after the Manhattan projects was asked how small he could make a nuke, and he said, "Well, look, I can probably make a nuclear grenade, but can you find someone stupid enough to throw it?"
Yeah.
But I seem to remember
I think
reading
1
somewhere.
kiloton is your lowest limit, actually.
Okay.
I don't see how you can really get much smaller than that. But they have 5 kiloton weapons, which is not that big if you think about it.
Yeah, well, they totally had nuclear rocket launchers.
Yeah. Okay. The smallest ones that I've ever heard possible was some kind of artillery type RPGs, almost like shit. These things were really motherfucking small. We're talking like the size of a really small mortar kind of thing. They would actually explode and detonate like a building kind of thing, which is weird because, I mean, it's an atomic explosion, but it's a very, very isolated atomic explosion. But
So
I don't see why you would use that rather than just a conventional weapon at that point.
Yeah.
What's
So
the point?
I've got actually, okay, so first question, I read somewhere that part of the reason for putting up the GPS satellites was that the first ones were armed with things which could monitor radiation on the Earth somehow. Do you think that's believable, or does that sound like rubbish?
Well, we've always done monitoring of radiation. That's always been something we've always had. I mean, we've been so scared of the Russians back in the Cold War that we actually, put huge stations up in Alaska and stuff like that, and early warning systems to detect any kind of incoming missiles. So it wouldn't surprise me if we had systems up there for radiological, predictions, or not predictions, but radiological surveying, I guess. And if they were on GPS satellite, it wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't. I mean, why not?
Have you seen that documentary on the secret astronaut program? No. Okay, so you're familiar with the whole thing about the US decided that it would try and prevent nuclear war during the Cold War by having such good intel on the USSR that they would have a very strong negotiating position, which I think is actually brilliant and did work. So that was why they did the whole Blackbird flyovers and so forth. You're familiar with all of that?
Yes, or 71 Blackbird?
Yeah, so they were flying missions to photograph the USSR and so forth.
Yeah, the SR-71 Blackbird and the F-117 stealth bomber.
Yeah. So
those were Martin.
Yeah, after the Russians managed to come up with a response to the Blackbirds, they started working. The US and the USSR actually both started astronaut programs where there was a physical photography from orbit, apparently, but now well documented. And so again, they were able to collect excellent satellite spy information on each other.
Oh, come on, Chris! We never been out of the Earth. Outer space. Earth is flat.
It was fascinating, though. They would effectively eject these spools of film and then snatch them out of the air as they parachuted in. It was just amazing. Eventually, it all got automated, of course. I mean, now we've got photography from space. But what's the name of your agency which does the satellite imagery stuff? It's one of your 3-letter agencies.
Well, we have NASA, which is National Aeronautics Space Administration. We have the National Weather Service. We have what's some of the other ones we got? Oh my goodness!
There's one specifically for satellite intelligence information. I'm trying to remember its name. No, it's not the NSA. No, it's not one of the common ones. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, apparently they got to they, in combination with the CIA, I think, were the reason that the space shuttle got built so big. The initial plans for the space shuttle were actually quite a lot smaller and more efficient.
You know what? I think are you talking about the National Reconnaissance Office?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So that was why your space shuttle was so big and clunky. They got to specify the size of the cargo bay. You're familiar with the fact that they recently offered NASA another satellite, another space telescope, approximately the size of the Hubble.
No, why they got the James Webb going up this year? I thought.
Yeah, so I don't think NASA is actually going to use it. But a couple of years back, your space spying agency sort of approached NASA and said, "Hey guys, we've got another one about the same size as the Hubble that we never got around to putting into orbit because we've got stuff better than that."
Well,
apparently,
much bigger than Hubble.
Yeah. So apparently, they had all this time. They had at least one satellite the size of the Hubble pointing down.
Well,
which is all good fun.
I am a huge advocate of spending money for space research. Huge advocate of that. America has been one of the leading countries of waste as long as I've been alive. I mean, I think our governmental system spends so much goddamn money on stupid shit, and yet I want to see that money funneled into science. I think the only way we're going to make a country strong is through technology, science and technology. I mean, we let's be realistic here. If you don't produce technology on the cutting edge, you will fall behind globally, because some company out there will make it better, faster, cheaper, being on the leading edge, get on the investors, and you're left in the dust. So when we have people like Trump and these backwards motherfucking idiots like Pence and Carson, who, in my opinion, are waging wars against science and against education, I think it sets back America on the geopolitical spectrum to the Stone Age, you know? And I mean, I didn't want Hillary, and I still stand by that. But now that we have Trump, we have to deal with it. But these fucking people do not understand that if they do not spend money for science, we will end up with the people we see in the say hangouts like Spur and these other people that will never be able to produce anything for us, right? And that's a shame, because if we don't, what's going to happen? Other countries will. China, Japan, even Britain will just lap us by. We'll just be so left in the dust, where America used to be one of the top producers for electronics. I mean, yes, Japan's always been good, Samsung and a few other companies. But Raytheon, I mean, look at Raytheon, dude. You remember Raytheon? That was a big name, and that was a German company original, but actually I think it was headed out of USA, wasn't it? You remember?
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Yeah, Raytheon was huge, and they made excellent components.
Huge.
Yeah.
I mean, it still exists, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
I think that
it's based out of America. I believe what's that?
Yeah, I think the US really does need to try and stay or even regain its lead on science and particularly technology. I think that the world is going to start moving into a phase whereby it becomes very important to make more material efficient things. I think materials are in danger of running out, and we need to sort of change what we make things of, and that's a huge technology challenge. And the country that can provide that stuff as particular resources start to get bottlenecked, I think is going to make a mint.
Well, I think the next 4 years is going to be pretty interesting. I don't like
the main thing really all starts in the school classroom. And,
I think it's before that. I think it's the school board.
Well, yeah, that's true. But as I said, as I've always said, it always starts when the kids are young.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, from what you always see, America just seems to be slipping backwards and backwards in the primary and the secondary education of science.
Because parents are knowing less about science, and therefore they're determining that their kids don't have to know much about it. My daughter wants to know science. She has an interest in it. Now, yes, she wants to not major in softball, but she really wants to be a professional softball player. She wants to go to UCLA. But she knows that softball isn't a career. She knows that she's going to have to take something else. And right now she's fluctuating between engineering and physics, but I don't think she has the aptitude for physics. So I don't know. We'll see. She's young. She's 11. But she knows she definitely is going to be in the science field, but she might go into like oceanography or she might marine biology. She likes that. So who knows?
So here's something amazing that I learned recently. Apparently, some cognitive scientists have been claiming that the secret to making your kids brilliant is to give them lots of building blocks to play with, Lego, that sort of thing, and to make sure that they learn to do cursive writing very young. Apparently, learning to print just doesn't give you the same mental contact with learning to read.
Oh, I agree, and I think it's a lot of things. I mean, reading is so fundamental, right? I made the joke a while back that I don't read anymore, and people kind of took me a little seriously. But I meant I don't really read hard copy books anymore. I read a lot online. But I do have like a couple books here. I got, like the Dinosaur Blood and the Age of the Earth that Dr. Fazrana sent me, and then Lamed was very, very nice and bought me a great book called The Cosmic Landscape by Susskind that I'm still reading. But I don't really read hard copy. But these two books, I'm glad I got a hard copy of because I like them as a reference. But when I grew up, I was reading a fuck ton of books, guys. Those little reading, what do they call them? The oh, come on, they have these reading contests.
I've never been in a reading contest, but I'll believe you.
Yeah, well, I can't remember the name of it, but anyways, I'd read like 100 books, right? Now, granted, they weren't really complicated.
MS readathons, that's what they call.
Yeah, like a readathon. But then I got into like higher grades, and I was like reading more advanced books. Like I love the Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe series, like the Chronicles of Narnia. Loved it, right? J.R.R. Tolkien, Lord of the Rings. I read the whole series 3 times, and that's a big fucking series.
Even the Silmarillion.
I didn't read the Silmarillion because I didn't really want to read about the lore that much. That was actually mostly written by his son, wasn't it?
I think that was well, sort of. One of the things that Tolkien did was he wrote his background world in phenomenal detail before he ever wrote The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, and so his son may have done some editing, but I think it was pretty much all written by Tolkien.
I read books like the entire Foundation series by Isaac Asimov, right?
Yeah,
really complicated. That book, that series, complicated. I, Robot,
Dune,
Frank Herbert, sure. My favorite series actually were like things like the Incarnations Immortality series by Piers Anthony. Xanth was good too, but I don't really talk about all the books I've ever read because it just never came up. But I read a lot. Fahrenheit 451, 1984, Lord of the Flies, pretty much a lot of the classics. Wuthering Heights, hated it. So I am actually pretty literate as far as reading, but I want my daughter to be able to do that, and I'm recommending all of these books to her. But she just doesn't seem to want to read. Like okay, have you guys read The Phantom Tollbooth? A great book for kids. Somebody has to remember this book called The Phantom Tollbooth.
Not one of mine, but I believe you.
Well,
no, not mine either.
Really? All right, let me ask a live feed. We only got like a couple dozen people watching, but has anybody ever read the book The Phantom Tollbooth? It is one of the best kids' books ever. And I like telling her, listen, honey, I've never steered you astray. I mean, she's a daddy's girl. I'm like, I'm telling you, you're gonna like this book. And she just won't read it. I'm like, okay, how about The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe? She won't read it. And I don't know how to like get her into reading, and that's really kind of worrisome.
Trixie Belden. Trixie Belden. They're mystery stories. The protagonist is a teenage girl. Now you want to get the earlier ones because the later ones she starts getting into boys and so forth. But the earlier Trixie Belden stuff, it'll teach people. It'll teach you to think in exactly the same way that the Hitchcock Three Investigators series and so forth.
I never heard of that one, but we had similar books like the Hardy Boys and the Nancy Drew and
Nancy Drew's another good one. Nancy Drew, Trixie Belden. If that doesn't get her into reading, I'm not sure what will.
There's who was the other one? There's a couple different series like that were really very good.
Three Investigators, Famous Five. My dad got me into Swallows and Amazons, which was a much older version of sort of a precursor to the Famous Five books, which were dry even for me. So that was.
Yes, I don't like dry books. I like things that keep my interest. Like I like Stephen King books, like It's like one of my favorite books, right? Stan was good, and then somebody had mentioned in the life, like Ray Bradbury. Yeah, I mean he wrote a lot of good stuff. I think I read something Wicked This Way's Coming. Was that the one with the fair? I remember the Illustrated Man, and I remember the Martian Chronicles, but I think I get the names confused. What's that?
Yeah. A science fiction story that not many have read that I would really strongly recommend. First of all, there's a short story called Flowers for Algernon, which
I
is
love
quite
that
a
book.
short story, and everyone should read it. I don't cry when I read books, except for that one. And secondly, there's an incredibly good science fiction story called Sister Alice, I think by Robert Reed, and almost no one's read it. And it's in 3 parts. The first part's a little confusing, and then you just, oh my goodness, this is amazing.
I had to read Flowers of Algernon in elementary school, and that's the story of a kid who basically is taking this drug, and it increases his intelligence level. Right? He's basically kind of retarded.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Everyone read Flowers.
I'm not going to give the spoiler away, but I mean that's basically what the book's about. But it's very, very brilliantly written. It's heartfelt. That's one of my all-time favorite books, actually. So I definitely highly recommend Flowers of Algernon. But I thought that was required reading.
I know. I read it when I was 11 in school.
That's right. Yeah, it was required reading for us. Lord of the Flies was a required reading, and I thought that was a sad story. I liked the book, don't get me wrong. It's really well written, but come on, you think by now everybody's read the book, right? So I mean, can I give spoilers? Well, whatever.
I think you can give spoilers of Lord of the Flies.
Okay.
Lord of the Flies has been out there long enough.
Yeah, if you haven't read it by now, it's like a 20. Pork. I mean, it was sad. It was really
Piggy,
sad.
wasn't it?
Piggy. Yeah, Porky Piggy. It was sad. I mean, come on, these little fucking brats. But you actually felt for these kids, and you actually, you're like, God, these things are how civilized things can go to shit and become savages.
Yeah, the problem I sort of had with Lord of the Flies was that it wasn't really consistent to its own universe. That the idea was that everyone turned into savages, or the society turned into savages, but I don't know, it didn't seem like a natural progression. It seemed a bit forced.
I think it wasn't supposed to be a natural progression. I think it literally was supposed to be just the fact that given the circumstances, that even what we would consider to be normative morals and ethics go right out the fucking window in those kind of situations.
And then there's the fact that I was short-sighted and Piggy was short-sighted, and Piggy used one of his lenses to light a fire. And as a person that's impossible using the lenses that you use if you're short-sighted.
Yeah, well, like I said, didn't his glasses break, and that's why he had one lens?
Yeah.
No, but you need a convex lens in order to start a fire. Short-sighted ones are concave, so you're not that's not going to work. Yeah,
you want to be able to focus the beam, not diverge it. Let's see, what else is a good book? I don't ever talk about this shit. Like I said, a lot of people never ask me what I've actually read. I really liked the Gunslinger series.
Oh, I just finished the first one.
That's good.
I really enjoyed the first one. Does it stay good?
Yeah. Oh yeah. My favorite one. I'm not, no spoilers, but my favorite one. Wait till you get about the one with the train and the computer. Oh God, it's fucking Stephen King's got a warped mind. Yeah, I really liked that series. Have you ever read the Incarnations of Immortality series?
Not familiar with it.
Oh, okay. If I ever had to recommend a series, read the Incarnation of Immortality series by Piers Anthony. The first book is called On a Pale Horse, and it's about Thanatos' death. And I'm not, no spoilers, but basically, the Incarnation of Immortality series is that the incarnations are people that are picked for, and there's reasons for stuff to become these incarnations, like the god of war, Mother Earth, the god of time, the god of death, right? And so it's 7, and now it's up to like 9 books, and I haven't read the last one because it came out literally 20 years after the rest of the series. It should, but it is the most amazing journey how he's able to wrap all these characters together over a period of several books. Does anybody in the live feed ever read this shit? Just out of curiosity, On a Pale Horse? Sound familiar? I'm really surprised. Look into it, Chris. Trust me.
Yeah. So I was a little bit surprised that as a US citizen you didn't know about the parallel astronaut program. And
I do. You mean okay. You talk about the twins?
The second astronaut program, putting people up to spy during the Cold War.
Okay. I was thinking the twins.
The USS Liberty. Do US citizens know about that?
The what?
The USS Liberty incident.
I do remember
Navy ship being run by the NSA that got deliberately attacked by Israel at the start of one of their invasions over there.
Yeah, I do remember about the Liberty. Yes, I don't remember the exact details, but
I mean, it's sort of got a bit covered up because Israel was a bit embarrassed and sort of said, "Hey guys, we've come across these plans for." It was one of the missiles that was being used against you in Vietnam at the time, and so they sort of offered that as a.
Well, they attacked them in open waters. I mean, it was actually they were in open waters and they got attacked by Israeli forces.
Yeah, it was shocking, absolutely shocking. There's a documentary on it. It was just amazing.
Yeah, we had when we were in the Silk Room envelope, we had Iraqi planes flying around us, but we had the phalanx system, and so they knew if they came within a 2-mile radius of us, they would be shot down automatic. Those once we put phalanx in auto, no pilot wants to come near us.
So there's some sort of radar controlled autocannon or something?
They are an autocannon that fire depleted uranium slugs at a few thousand a minute. It basically, we call them RTD2s because they look like. But if you got hit with the uranium slug, it doesn't matter if that motherfucker nicked the wing of the plane. That plane's going down. So heavy, right? That it just basically is an impact device, an impulse device. And so when you have all these slugs being literally like zipped out of it, it's going to tear a plane to shreds. And like I said, once it's in auto mode, it locks on and just does its thing. So we were at general quarters. This was during the Iraqi war, and we were at general quarters, and we basically found out later that they had thrown those things in auto and basically warned them, wave off. If you come near us, you're going to be shot down. And luckily, they didn't engage. But we had known that there was hostile possibilities to be in general quarters, and we had practiced for imminent missile launch and attacks. But luckily, my ship was never attacked. So, but when you're at general quarters, I mean, you're at battle ready. You are at heightened sense. So I definitely cannot put myself in the position of somebody who's on the combat ground forces. But we definitely got the Armed Forces Expeditionary Medal. We had combat pay. I am a combat veteran, believe it or not, which I don't think I've ever mentioned before. But I am officially a combat veteran because I served in Desert Storm and Desert Shield, and I was literally in the war zone in the Iraqi Civil War envelopes. And again, I don't want to compare that to anybody who's ever been on the ground, because that's a hell of a lot different thing. But at least I can emphasize that when you're sitting there in full flash gear at general quarters, and you think to yourself that, hey, you know what, we could have a missile come in at any time because we have these fucking Iraqi planes flying around that, you know, we've already told worn off, and you hear it over the WMC, possible imminent strikes, be better ready, and then they got waved off. It really kind of puts things in perspective. But I gotta tell you, I don't think I was ever really scared per se, right? It was more just like, okay, if this shit happens, what the fuck do we do? And that's what we were trained for, right?
Yeah, I mean that's one of the points of good training, isn't it? It's to make you able to not be terrified and to act even if you end up terrified. So yeah.
I mean, everybody gets scared, but you have to be able to function, right? You have to be able to do the job, because if the situation you're in doesn't get you, the fact that you froze, the fact that you weren't able to perform your duties, is going to have just as of a detrimental effect, right?
Yeah, so. I agree. And I wouldn't talk down what you had to do. They also serve who make sure the bloody ship works.
Yeah, well, we were the first on, last off. In other words, we were the first back on the ship after leave, and the last ones to leave, because we had to make sure that the ship started up and shut it down. And as I've told people before, that's a process. You don't just push a button and the reactor goes, oh, okay. No, it's a long, involved, arduous process, mainly for the reason of thermal stresses. Because you don't want to bring a reactor at criticality having these heat stresses on the system, all instantaneous. You want to build it. You just build it up slowly. Obviously, you've had metallurgy, so you know what I'm talking about.
I can imagine switch it on and everything pops.
Oh, can you imagine that? Can you imagine if like a reactor all of a sudden went to standard operating pressure and temperature instantaneously? What kind of thermal stress that would put on your welds, your joints, your pipes? The only thing worse would be the opposite. If you're operating at a high, you're an engineer. What happens if you have a very high temperature metal and all of a sudden you rapidly cool it? What happens?
Massive embrittlement.
Yeah, brittle fracture. Right. You have massive embrittlement, you have brittle fracture, and the thing fucking blows up. Not good. And we used to do hydrostatic testing. Have you ever had to do that?
No, never had to do that.
Dude, I think I was more scared of that than I ever was during combat situations, because you're sitting there right next to fucking this system that you're pumping in fucking 2,000 pounds per square inch water looking for leaks, right? And you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute, if this leaks, it's probably going to blow up, and if it doesn't leak, it could go up. It still could blow up, right? I mean,
it's worse than that even. What sorts of pressures were you dealing with?
Well, I remember the pressures in the operating system of the primary loops were, let's just say they were around 1,800 pounds per square inch, give or take. I mean, they're
okay. So if there's a pinhole and the stream hits you, it's going to cut you in half.
Yeah,
1,800 psi, no problem.
Oh yeah, it'll be superheated. Yeah, but this is inside the reactor compartment, so you're not going to be in there at operating pressures anyways. But yeah, if you have a pinhole leak, it's superheated steam. First of all, you cannot see it; it's completely invisible. All you're going to see is condensation forming on the opposite end, where it finally it's finally released enough pressure, enthalpy, to actually form condensate, right? So you're going to see at the very opposite end of the room some kind of plume, right? As the water starts actually coming out of the gas. But what happens between that pinhole leak and that wall? Well, it's superheated steam.
That's right. It's going to go straight through you.
It's going to go straight through you. You're not going to see it either. So yeah, that's bad jujus. Yeah, not cool. But luckily, there's only like one place in the plant that I recall that had superheated steam that wasn't part of the primary. And you at least, I think you'd be able to hear it though. You'd probably be able to hear it, but you wouldn't be able to see it.
So one of my friends, or one of my workmates who used to be in the New Zealand Navy, tells a story of pulling up alongside an American aircraft carrier at one stage, and the thing that really surprised him apparently was just how fast that thing went when it got turned up to full speed.
Aircraft carriers? Yeah, they can move. Yeah, they can book.
So just all of that power coming straight out of the nuclear reactor getting cranked out into the turbines. Is that basically just what makes it extremely fast?
Well, sort of. They have reduction gears. I don't know what the average speed was. It 45 knots? Yes, but the ones in the aircraft were different types of reactor plants. They were called A5Ws, or I think the newer ones are A7Ws. What that stands for is aircraft carrier 5th generation Westinghouse. Mine was D2G, which is destroyer 2nd class General Electric. And then you had S1C, I also qualified, which was submarine 1st generation combustion engineering. And these are really high megawatt reactors. I mean, mine was 150. I don't know what the hell the A5G is, but it's quite high. We had to look at the core in nuke school, but once we got out of that, we never had to look at the A5 again because I never was on a carrier. But what happens is you have a turbine, right? And that turbine will go through this big set of reduction gears, because you got to remember these things are traveling at 30,000 fucking RPM. What happens if you stuck a train shaft of a 30,000 RPM spinning turbine to a fucking propeller with this? And you probably got let's go with a couple hundred feet of shaft, and that shaft is basically a hollow tube filled with sand. Okay, because you want to have some torque, right? You don't want to be extremely rigid. You want to have at least some torque so it doesn't fly apart. But do you think that's going to withstand 30,000 fucking RPM? Hell, goddamn no.
Nothing is going to withstand that many RPM.
It's gonna literally vaporize, right? So you got to go through a set of reduction gears. And I was telling this story the other day to somebody that ever had one of those things where you thought you understood something, but when you actually fucking look at it, you go, holy shit, this is like nothing I ever imagined. It's completely different, but I get it now.
Well, I've had the first part. Someone asked me to fix an infrared spectrophotometer once.
And what did you not know, like think that you knew how it worked, or what?
It was old electronics, but looking inside of it, it completely boggled me. It ended up to be impossible. There was too much moisture ingress into the primary sensor, but yeah, certainly I popped open the cover and was blown away by the complexity of this thing, which I had thought was reasonably simple.
Yeah, when we had to pop open the reduction gears for inspections, was once a year, it was like, wow, these things are highly machined pieces of work in order to get the staging down, so you don't, you have a good coupling from the turbine to the power shaft. But anyways, yeah, think of that. Even with that step down, right? Even at that reduction, how much torque do you think is on that shaft? Quite a bit.
Yeah, you don't want to muck around, I guess, when you're trying to drive an aircraft carrier. The thing that always confused me, how I mean, it's obviously a very, very high value asset, an aircraft carrier. Just how many ships does it have around in its flotilla trying to protect it?
Well, I was in the Carl Vinson group, right? And I don't remember I don't remember, it was like probably 8 or give or take, but we were a guided missile cruiser. And believe it or not, when it all boils down to it, do you want to take a guess at what the actual job of a guided missile cruiser is, or a destroyer class? Do you really want to know what our primary thing is?
I guess getting in the way of the enemy and detecting submarines.
Yeah,
that would be my guess.
Well, no, getting in the way of the enemy and taking the missile hit if we have to. We basically are running defense for the aircraft carrier. And now, yeah, we have offensive capabilities. We have Harpoon, we have SM1s, SM2s, and a few other ones, but obviously the newer ones, we have Tomahawk missiles. But yeah, it's our job to be a missile interceptor, and anything else that's going to attack that aircraft carrier, we defend it. That's it. That's what we do.
Okay, so I'm imagining that you protect the aircraft carrier from missiles by engaging anything that could fire a missile at it, sort of at some distance from the aircraft carrier, and I guess by having anti-missile missiles.
Yeah, well, we didn't have anti-missiles. The failing system can actually lock on to missiles. And if I remember correctly, I think the SM1s or SM2s could as well. I qualified as a surface warfare specialist, but I don't remember that much about it. To recall the specificities. I know we also had the 55 Bravo radar, which actually could be used as a weapon as well, because if you take that radar and you actually go active on a pilot, in a plane, it'll be enough radiation to kill him. It'll cook him like a microwave. So it can be used as a weapon. But then what happens is when what happens when you have a plane that has no pilot heading right for you? You're going to take that hit. So again, that's our job to do that.
So, I guess I want to know: are merchant marine vessels sort of smart about avoiding carrier groups, or do some of them push it foolishly?
We did what's called LEO ops, law enforcement operations, and you'll get people that get a little ballsy. Yeah, you'll see people kind of push in, but then that's when we have these dingy boats thingies with the 50 cals, and that's when the boatswain's mates and people get their fucking 45s and strap them to the side and get in that little boat, that little dinghy, and start heading over there with their 50 cals and other shit. And yeah, they tend to turn back,
Charlie, just changing the subject slightly, I'm forever wondering why the Greenpeace people who go out and run their dinghies along the side of the whale hunting vessels that the Japanese have out there. I always wonder why they don't get done for piracy. I mean, trying to run a great big can opener down the side of a ship, that would count, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, it is in a way. Yeah, it really is. And these people cause more harm than they cause good, I think. I don't think they realize the damage they really do. But somebody asked in the live feed. Yeah, the Carl Vinson was our battle group that I was in. Yeah. Matter of fact, if you go to the Carl Vincent page, everything that the Carl Vincent was in, I was in Operation Desert Storm. I was in Operation Enduring Freedom. I think I was in pretty much all of those things.
Okay, so a battle group. So you've got what, an aircraft carrier, a couple of destroyers. What else is in a battle group?
You have a tender.
I'm not familiar with this.
A tender, LHA or tender. LHA would be I think it's a type of helo platform, but I can't remember what it stands for. But a tender is basically a big floating repair type place. For example, if you have to do like large scale manufacturing, that's what a tender is for. A tender takes care of the operational things for the fleet, right? Oh, let's say you're in the middle of nowhere, you can't fabricate everything. You can fabricate gaskets and stuff like that, but let's say you need an actual part. Well, the tender is a floating fucking Lowe's kind of thing.
Oh, nice. Okay, it's like the portable workshop.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to think. I remember there's an Enduring Freedom, but I don't remember which version that we were in. It was one in 1993, I think. I'm trying to remember. I was in Desert Storm, Desert Shield. We had the Armed Services Expeditionary Medal. And I don't remember what the hell we got it for, which is a VFW combat medal. I have it here.
So, casting my mind back, we were talking about decay rates and so forth earlier, and I want to ask your advice on an argument I was having with someone recently. I don't know if you remember, there was a movie came out a while back. It was the latest in the Aliens series. I think it was called Prometheus. That's the one.
I did see it.
And And at one stage, someone did some carbon testing and said, "Oh, it's about 12,000 years old." And I was getting, and people were telling me, "There's no way you could say, oh, it's 12,000 years old without calibrating your carbon-14."
Right. Sure.
Well, wait a second. The amount of carbon-14 in the atmosphere is, I mean, that gets made as a result of solar radiation or cosmic rays hitting the nitrogen in the atmosphere, right?
Right. Yeah, nitrogen 15, I think, decays and by being decayed carbon-14.
Okay, so provided you had a reasonably stable star over 12,000 years, that's a given. Your nitrogen level in your atmosphere, well, nitrogen's pretty unreactive, so that's probably very stable. So, I mean, I'm just trying to work out.
I know where you're going with this, but I think you're misunderstanding what they mean by calibrate.
Okay, I'd love to learn.
There's two different things for calibration. When we do carbon testing, there's obviously things in the atmosphere, like you said, the production ratio of carbon from nitrogen is a factor, but there's also other factors for calibration that we take into effect. One, we've had atmospheric testing of weapons, right? So we have to do what 160% factor in dating the carbon because of that atmospheric tester, because of the rubidium, the strontium, the iridium, all these different radioactive things will affect the sensors, and some of it does actually produce carbon. So you've got to take all this other shit that's floating in the atmosphere, because these sensors, these machines are not, into a world of itself. They're not that isolated. They do have to have, they're exposed to atmospheric conditions, and we have radiation all around us. The other factor is that, I don't know if you knew this, but the original calculations for the carbon was based by a guy named Libby, and he actually has a different half-life than what we normally have for a half-life. Right now we have it at 5,740, I believe, plus or minus 30, give or take. His was a little bit off. His was different. And so in order to be consistent, we actually take Libby's number to find out some of these dates, right? So we go by Libby's half-life. It's a 3% correction factor. But that's not what they mean always by correction factor or calibration factor. When they mean calibration, they usually try to take something and say, okay, here's what we have approximate, but we need to have a validation source for it. For example, if I say, here, I found this vase, and I'm calculating this vase, let's say it had organic paint on or whatever, and I say, okay, it was like 700 years ago, during the time of this empire. Is it consistent what we would find from that empire? Or hey, here's a tombstone or a plaque that said, hey, this is the year of this and this and this, and we find something that we did in that area, and we date it, and it is that area, okay, it goes back 400 years. We have some secondary source to kind of validate that the carbon dating is correct. That's what we mean by calibration. So when you say it's 12,000 years old, you can't really calibrate it to something that that is exactly 12,000 years old, unless you know the time of element. We know the history of our society, and we can actually go back quite a distance. We've had pottery go back 40,000 years, right? Young Earth creationists don't seem to get that. Civilization's only been around for 5,000, give or take, from Mesopotamia, but that doesn't mean we haven't had shit older than that. We have statues that are 10,000 years old, and cave paintings that are 30 to 40,000 years old.
Yeah, so, well, so far as I understand it, the oldest major thing we've got is a temple, 12,000 years old. So yeah.
No, we have statues, pottery type things, art that goes back over 30,000 years. The oldest statue, I think, is 35,000 years old.
Oh yeah. Well, are we talking like little statuettes, like the fertility idols and things?
Yeah, very coarse. I don't think they were fertility, but yeah, the earliest man-made stuff that we've detected is 30 to 40,000 years old. But I think that's what they mean by calibration. But the problem with carbon dating, again, is a little bit different. Is carbon dating, you do kind of have to know what, or think you assume the original amount of the carbon was. We know the rates, but you have to know the primary amount of the carbon. Isochron doesn't have to worry about that. Isochron, you only have to know the ratio of the decay to the parent daughter, and that the ratio has been constant. You have to make the assumption the ratio is constant. But so yeah, I don't know if they'd actually be able to radiocarbon date that or not.
Okay, so I thought that the carbon 14 was one of these. It worked the same way as the isochron ones.
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
now I'm wiser.
If you look at the formulas for the isochron dating methods, a lot of that shit just falls out, and it's literally just left as a ratio of your parent isotope to the daughter isotopes. They're called, I think it's called geochronometry, if I remember correctly. But yeah, check out one of these. Look at the isochron actually formulas, and you'll see that, you know what, you don't even have to know the original amount of material that was in the system. It completely doesn't matter. All you have to know is that the decay rates have not changed. The ratios are consistent ratio, and then you can determine if I think 2 of the 3 types of things in the decay chain. And you can figure out the date. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. I hate to say it, I've got to run, Steve. I've got a little bit of work to do before I hit the sack.
Geochronometry. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the chat.
Yeah, you really picked my brain tonight, man. I'm just sitting back in my chair, totally kicking it, just like, fuck, this is unusual for me. I usually don't have people just ask me fucking questions,
I've got questions for anyone you care to name. Actually, I'm really looking for a person who can do calculations on expansion rates from Big Bang models at the moment, but it's a bit much to hope to run into one. Yeah, Huros. All right, I'll see if I can interest him in a little project. I'm wondering whether so most Big Bang models assume that our region of space effectively expanded in all directions uniformly. Sort of, I don't know if you tried to imagine it scaled down by a. Yeah, it's a simplifying assumption which is made, and they realize it's a simplifying assumption.
You know why I don't think that might be true? I don't know why this is a tangential shit, but I think there are anisotropes in the universe, and I don't think the initial state was completely homologous. So if you think I'm crazy on that, be my guest. But I think minor instabilities have caused what started off as minor instabilities have caused much later perturbations to producing these large scale anisotropies that we see.
Oh no, I completely accept that. I do. Yeah, no, that's not so much what I meant. I meant that the large scale expansion method is basically that whatever was initially small expanded in all 3 dimensions of space.
You talk about the initial, like the first thing was only like the size of a soccer ball. It was like 13 centimeters.
During the what do they call it? The expansion.
The inflationary period.
Inflationary period, exactly. Right. Okay, so it's generally assumed.
I know. Right. See, Ronnie thinks I'm a fucking complete dipshit, right? This is the funniest thing. Ronnie literally thinks that I'm just a goddamn scientific illiterate. It's like, has he ever listened to my hangouts? It's like, fuck, dude. Seriously?
Even so, I don't understand why anisotropies would actually point to anything other than the fact that they're custom. Understand how that points to special creation.
No. Well, okay, I do know okay, you want to know the argument behind that? Because I've actually engaged with the guys that actually.
I've heard the argument from Neffy before. He was saying something about it was pointing like
Neffy
an arrow
is a
towards
fucking
the Earth.
idiot. No, Neffy's a fucking moron. Do you remember the movie The Principal? It was by what?
I've heard about this. I originally actually had conversed with Neffy regarding this, and I told him that he was completely full of shit because he was complaining that there was an anisotropy over the quadrupoles, and the quadrupole is like 27 billion light years across, which is like
here's my analogy
the
in this
entire universe.
I've talked to the producers on this on this webpage when that first came out. It is on the octopoles and stuff like that. But the thing is that it's not actually pointing toward the Earth. It's actually pointing 10 degrees off the elliptical, and the equivalency. I mean, and I'm being very, 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 very generous here, but imagine basically pointing. If you're in California and I'm pointing a direction, and say, "Oh, look, this is pointing exactly to me," or to a dime sitting on a sidewalk in New York, kind of thing. No, it's not even in a relative direction. Okay, it is actually, like I said, about 10 degrees off the elliptical. They're literally saying, "Oh, look at this! It's pointing right to fucking us. It's fucking what is it, 27 fucking thousand light years in diameter, some shit like that, some massive amount.
27 billion.
Yeah, 27 billion. Yeah, it's huge, right? That's not fucking pointing to us. It's not. It's basically kind of going somewhat in their direction, but it's a lot. It's just. First of all, how would you even make the determination that it's pointing to a fucking little goddamn planet in a solar system in the Milky Way, which is not even in the direct line of sight of this motherfucker? Right? It just boggles my mind how they can make people believe that, oh, look, it's special creation because there's really strange things about the anisotropes of the CMP point right to us because God wanted to make it look that way. So you have to have a fucking understanding of astrophysics to believe in Jesus. I'm sorry,
like
I don't see
Brazil
that.
is it's like arguing that Brazil is pointing at Dallas or something,
God, what's wrong with these people?
It's not saying. It's even worse than that. It's like saying the Milky Way is pointed towards my pen.
Yeah. I mean,
that's the scale we're talking about here.
It's a huge scale. Yeah. But again, it's not even really. If you actually looked at the orientation of the elliptical plane with the anisotropy, it's not pointing directly at us. It kind of goes a little bit toward the direction, but the way the sun's going to Virgo right now, it's not a direct line of sight. That's for damn sure. It's just a relative thing, anyways, right? So yeah, they really blew that out of proportion and played that up to these pawns like Nephilim Free who want to believe this shit. And they're like, oh, these motherfuckers won't know the difference. Who the fuck has to know what an anisotropy is? Or who wants to know what the cosmic microwave background radiation is? These guys don't study this shit. So, and I don't either, but I at least looked into enough to go, yeah, this is complete fucking horseshit.
So yeah, the reason I want someone who can do the math for a wee chat is I sort of speculate that rather than our part of the universe being a result of a singular Big Bang incident that happened effectively at every point in it, I wonder if we could tell the difference if we were instead effectively on the wave front of a Big Bang wave that was sweeping out from perhaps some
General Han Solo.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is basically that the universe is formatting itself, and we got formatted. Our part of the universe got formatted 13 billion years ago. And I'm just trying to work out whether, because everything expands so rapidly, whether we could actually tell the difference. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I was thinking about.
Cool. Yeah. General works a lot with quantum and relativity and stuff. But anyways, I am really starting to fall asleep. Not that I'm not enjoying this. I really am. I haven't really had a conversation like this in a while. People just go, "Hey, I'm gonna ask you."
What the hell time is it over there?
Oh, it's like 4 a.m. or some shit like that. Oh no, my God, it's pushing 6. Oh, yeah,
Sleepers for the week.
Well, usually in my room we get a lot of people, that like to talk, and I never just sit in my room and just talk about shit. And I certainly don't talk about the military too much, which is kind of nice. Oh, I just had a nice little message from somebody. Urology, you might be interested in this. I'm actually communicating with a guy named Landon Kurt Knoll. Do you know who he is?
No, not sure.
Let me give you my Wikipedia article on him. He is an astrophysicist and a mathematician. He actually was the youngest person to ever break the record for a largest known prime number at age 18. He is a computer scientist, very heavy into information theory. Let me give you his information at this Wikipedia page. But he's a very, very well-known computer scientist and informationalist theorist. And somebody had recommended to him that he might be interested in coming on my channel. And we've been in communication. He just sent me another message just a few half hour ago. And he's studying right now planetary sciences. But anyways, he wants to come on and just talk about science and shit. So.
Oh my God, I've got 8 questions for him already.
Yeah, I mean, this guy obviously knows his fucking math, right? I mean, he actually coins things for like large numbers, and he won a cool contest. There's a contest called the International Obfuscated C Code Contest. And the International Obfuscated C Code Contest is a contest where they basically give you a bunch of rules to develop a code, and your whole job is to try to figure out how to violate the rules without breaking the rules and making the weirdest fucking code do something completely strange. So if you're computer programming, you might I don't know if you ever heard of the International Obfuscated C Code Contest, but he actually won that. Or I know he started it. That's right.
That sounds like the most geek competition in all of history.
It's a total geek thing. And it really is kind of cool, though. It's basically how do we fuck over the system legally by playing by the rules, but knowing how to break them to make the weirdest bullshit code, right? And I think that's kind of challenging. I mean, I think that's for a total nerd. That's what they get off on that shit, right?
So I think the closest I get to that is we go along to LAN events. Sometimes everyone takes along their computers and they play games and so forth. But one of the things that often happens is a local computer security company who comes along and they run a hacking competition. So they set up a server and invite everyone to hack the hell out of it. And of course, they're all watching and learning and offering people jobs if they do well. I think that's the closest I've come.
Well, anyways, you got his page there. So let me know what you think about that, guys. If you, I'll respond to him later. I'm too tired to do it tonight. But since he has a background in astronomy and mathematics, and he does promotion of science, that he said he thinks it'd be interested to come in as a guest. So I will make arrangements with him later on. Sound good?
I mean, even just so many questions about solar system formation,
Oh, I think it'd be a fascinating hangout. So
see some of the models, the modeling that comes across with it.
What's that?
Is some of the solar system modeling?
Oh yeah. I mean, I know the nebula theory, obviously.
Yeah, but some of that shit can get real complex real quickly.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, the computer power alone to make some of these modelings come to fruition is astronomical, even by the state standards. I mean, you've worked with like what's called strange attractors, right? Geology. Are you familiar with strange attractors?
I can't say I actually have, though. No.
Look up strange attractors. There's mathematical modeling for chaos theory using strange attractors, and it takes a lot of fucking processing power to do these kind of mathematics. Because strange attractors are some weird ass shit.
The basic idea is that in a chaos model, you end up with patterns which form and are persistent. Basically, the idea is that that's the kind of thing that happens in chaotic natural systems as well.
Yeah, but these strange attractors look like they're, as I say it, they look like natural patterns. They look like they like there's a beauty and elegance to them. It's kind of like the first time I ever saw the Mandelbrot set, right? I was like, fuck, this is, if people want, what's funny? I'm going to give Ronnie something that he probably never even looked into before, but he doesn't watch my hangouts. If somebody wants to demonstrate intelligent design, fucking go with the Mandelbrot set. Fuck this ATP synthase bullshit. Go tell me, by not looking at the Mandelbrot set and understanding how the iterations work and understanding how this is being plotted on a complex plane, that isn't beautiful and majestic. Now, I do think it's designed by nature. I think it's teleonomic. But if you ever want to make an argument that there's an intelligent designer, that's a hell of a lot better argument to me.
No, I would have taken the beauty of the Mandelbrot set as proof you don't need an intelligent designer, but there you go.
See, I no, because it's so majestic, right? I mean, it's like, holy fuck, how does this happen in nature? How is it you can have this kind of system where you do all these iterations and you get back to where you started only an infinite amount of zoom? It shouldn't be.
Yeah, it just leads me to awe at how awesome emergence is as a feature of the universe.
Well, I mean, I guess you can go either way on it, right? No, I'm definitely not saying that to me it leads to intelligent design. I'm just saying that I think they could make a better case for it using something like the Mandelbrot set. But
I can see how it could be argued.
Yeah. See, they know what the hell we're talking about in the live feed. That's cool. Yeah, but again, what the fuck do I know, right? I mean, again, Ronnie thinks I'm just like the fucking dimwit of the group because I'm always just hosting. But it's nice every so often when I can just fucking talk about shit and go, yeah, you know what? I'm not as dumb as fucking Ronnie thinks I am. I don't know why he gets this idea that I just am completely scientifically naive. I don't know. I mean, maybe because I can't not do advanced problems. I can't sit there and do the type of integrations that geology can do, anything like that. Doesn't mean I didn't have it. Doesn't mean I don't understand the basics. So, oh well, fuck him. Yeah, he underestimates me royally, and I think that's been his downfall. That's why I always crush him.
There's something to be said for having a broad understanding of fundamentals as well as specific understanding of how to do things.
Yeah, well, I'm a generalist. I like to have a general conceptual idea of all different types of branches of science. And since I didn't finish my degree, even though I have enough credit for one, I can't put myself on the same level as somebody like yourself who finished a degree, or Urology who's finishing his. I can't do it, even though I have enough semester credits for a degree in nuclear technologies. I didn't finish. So no matter what, I will never be on par. But that doesn't mean I didn't take the courses, right?
Yeah, no, look, I think that finishing the papers is, I mean, that's all it takes. That's the important part. So
I could have finished my degree in technologies or gone for an engineering degree very easily. There's been no problem in doing that. But I have to be honest with you, I got lazy after I got a nuke school. And then once I had my daughter, I was like, there's no fucking way I want to go back and do this. I just didn't have the wherewithal. You know, I was 6 years in nuke school. It was just like, fuck, I'll go back to college, and I took, years in college, but I was like, I can't do this anymore. It just sucked. And once I got into accounting too, I said, I am not finishing this. I was so bored.
Accounting.
I told you I dropped it halfway through the semester. I couldn't do it.
Look, you made a wise decision. You could have ended up being an accountant.
Oh fuck, Jesus, no. I have no aptitude for it. I don't even know how I made it through accounting, intro to accounting, and accounting 1. I remember doing the double book entries, and I remember doing the ledgers and stuff like that. But I swear to God, I was just going through the motions because I'm like, this is the most god awful, boring motherfucking shit in the world. I don't give a shit about owner's equity. I don't care about depreciation. And then when we got to accounting 2, and we're learning about preferred bonds and stock and common bonds, and I was just like, I'm never going to use any of this. Never.
Those ones actually aren't too bad.
Well, you know what? You take it. I mean, it was the most boring class of my life. The only class that I thought was harder. Well, it wasn't hard, right? It's just boring. But did I ever tell you what I thought was the hardest course I ever took? And it was an extension college from Texas A&M. Macro fucking economics. Didn't understand that. I got a B. Didn't understand a goddamn thing about it. To this day, I couldn't tell you the difference between a Keynesian curve and supply, demand, and gross national product, domestic product. No freaking idea, man. It was magic to me. It didn't make any sense whatsoever. I didn't understand the curves.
Even curves, though. Supply and demand, they were just simply straight lines.
Well, no, but I mean, you have, you have. No, it's a little more complicated than that because you actually have differentials. You actually have a model based upon a differential equation to determine, how is these things going to slide on the curve, based upon this and that. How many of these how many do you make? What's your demand for it? What's your manufacturing cost? What's your failure rate? Yeah, I didn't get it. I just was like, I have no idea, and I still managed to get a B, which was weird. But I think I was utterly fucking lost the entire time. Who likes economics?
No, was it Keynes who got the Nobel Prize for his work on that too?
Yeah, I think he got it for. Didn't he get it for supply side economics or something?
So far as I understand it, anyone who isn't an engineer or a physicist gets a Nobel Prize if they understand any calculus at all. It's just depressing. The basic calculus applied to chemistry, that awarded several Nobel Prizes when it was a new approach. Same in economics. Depressing.
Yeah, I got to learn more and more chemistry. I really got to sit down and go. I'm going to get these functional groups down once and for all, because I still hate shit like, okay, what's an ester? What's a salt? What's a carboxylic? I know the terms and I can kind of muddle my way through it, but I really want to know them better. And I was working with CRISPR the other day, and CRISPR's helping me on some stuff. And if I'm going to have a dialogue on ATP synthase, I really need to know a lot more about organic chemistry than I do. Not just like an amino acid structure. Yeah, I know how I got that down. NH3 on one end, negative COOH on the other, and then you have a functional R group chain. I understand that, but I don't know how anybody memorizes these fucking terms because they all sound alike to me. And then, oh, well, this means that it's an ion of this. Oh, this means that it's a residue of this. How do you just get this down, dude? Urology, you had to take these courses. How do you do it? I'm at a complete loss.
General level, so, and this has already been way over a decade for me as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna have to figure out something to get it brute memorized or something. But I did have a great discussion today on the protein binding sites of the C subring on ATP synthase, which was pretty nifty. Because again, I don't think Ronnie really knows much about it, and I'm not trying to know more about ATP synthase. I just want to know myself, and eventually it will get brought up. So, I like to have an understanding of it.
Let's face it, chemistry should be done with pictures, not words. I mean, who cares what hexy, flippy, doppy, nippy ester is? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, they all have these long fucking names, right? I mean, my limitation stops at around like acetoactyl. What is it? Wait, I get this right. Aminamide acetoactyl transferase. Is that what? Remember the one for tRNA? Acetoactyl transfer. Oh my god, what the hell is it called? Now I forgot it. Nothing.
I did chemistry 1 at university and materials chemistry in year 2, but I was bad at chemistry.
It's aminoactyl. Yeah, I remember. I got it now. I looked it up. Aminoactyl tRNA synthase. Who knows this shit? What? I mean,
the only reason I passed organic chemistry in level 1 university was about a week before the exam, I discovered chemistry invaders in the basement, and I spent about 3 days solid firing chemicals into the right reagents, and that was enough to get me through the exams.
Oh God, send me that. I need that. See, I had to take stoichiometric chemistry. Okay, inorganic, right? We had to learn shit like reaction rates. We had to learn moles, and we had to learn how to balance equations and do both quantitative and qualitative analysis. Organic? No, never fucking. until a year ago, maybe 2, I couldn't tell you the difference between fucking a carbon ring and methane. I mean, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about organic chemistry. Nothing at all. Zero.
But didn't your course in inorganic chemistry? I mean, I found inorganic chemistry very hard because it was just so much brute memorization to do. Was that not so much the case in yours?
I don't know, because I don't. The organic chemistry has so many more chemical shits, right? I mean, the inorganic was basically just okay. This is sodium hydroxyl, and this is adenosine diphosphate and triphosphate groups, and this is what's I don't know, sulfur and iron oxides and redox equations. That I kind of all remember. Hell, I even had that in high school, but I don't remember it being any more complicated and then saying, okay, here's one side of the equation. It undergoes hydrolysis or something like that, and what do I have as the resultants, right? What are my components coming out? And how do you balance the equation to make sure that you have the right things, right? You don't want to have like too much of one and not enough of the other. So, but I don't, this organic shit, oh my God, just, it kills me, man. I didn't even understand what a goddamn residue was until today. I've heard the terms, and I kind of vaguely did, but if you say glutamic residue, I'm like, what does that really freaking mean? And Chris was like, oh, it's just this, this, and this. I'm like, oh, well, okay, that I get, but.
All right, I better hit the sack anyway. Everyone, remember, you're either part of the solution or you're part of precipitate.
Fuck chemistry. Okay, guys, with that, later, peeps. Thanks for everything. I'm not going to recap because I'm so damn tired. I'm going to bed. So,
yeah, probably a good idea. Probably a good idea.